the vote in. What do we stand?
We're starting to see a bit of a picture.
What, that?
The one you guys, I think you guys is still in New York.
Oh, okay.
See Donald Trump up by about 200,000 here.
All right.
I say there's
And
a few
then,
layers. The first I think to
the
the
you got on the YouTube?
Yeah, I got on there. I think.
There's just a lot of very small rural counties that are going to be deep
This is
red.
just-
And one of the questions
the
coming
hell?
into tonight was, would there be any slippage for Donald Trump in those counties? Those
Lord have mercy, have mercy. I swear to God, trying to get set up. It's a pain in the fucking ass.
We've got about 10 now.
Okay, there goes Steve.
Rural, heavily Trump counties. We're talking about.
Oh, that's not good, Steve.
75-80% of the vote. In all 10.
Let me calm down because I'm about to start cursing in a holy way. I am about to start going the fuck
1
off.
and 3 points. So again,
Should
there's
be
a lot
not
more
this hard to
counties
set
out
up.
there, but they start to add up. And at 10 for 10 so far, I'd say that's something the Trump campaign in that layer is looking for. Now, there are other layers to this. Let me take you to another one. We talk about
I'm gonna
for
go get another
Democrats,
phone
this
because this
core
phone is
area
saboteur.
in and immediately
It's been doing the fuck shit for the last couple of days, and I'm gonna tell you right now, phone. There's so many iPhones in the store. I'm gonna replace you. I will replace you. You are not irreplaceable, you fucking asshole. Okay.
And here's Harris, and put this in some perspective. This is how Biden did in Fulton County in 2020. Again, like all these Atlanta metro counties.
I'm trying to calm down because this has got me annoyed right now. Okay. Okay, see?
Wait, did you
See? Yeah, because
What did you do?
why me, right? Here.
Oh no.
Okay, I don't know what I put.
For election being
Yeah.
that trend.
I think I paused it or
continues
something.
now.
Did you pause it?
No, I'm just catching up to live.
Oh, okay.
Clayton County, we've got more than 2/3 of the vote
All right.
here. And again, this is sort of
All right.
customary Democratic level here.
All right.
That's what they want to be seeing in a
Which
county
way
like
should I have?
Clayton County.
I need to have one camera.
World is still pretty empty. Another one to update you though on.
There you
we
go.
asked as a key question in this metro area.
I'm trying to watch my man on TV.
Blue zone expanding.
Lenny, you right in the live too. They're watching you eat.
Fayette County.
Right.
You right here in the live, right?
Fayette County
Wait, what?
right here. And again,
Aren't they looking at you?
this is
No, they're looking
Oh,
at the TV.
shit.
So get on this side.
There's still more votes to come now.
He fucking them ribs up too. You see him fucking them ribs up?
Go Kamala!
Oh my God. What's up, Queen Diva? Are you on duty today?
What happened to my...
Because I need you. I'm doing YouTube. I'm doing YouTube live also.
When you get just outside
Um,
this core Atlanta area, there are some
Not sure which one.
You want a tip, Lynn?
No, I'm good.
I'm not sure which one I should have on me. Should I have the Instagram on me or the YouTube on me?
Huge reason Donald Trump
Asking you
wants
proud.
the state. In fact, I can call those counties up here, and we'll just show you what they look like. It's sort of these counties. here,
Oklahoma.
there's some
God damn, is he winning right now?
Yeah, right now. Relax. He's winning all the states he's supposed to have won, so... Need my other glasses.
You need your glasses.
This is one of the biggest.
This is not good.
Look at that, more than 80.
This is not good. Oh my God, these ribs.
81% in. And she got 30%.
Wait a minute, 81% in? What does that mean?
In Georgia, 81% of the votes are in.
Just that county, just that county.
Okay.
No, that's by county.
What does that mean though?
This
Just one little part of Georgia.
This is still a great.
That's just one county.
You just looked at it, but
Wait a minute, does Kornacki have on different color khakis?
He
I
got
don't
on
think
different clothes.
I don't like them. I like the brown ones. I like the brown
I
ones.
told
He
Cat
trying to
before,
change it
that
up.
man didn't even change clothes for the whole time. The man he kept on the same stuff. I said, did he wash it?
He got a closet full of the same clothes.
Like, what's the name on MSNBC? Matt, what's the name?
Man down. Yeah.
She don't want nothing but black.
No.
Previously been characterized as too early to
This is
call.
not good,
We're
you
now
guys.
changing the characterization.
I'm getting scared.
Right now,
It doesn't mean that we've got to we're anywhere closer to the result.
it's better than you think, Leslie. Relax.
You better than I think.
See that say battleground 37% in.
So again,
Yeah.
37%.
All these counties in sort of the exurban area, Forsyth is
Okay,
another big
we
one.
need a little salt for
You
this
can see
game.
here a little bit less of the voting,
39%.
but Trump so far a little bit behind that number. That would be good news for
I'm back.
Democrats in a place like Forsyth. Trump
We need a
is
little
falling
salt for
short
this
of that
spaghetti.
number. And another key here just in Georgia that we're going to be watching is just slowly taking shape again.
No, ma'am. I just want to tell you, this
Right
is my
now-
Uncle William Earl right here.
So you can see what's
Say, hey, Uncle William Earl.
Hey!
Everybody's at my house because I'm shooting my special tomorrow. So I got all my family and stuff here. Lenny's here. And we watching the election together.
Into Republican margins in some of these counties. So again, a lot of incomplete here right now.
They done got Atlanta already?
She might lose Georgia? What? What you mean?
They never anticipated winning Georgia anyway.
You don't think she's gonna win Georgia?
I don't know.
That could be close.
It's gonna be close.
Come on, man, that's
It's just
crazy.
Baldwin County. You gotta get Atlanta
They
has
gotta
all
get
the
Atlanta.
blue
That's what
Yeah,
the blue ones are.
Atlanta.
But Atlanta, that's what I'm saying. Oh my God.
He got them little outside county.
I'm nervous as fuck. I'm
She
nervous as fuck.
surpassed them already with 66% in.
Oh, okay, where is
That
that?
count.
in that county.
In that county. Oh, so how many
Randolph.
counties
That's
does Georgia
Randolph
have?
County.
Yeah, but if you look at it, it's so close. It's like less than 100 votes.
Less than what?
100 votes in that one county. They literally get out.
That ain't really doing it.
Right.
And this is the statewide is 37% in.
Yeah, this is. I'm hoping this is because it's early, y'all.
I think it's because they ain't got Atlanta yet. I think
So there's 16, like Texas, 16% reporting. He's 50, she's 40, 50%, 48%. They're only at 16%. So, you know, the only state's gonna be close.
Tell you what to expect here in Pennsylvania. You see a massive Harris
I'm
lead
nervous.
for more than 300,000 votes. In Pennsylvania,
But all the rural places come in first because there's not a lot of people. You gotta wait, the cities come in last.
I won't get nervous until it get to Atlanta. Now, if she fall behind when it get to Atlanta,
We in
that's
trouble.
Fulton County. Isn't it?
Yeah.
If she fall behind in Fulton County, it's over.
Fuck. This is not good. He should not be ahead nowhere.
Yeah, but
In Florida?
you got them little bitty pockets.
I think they already called Florida. Florida's done.
No.
Florida,
You gotta be kidding me.
he gonna go to Trump.
the city of Philadelphia has released
This is not good, you guys.
87% reporting Florida already.
a vote by mail from
And he's up by 1 million votes.
This will be
Florida's done.
you'll get a little bit better from
Yeah, he gonna get Florida.
votes come in.
I can't believe that.
I think they
I
already
can't
do
believe
that.
people still voted for him.
Florida.
After he said the thing about Puerto Rico.
This is where Pittsburgh is.
What a piece of fucking.
Yep.
Suburbs around Pittsburgh too.
Gotta call your boy.
Democratic, so again, big
Who? Louis?
number there. And also in Lancaster County, there are only about 700 votes there. So really the two
Oh my God, those ribs are
I hope
ridiculous.
she get Pennsylvania and
Her
Georgia. She
ribs
get
is
those.
insane, right?
Insane.
The fucking these ribs up.
It's the vote by mail first in Pennsylvania.
Insane. I was just in Kansas City. They're as good as I had in Kansas City.
Yeah.
Lead in these early
Crazy.
These real folks right here.
Yes, thank you so much.
Real folks right here.
It's going to be the opposite of the story we followed 4 years ago. 4 years
God.
ago, the story was the same day first, Trump had a big lead, and night after
This
night,
is so
he was chipping away.
nerve-wracking.
Well, you got anchor in it, so it's gonna take a while. Like, you gotta remember, it's only. Let me show you something. Hold on.
Yeah, show me because right now I'm about to start crying.
So again,
First of all, he always takes the lead early. Always. Because all the red states have less people.
Donald Trump is
Lenny, come here.
presidential contest in South Carolina.
Lenny is my Kornacki tonight. I mean, we watching Kornacki, but I got the real Kornacki here. You see how pale he is? So nerd. So nerd pale. Yeah, baby.
so this is, we set this up earlier. Oakland County, remember, this is gigantic.
Lenny, show me again, Lenny.
High income,
Show this.
high
That's YouTube.
concentration of college
This is my own personal Kornackis.
Detroit. Now, what you're getting here again in Michigan, they
Everybody listen to Lenny.
elections completely.
Look, nobody can argue with that.
Don't be dicks about it.
Oh my God, the food's so good.
There's not a lot of rules here in terms of what sequence the vote's going to be reported out.
Yeah, this is so
I
crazy.
suspect just based on this margin, you're looking at a lot of vote by mail.
Okay, that's where is that?
But remember,
Is that Colorado? Where is that? Michigan?
Michigan.
Oh, 75%. That's good.
72% of Oakland County. That's always going to be
That's
blue.
a little county though. That's just one county.
It's right outside.
these blue-collar suburbs,
But she pulled it in that one.
white-collar suburbia in Oakland, and the Democrats, what they're aiming for here in
Jersey,
Oakland,
68%.
this is,
North Carolina, 51%.
Last year in 2020, Biden won this thing by 14 points. That's what Democrats want to be seeing again.
That play is bomb, huh?
Jump for Biden, over 2016 for Clinton. Clinton won it by single digits.
You scared? I'm scared.
Got it to 14. If Harris is in that ballpark tonight, if she's in that double digits,
Projected winner in which one? Oklahoma. That's a Trump.
Wait a minute, that's a Trump state? Oklahoma?
That's a Trump.
When the wind comes sweeping down the plain? Are you fucking serious? They voted for fucking Trump?
Yeah.
Project that Johnston
They sure did.
will be the Democratic governor.
Oh my God.
You know, all of them right down through there. Arkansas, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama. All of that's Republican territory.
Lose this race, but he might lose it by so much it might even drive down the prospects for.
Oh my God. Who is this?
That's a
He needs to
Democrat.
lose, right?
Oh, I know Mark Robinson was going to lose.
Yes.
Yeah,
Good.
he's a governor.
to quickly finish Michigan.
I knew he was going to
Thank
lose.
you.
Okay, sweetie.
I'll see you in the morning.
Okay.
Bye, baby. You coming early in the morning?
Yeah, we all will be here. All right, later.
What time I gotta be up and ready?
Just text me when I'm supposed to be wherever.
8:15 Black Star.
Be safe.
I will.
Did you get some dressing?
Sorry,
This area of western Michigan, the Grand Rapids is sort of the anchor city of, is a
I just
traditional
don't.
Republican region.
I think we-
that has moved pretty strongly against Trump. This has been a
Okay, so you know we got to hear what Connecticut got to say first, but then we gonna put that up against. No, we gonna put that up against our own
Grand
facts.
Rapids, the
He
city
gonna be
of
talking all night.
South Carolina?
in 2020, Trump lost it by 6.
I don't understand people actually going in and voting his name. I'm really complexed by that.
Well, every 2%.
No, wait a minute. They said Tim Scott won?
That's Grand
Are you
Traverse
fucking
County and
kidding?
Traverse City, Michigan. Both parties sent their candidates to
Okay,
Traverse
that
City.
still sounds bad.
He's a Democrat.
This part of Michigan
Scott's not a
is not as
No,
big
Rick Scott.
population-wise, but it's very
What?
volatile politically. They sort of
That's
call
bad,
this
right?
The cherry coast, cherry farming is big up there. There's wine country.
Isn't that
This
bad?
is Leelanau
don't know
County.
what
It's
he's
the
doing.
wealthiest
Scott,
state. Again, these are traditionally Republican counties where they've given way
What about-
for Trump. And this is one of the counties, Grand Traverse.
Oh,
Just
way
a
too
little
early
bit
to
of the
tell.
buildings in right there.
Yeah,
Traverse
it's way
City
too
is.
early.
Okay.
That's
Scott
why
is
Washington
good at
it turns
87.
blue.
Florida's
Would
like
love
all
to
Florida
shift
results
that
are
one. So,
basically-
again, Michigan, it's early. Those are some of the things we're going to be looking for. Of course, Wayne County,
nervous.
Detroit,
I'm gonna be going today in the morning.
cities
Yeah,
like
it's gonna-
Dearborn,
you gotta,
where
like-
the Gaza situation, we want to see if it has a bearing.
They're
All
only
things we're
close
going
on
to
the
watch
East Coast.
as Michigan comes in and we move to the Tar Heel State. Now about
Okay, she went in
10%
North
here,
Carolina?
in
that's
North
big if she
Carolina, and
went
again, you see that the Harris advantage. We're just going to check in here. I haven't
Yeah,
actually
she went
seen
down.
them, so I'm
But
looking
only
right now.
9% of
Again,
North
Lake
Carolina's
County,
in.
this is Raleigh,
9%.
state capital. This is one of the biggest single Democratic vote-producing counties in the state. Not much in. Democrats just want massive margins here, in Durham County here, Orange County,
Connecticut,
Chapel Hill,
and
University of North Carolina.
the Lenny
Also
report.
important for Democrats, and there's not
The
much
Lenny
here right
report.
now, but it's sort of, they call it the triad. This is where, Greensboro is in this county. You go over to Forsyth County. This is where Winston-Salem is. They're red now with almost no votes in, but these are core Democratic counties and should be. I want to see those take shape tonight, and I want to draw your attention to a county that I think is going to be very key to telling the story as it unfolds in North Carolina.
Steve's
It's this
looking a little
one right
skinny.
here. Don't pay attention. There's almost no vote, but Union County is massive. It is a big bedroom community suburb.
I'm not
of
saying that I
Mecklenburg
hate these
County,
counties. I'm
and
just
it's
saying that
still
those
a
ain't my
very
favorite
core
ones.
Republican county.
You
The
know,
banking
it'd be a
industry is
shame
very
if
big,
Trump
in
lose
the
like he
Charlotte
did the
area,
last
sort of,
time, like 3
the
million
bedroom
votes,
communities
Yeah.
made
and
by the
still
banking
win.
industry. Maybe they
Oh my
can-
God.
I don't know how
Just
they
take
get.
a look, though, at
Why
Union
don't they
County.
get rid of the
Here's-
electoral vote?
That's that. We've been talking about that forever.
Again, the snippets for Trump. It's more
Happened in,
dramatic
like,
in
the
other
last
suburbs
year
around the
and a half.
country. Trump won here by more than 30 points in
They need to get out of
2016.
that.
In 2020, Trump still won North
I think it
Carolina,
ought to be
but his
majority.
margin shrank.
Yeah.
That's why Democrats think they
You're
got a
right,
shot
they
here
will
tonight.
never-
You know,
They
that's
just
just when
had
they
that-
people say I ain't gonna vote.
Exactly.
I don't have.
He just didn't squeeze as
I don't
much.
have to find a
out of these
say so.
big
Exactly,
core
and that's why it
core
shouldn't be in. And it's based on slavery.
And I think
It's
that's
literally
a very,
based on fucking
good
slavery.
bellwether gauge tonight as you see this
So
coming
annoying.
in. Is Trump falling short of that number again? Democrats would like to chip away, get that down to 60, 59, something like that. There's a number of big suburbs in
They
the
said
state.
they
There's
love
some of
hearing
them,
you talk
you know,
on
outside
radio.
Raleigh, but that's the
love hearing
story.
you
Is
talk.
it
Tell them
core
about something.
Republican, but does
I
it
don't
get
know,
a little
y'all.
bit
I
less
wanna
so?
say.
So again, state of Alabama and North Carolina, it's sort of scattered as you can see in these different counties.
Talk to me.
But
Now
statewide
talk to
right
you.
now, 4 points. And again, we talk about this.
Sound like fun anyway.
One thing that I'm looking for here, we've got Anson
Everybody say,
County
come on,
has
go
a,
win.
let's take a look and put this in some perspective here. Significant
It's just
black
everybody that
population,
joins is 1,200 people on
it's one of
live
the
right now.
stories in North
Oh,
Carolina, the
12.
Democrats in counties with large black populations
Yeah.
think they can improve the turnout, think they can
One.
improve Democratic margins in some cases, maybe flip some of them. So we do have 3 quarters. It's very small, but this is the kind of county we're going to be looking at. There's a lot of them in rural eastern North Carolina. Not much to show you right now, but with large black populations. Barack Obama was the last Democrat to carry North Carolina. He carried some of those counties.
Where they?
I think Democrats have kind of fallen off dramatically in them. We want to see it's in this eastern
I
North
feel
Carolina
like-
area here. We want to see as these fill
Oh,
out,
that's
you know,
52.
our Democrats
That's
taking
good.
strides forward.
For,
They think they can with
Anson
Harris.
County.
When do we start getting worried though? It's the
That'll be
question.
a test for it. So again, sitting there at about 9% statewide in North Carolina, and returning to Georgia, where we now have about half of the vote in. And again, just going to take a quick look. I've struck out on this every time, but this is going to be very big when we get votes from Gwinnett.
Atlanta.
And we
Wait.
don't have many more from Gwinnett, but it's starting to take shape here again. That's that core
Statewide,
Democratic
Trump
area.
wins.
Just see if we have any more from Fayette. I'm going to go back and take a look right here. But again, now almost half the voting in Georgia, and I think starting to see a little bit in the way of patterns, just in terms of the rules, at least in Georgia, Rachel.
Thank you, Steve. We will be checking back in with you. I should also mention, just while we're talking about Georgia, we have been keeping an eye on this other story, which is false bomb threats that have been called in.
Well,
in
Rachel talking.
in
You can give your
Georgia.
other report
We're now
now.
updated
Neil said he's
from
moving
Georgia
it.
officials, at least
Yeah, I'm
13
moving with him.
different election.
Okay,
Where'd you say you were gonna go? Where'd you say you were gonna go?
I was gonna go to that when that village is giving money away
Fulton
to.
Police Chief says 32
Or
bomb
even
threats
Portugal or
at different
Amsterdam.
locations
Shout
in
out.
Fulton alone.
Yeah.
Right, what do you
Some
want to
threats were
know?
called
Right
out
now, it's just too
911,
early to call on some of
were
these,
called
like
to a specific
Georgia's
location.
46%
Someone
in.
emailed,
So it's only
Fulton
half,
Chief saying
half the
that
state.
all but
But yeah,
two
when they talk about
cities in
Atlanta,
Fulton
that's
County
big
received
because
bomb
Atlanta has
threats.
more
They
people.
were
It's
spread
simple
all
as
throughout
that.
the county.
You know, cities
Obviously,
reporting. If once Atlanta
concerning
goes in and that's
and disgusting.
she's still
The
losing, I would
intrigue
worry.
here is that the
North Carolina,
and Georgia
she's winning,
Secretary
but
of
there's
State
only
Brett
9%
Raffensperger,
reporting. You can't do anything
earlier
about it.
today.
Somebody
attributed
from
at
Atlanta
least
said
some of
they
these
still waiting in
threats
line
to
right now to
Russian
vote.
origin,
Perfect.
which means
Perfect.
that an
Yeah.
enemy of the
Keep
United
voting.
States, a foreign
So- so-
adversary, is targeting American voters in Georgia.
See,
to
I got
try
my
to
own
influence
Steve
our
Pernet.
election that way by terrorizing us.
Massachusetts ain't got the 1%
You
in.
know, this is the sort of thing
Massachusetts
that,
only
is,
1%.
that has a functional effect in terms of how people think about
Yeah, they're not-
getting out to
they're
vote.
not
They're,
They
you know,
think she's gonna win
it will
Atlanta.
do some of what they want it to do, but it
Well,
also has national security
Atlanta
consequences
needs
for us as a
to
country in terms of how we deal with the people in
Atlanta's
other
literally,
countries who are
like,
trying to dissuade us from
Georgia's-
doing what we do as a
the
democracy
city's
and who are trying to
very
determine the outcome of this
Outside
this
cities,
election.
very-
Countryside,
Raises questions
kinda
about
like
how we're going to
Yep.
contend
Well,
with that as a
That's
nation.
right. Rural
All right, we're
versus.
going to
In
take a
the
quick
city,
break. We'll be right
it's
back. Stay
all-
with us.
Democrat. When
Okay.
you start getting out in them hills and in them mountains,
That's all Republican.
that's all.
But I don't understand what is that? Why? Is it racist or is it
Well, yeah,
really?
yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
Also
You'll
from that,
never leave their
Advil
town.
targeted relief, the only
You're gonna
topical
vote for the
with
white
4
man.
powerful
Really?
antibody ingredients that start working on contact and
You know,
last
that reversed a long time ago, Liz, when you were a kid.
New
You know, it used to be all of the low income people lived in the country. And they were head over heels trying to get to the city.
Goodbye to congestion.
So when they started going to the city, all the rest was moved down in the suburbs.
thinking about our
And it's been that way
How
from
about
now
Africa?
on.
Safari, hot air balloon ride, swim with elephants.
Man!
I know when I was in the country, I didn't think about
like
nothing but the
everything.
city.
Takes a little planning.
Trying to
Or
hurry up and
look
get
at my
out.
brother down there.
To get out of the country.
Yeah,
And
get to the
Montana.
city.
Of course.
Everybody want to get to the
Let's take a
city.
look at
When we
those
got to the
scenarios.
city,
JP
everybody in the
Morgan
city
Wealth
started
Management
leaving.
has advisors and Chase branches and tools like Wealth Plan to help keep you on track. When you're planning for it
Y'all
all,
hear that?
the answer is JP
He
Morgan Wealth
said,
Management.
Unc is telling the truth.
If you're looking for the one, From the home with a short commute.
Florida can suck a dick.
Great school district.
Okay, Florida.
And funded exclusively and professionally
I will never ever come and perform there. Fuck y'all.
Unless it's like
Ryan Reynolds here for commitment. No.
never seen it.
It's unlimited premium
Yeah,
wireless.
Palm
for
Beach good,
15
Miami
months.
good,
Honestly, when I
Orlando
started
good,
this, I thought I only had to do like 4 weeks.
Tallahassee.
How are there still people
Maybe
who
Maybe,
do 2 or
maybe
3
against
times
Leslie
that much?
Blue. Yeah,
Sorry,
whatever, but this is in
I
there.
kind of figure Orlando.
Tallahassee though, I can come figure, yo.
Which is weird, that's like north.
That's a lot of black people in Tallahassee.
That Atlanta, that Orlando area, that's a lot of seniors.
Yeah.
So they're gonna all be ready.
Retired people.
Miami, that
Sounds
county.
embarrassing.
Blue hasn't done well in Miami in years.
about treating my TD and learned
It's
about
Obama.
Ingrezza.
Ingrezza is clinically proven to treat TD, quickly reducing TD by greater than 5 times in 2
Yeah, we
weeks.
gonna start drinking in a minute.
Ingrezza has dosing that's always 1 pill, 1 stage. And
Good
Oh,
God.
have mercy. I can't be hurt like that. I'm on rest. I just don't know if I'm on rest tonight.
If she
Man,
lose,
if she lose, I don't know.
yeah, we gonna have to fly the fuck up out of here.
Don't take Ingrezza if allergic. Serious side effects may include allergic reactions like
Give me that plate.
potentially fatal swelling at hives, sleepiness, the most common side effect, and heart rhythm problems. Know how Ingrezza affects you before operating a car or dangerous machinery. Reports from stiff muscles or problems thinking as these might be life-threatening. Shaking, stiffness, drooling, and trouble with moving or balance may
What
occur.
is that on
Take
Twitter?
control by asking your doctor about Ingrezza.
At Harbor Freight, we do business differently from the other guys. We design and test our own tools and sell them directly to you. No middleman.
Man, we in
Just
trouble.
quality tools you can trust.
This
At
tweet
prices
from
you'll
God.
love.
Is it God?
Who said God?
With 0% of the vote in, Donald Trump is a douchebag. Twitter's on the feed.
See, now this is what's upsetting me about them making a Doom series. They ain't finished the fucking movie yet. They haven't even finished the goddamn movie series yet, and now they already got a TV series. So which one am I supposed to watch?
Watch Dune Prophecy on Max with DirecTV.
This is the one who helps
Corey,
everyone stay
listen,
safe.
don't tell me what to do.
An unsung hero in a building full of everyday heroes is just how he likes it. The industrial grade products you need. Call, click, or stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Saying that the chick standing next to Trump is not Melania.
Yeah, dude, that's
I don't think so either.
It's crazy.
Well, there, yeah.
Now they're saying
That's,
no, that's not
yeah, that's not her. But the one that was on stage might have been real. But yeah, the one that he travels with, definitely not her. Y'all good? Huh?
NBC News can now project at this hour that we have a winner in the Rhode
Oh, good.
Island
I love this
Senate
guy.
race.
Sheldon
Democratic
Whitehouse.
incumbent Senator
He won?
Sheldon Whitehouse
Projected
has
winner,
been
Sheldon
reelected
Whitehouse.
in
That's
the
good?
That's
great,
great, yeah. He's
mighty,
great.
mighty state of Rhode Island.
Rips them.
NBC News can also
Really?
project that there is a winner in
Yeah,
the Senate
Elizabeth
race
Warren.
in Massachusetts.
Oh, yes!
Democratic incumbent Senator
That's
Elizabeth
perfect.
Warren
That's
will be
good.
returning to the Senate for another term. NBC News can
This is
also make a
Warren?
projection in
Yeah.
the Connecticut
Chris
Senate
Murphy,
race.
all good
Democratic
people.
With no doubt in my mind,
Senator
she was
Chris
gonna win.
Murphy will be returning to the Senate for another
good news.
term. NBC News can also make a projection in the Senate race
Oh,
in Tennessee,
no.
where incumbent Republican Senator
In Tennessee, where we
Yeah, Marshall
from?
Blackburn, that
to the
cow gonna
United
win.
States Senate.
Oh my God!
This is
Yeah, she gonna
standing
win.
in the United
Yeah.
States Senate, 32
She get on that line every day. She start lying. She be lying the whole year.
seats that reflects the Republicans picking up
About how she helping the
They picked up a
farmers,
seat
you know,
in
she
West
working with the
Virginia,
farmers,
seat
and the
currently
farmers
held,
love us.
by
And we gonna keep
now
our
independent
land, cause China is buying it up, and she doing so
also,
much.
look, interestingly,
Oh my God.
at the Indiana governor's
I don't
race, this was in
understand
March,
that.
I said earlier,
That's
NBC
Tennessee.
News can now project
Tennessee
that the
been red since
Republican
red came
candidate
in.
for
Get this
governor
one.
in Indiana
Right now
has
with,
prevailed over
like
the Democratic
30
candidate. This is Mike Braun, the
9%
U.S.
of the
Senator,
vote
who
in.
decided
Ted
not to
Cruz
run
and
for
Colin
re-election in the
Alvarez are
Senate,
dead
to instead
even.
run for
Yes!
Yeah.
Come on, now, Red!
So close.
The
That's
Democrats
gonna
have
come
the
down to
governorship in
like.
Indiana in
If-
20
if-
years, so
if they get rid of
everybody
Ted
knows
Cruz-
it is the Republican Mike Braun who will
Ooh,
rule
that
that
would be
seat.
so. That'll just be
Ballot
just.
measures now. This is
38%
interesting.
reporting.
In Florida,
If that clown win,
ballot
though,
measures
I'll
in
make me want a
Florida,
glass
it's
of
an
sweet
amendment
tea.
number 3 that would have legalized marijuana. That is now projected to fail. So legalization of marijuana will
Hey!
Fail in
in
Florida. See
Florida
that?
has passed
Legalized
by
marijuana in Florida is about to
60%.
fail.
Why?
So even though
It's
there's a
complete Florida.
55%
That's why they so
margin in
uptight.
favor, that is short of the 60% margin that is needed to pass this amendment. And now looking at the very, very important and very
Right to
closely
abortion,
watched
thank goodness.
abortion rights measure on the ballot in
Oh,
Florida.
Florida, you
Again,
have
you
an
need
abortion, but no
60%
weed.
to pass at this point.
You can't
This is
have no
the
weed,
projection
but you
as to
have
what
an
the result
abortion.
is going to
Yeah.
be for this Florida abortion rights measure.
That's so
The
dumb.
yes vote right now, with 82% of the vote in, at 57, that is a strong vote in favor of this abortion rights amendment in Florida, but 57 is shy of the 60% needed to get that measure passed.
Yeah, Florida needs
But a lot of
pop.
controversy in Florida, particularly over that one, as Governor Ron DeSantis, the Republican governor there, has used the state government, has used state agencies, including state law enforcement, to try to tip the balance in those races, sending state police to people's houses because they signed the petition to get the
Amish
abortion
have
rights
turned out in
amendment
Pennsylvania in
on the ballot,
unprecedented
sending
numbers.
threatening
red
letters
or
to
blue.
Florida television stations, threatening them with prosecution for airing ads
Yeah,
in
that's what
support
I
of
was
that
saying. They
abortion
come up
rights
with all
measure.
those numbers.
So we'll see how that comes out. We don't yet know.
But you don't know.
Ron DeSantis has put everything on trying to ensure that Florida will buck the trend of every other state, including red states, that have passed the right
Who is
to
the-
bodily
That's where they
autonomy.
vote
He's
for
put
Trump.
everything on it, including, as you said,
The women are
threats,
secondary.
whatever it
They're
takes
Trumpers.
to try to make sure that that amendment
No,
fails
how?
using the power of government in a way that is, I would say, open
They
and
don't
functional,
care.
and determined.
But he's not doing nothing for anyone. Do they not
This is
get
something
that?
that he wants to be his signature thing. It's a
There,
thing he
there,
has,
there is.
thinking that it would allow him to defeat Donald Trump
age
and move to his
thing.
right
It's also
and make
related.
him a national
You know,
star.
Yeah, but then
And
he
heir to
literally
Donald
has
Trump.
broken every
We can
commandment.
talk about the other-
Literally.
the,
If we
marijuana
going by the
laws,
book,
I think a lot of people
He's a demon.
assume
According
that
to
down there that
He's a demon.
in the state of Florida. The advertising
But you know,
against the
when you
marijuana
tell,
amendment was really
younger
based
folks
on the
about,
fact that it would
Trump
empower
really wants us to
two
go back to Jim
very
Crow.
large
He wants
marijuana
to bring those
companies
back
that are
to the
not
60s
small
and stuff like
businesses.
that.
They are two of
Well,
the
they don't know
biggest
anything about
companies
it.
that are
Because if
given
you think
national
about when the
gain in
60s
terms of
was,
legalized
they were
weed.
never
And so
born.
this was pushed
And we had
on
come
the
out of
people
Jim
with the
Crow
no side.
before a lot of these
Really did
kids
push a campaign
came up,
saying
so
this
they
was
don't know
not a
nothing
way to
about
legalize
Jim
marijuana
Crow.
for like
Nobody
the
ever
everyday
told them anything.
individual
And we only
person.
get a Black
It would be
History Week
empowering to big
a
companies. So there
month,
was a
you know,
really
and they don't
strong
teach that no
pushback
more.
against it.
They don't
And
outlaw
DeSantis
that, so you
also
can't learn
very
nothing
strong.
else about where you came from and where your folk came from because they don't outlaw.
Let me just interject because
Put
we
some
have had
books
a
out,
closing.
food, and everything
Well,
else.
we have been
So they don't
talking
know nothing
here
about Jim
at
Crow.
8:30 p.m.
When you
Eastern
say, well, go back to
Coast,
Jim
great state of
Crow.
Arkansas, and at poll closing,
They don't know.
NBC News can project that
Don't
the
have
winner
no
of the
idea.
presidential
They don't want it.
Arkansas will be
It's like-
Donald Trump.
Where I was born in Arkansas. What the hell is up with Tennessee?
I hate to say everything, but everywhere you've been, down the drain so
They
far.
have had to upgrade, they had to get bigger office space.
I think we have found the root cause
In the
of
last
Kamala's
48
problem.
hours, the last minute
She lives in
fundraise,
Beverly.
because
Oh,
people
my
came up and said,
God.
"We want more
California,
yard
you're
signs." And
fucked.
I heard from one of their backers, they said,
I don't
"We
even
need yard
understand
signs
that.
been 24 hours ago." And he said, "It's not about the signs.
Tennessee
It's
or
about
the
the
whole
this
South.
kind of
The whole
demand
South
in
is
the last
still-
week." And what's
Well, it's only 1%
interesting,
in,
they got a whole slew of new
But they
volunteers
projected.
right after Donald Trump's
Oh, Alabama's
speech
gonna-
at
Alabama's
Madison Square
gonna be
Garden.
red.
Puerto Rican women in the
No doubt.
Orlando area said, "We're about to
Alabama,
mobilize, we're going to
Mississippi.
call our network." That's all
And
in
if
the last
Georgia
week and a
escape,
half.
if
So
we
they
get
might
Georgia,
only
that
get
is a
57%,
blessing.
That's a big
but
one.
60%
Yeah.
isn't that far
Flip
away,
last
and
time.
they have got
What
some
about
wind in their
Pennsylvania?
sail.
Georgia's at
Just note,
52% right
they
now.
tried the Republican opponents of abortion rights in Ohio tried to maneuver this last summer where they tried to raise the threshold in another vote to get it to 60% because they knew they would lose if it was 50%. They lost that, then they lost at the ballot box.
Right. Donald
If
Trump
they
was
lose
elected in
57,
Arkansas, and he
58,
ain't
59,
been over
somewhere
it,
around
been
there,
there.
it still means that in a state that Donald Trump is going to carry by quite a bit and a state that's been moving to the
Ohio is
right,
very
Hey,
close.
fuck you, Coco Bunny. I hope
majority. I mean, a
you run into a
14-point
fucking
majority, a
fence,
13-point
bitch.
majority, something like that
Blocking your
for
ass.
abortion rights in a state in which
Connecticut
the
only got
Republican governor is
70
campaigning
electoral
against it.
votes.
That 60% threshold is part of Florida
District of
law.
Columbia
It's not
got
like a
3.
funny game they played, but what it means about public opinion is true whether or not
I mean,
gets a
yeah,
lot. Of
at
course, it
least we're
matters
getting-
greatly
I
to the
hope-
women and families in Florida, whether it does.
We have another projection. NBC
Amish
News
women
has just
can't
made a
vote,
projection
so
of
it's
the
only the
presidential
men
race
vote.
in Delaware.
Where?
There's a winner of the
Amish
presidential
men,
race in Delaware.
Amish women
and
can't
the
vote.
Democratic candidate, Vice President
That's what she said.
Kamala
Just
Harris.
somebody just said that.
Nicole, you're gonna jump
Amish
in
women
there.
are not allowed to vote.
I think we're going to be watching these dynamics, and they're not going to follow the way that we see data.
I mean, they Amish. I would think that they already ain't got no electricity and TV shit. Why would they give women rights? Shit.
Of bodily autonomy, and I think that that is not. Those are the things you're getting in your ear, right? The calls you have to make. You're not getting a call on the gender gap. And I think that the way it's going to play out is going to be very.
Nikki letting her hair grow out, but I don't like her bangs.
Some of the independent.
I want her to flip that shit back some more and get it out of her face.
Some of the, we're
What do you
going
want
to be
Joy to
putting
do?
people in categories.
I love Joy. Joy is on a journey. Joy's on a journey with her hair.
I like her too.
She's on a journey right now. Cause she used to wear wigs and
Wigs
stuff,
all the
but
time.
now she wearing her hair natural. Joy's on a journey. Nikki too. I think she's trying to let her hair grow out, but I don't like these
In
bangs.
the state of
They don't do her
Delaware,
no-
we just had
they
a
don't do her no
presidential
justice.
call in the state of Delaware, but NBC News can now project the Senate race in Delaware. This is an open seat, the seat that had been held by Democrat Tom Carper. So
Hey, yes!
Democrat
That's big.
Lisa Blunt Rochester, NBC News can project
And you
that
love
the
her,
Senate
Lisa
seat in
Blunt.
Delaware will go
Oh, yeah, that's
to
great.
Lisa
I mean, Blunt. Anybody with Blunt in their name
Projection in Delaware.
definitely
In
gotta
the
be good
governor's
people.
race. Governor's race in Delaware
that's good.
goes to the
That's
Democratic.
good.
That's
candidate,
good.
Mark
Yeah,
Meyer.
yeah.
So Delaware.
Okay, but what are the seats that we need to be
Senate
turning?
race and the governor's race all going blue.
And can I just throw in that this
Senate.
is also, the abortion
Senate,
question in
Senate.
Florida also
Yes.
has
We
an
need-
impact
we
across the
need
entire
Senate.
Southeast. Because Florida was the one place that people who are in the South could go to for
Senate
reproductive
races are
care, right? And
Florida,
now
Maryland,
all eyes
Michigan,
turn back to North
Texas,
Carolina, which
Ohio,
will
that's
have
a big
a
one.
Democratic
Sherrod
governor,
Brown,
will
he
retain a
can hold
Democratic
it.
governor.
Bob
It'll be
Casey
interesting
in,
to see if Republicans lose their
Pennsylvania, if he can hold it,
supermajority,
and of course
which
the
they
Ted
have by
Cruz one,
one
that's a big
seat
race.
because one Democrat
So Ron
switched
DeSantis is not
sides
up?
and gave them a supermajority. If they lose that supermajority,
That's what we need to
watch
get
for
rid
North
of.
Carolina to try to reestablish the right to abortion, and then that will leave one other place, because right now,
That's just
women
makes me
in the
sad.
South have to drive all the way
It's,
to
that to me
Maryland
is just feel
or
like
Virginia.
y'all
And
love
so there's
taking
a
poison.
real issue of
He is
women
nothing but
who
poison.
potentially could lose their lives or
that's
become
for sure.
extremely ill because the whole South has become an abortion wasteland.
Lawrence, as you've been watching these couple of hours of results that we've had come in thus far, what's caught your eye?
Well, I just want to go back
South
to Lisa
Carolina,
Blunt Rochester
Mississippi,
actually winning that
Florida,
Senate seat in Delaware. That's a
Oklahoma,
former
all-
Senate staffer,
all red.
working
Damn it.
her way up all the way. It's
But
one
now,
of
if
those
you
great
look
stories of this
up in
candidate
the
coming
north,
in there. And
the
it wasn't a foregone
northwest,
conclusion. She had
up
to
in that
mount
area,
a serious
yeah.
campaign to do it. She had to run a primary.
But they
She
electoral.
made it all the way.
California's
As we
big,
watch the
Carolina.
Senate unfold tonight, so far, the
Greg Abbott
Democrats
ain't up
have,
either.
in fact, lost only one seat.
He's not up either?
And
Greg
they
Abbott?
have big hopes for Florida, which
Those are the
it's been
demons they
come
got to
true.
get out of there.
The other big hope is Texas. And so for the Democrats, the possible
Man,
pickup from
Trump will do
Texas
so
in the
much
Senate
damage
is the
if
big
he
thing
get in
they're
there.
watching.
And of course, watching
He gonna
the
give
challenge
Ukraine
Democratic
away.
incumbents in Montana
Yeah.
and in Ohio.
Can they
Take
hang
it
on?
on. Yeah.
And
They
that
racist
is a
too.
big question. We don't know.
Ukraine.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
but I don't want
Steve,
them to
I
be-
was watching some of the Pennsylvania
I don't
vote
want them- I
coming
don't want
in.
them-
Steve, what do we got?
Yeah, and again, now a little bit more than 10% statewide, and heavily the vote by mail here. That's why you see such a massive Harris lead. Not just heavily vote by mail, but heavily Philadelphia
out when they were
and Pittsburgh
letting
here,
people out of the
Allegheny
country.
County.
They
Those
come
are
out
the
when
two
the war
biggest in the
first
state.
broke
So,
out in
I mean,
Ukraine.
why don't we just give you a
And,
sense
they
here
showed on
over the next
TV,
couple hours
they
as
were boarding
Pennsylvania
trains.
starts to take
They wouldn't
shape?
let the black people
What
Yeah,
we're gonna be
told them
looking
that
at,
you
because
can't
this
get
could
on
be
and tell all
absolutely
the
critical,
alpha, you know.
obviously, when we start talking about road to 270 scenarios. So, first
Stays,
of all,
what's
for
up,
Democrats in Philadelphia, it's just a question of margin. Harris is going to win this very big, but let me just show you what happened in 2020. This is what it looked like, and this was a margin for Democrats. You can see 5 and 603,000,
That's Philadelphia County.
32,000. That is a margin of about 470,000 votes for Democrats out of Philadelphia.
See, when he
I
get
think
the
one of
right
the numbers
with
to
his
keep an
finger
eye
and
on
shit,
as
too
Philadelphia
serious.
and Pennsylvania comes in is, does that get up to, if that got to 500,000, maybe set that as a bit of a benchmark here. If Democrats Democrats can get that up to 500,000, I think they'll be feeling very good about what they can do in Pennsylvania. Can they drive that number up? Because, while this is a big number for Democrats, this 81-18 victory for Biden over Trump, there was a little bit of slippage there. This is just the city of Philadelphia. A little bit of slippage there.
Is that all? It's not all in.
To what they used to get out of Philadelphia. It's because in 2020, in part, Trump made gains with Hispanic voters in Hispanic precincts and neighborhoods of Philadelphia. So that's one of the things to watch tonight. Democrats are getting a big margin, but how big? Is it going north of 470? Is it getting up to 5? Or does this tick down another point or two in either direction here? So we're going to be looking out of that in Philadelphia. The other big thing, look, the collar counties of Philadelphia, these four right here. It's Delaware County, Chester County, Montgomery County, and Bucks County. Take them in almost two sections here. Take these three together. Delaware County, where we do have a little bit of vote, can show you right now. Core Democratic county. This is a little bit more racially diverse.
I'm trying to figure out why would you want anything
It's just about running up the number for
He's
Democrats.
faking. He got fake wives coming in. Like, why would you want? He's so plastic.
He's a con man.
He's literally a snake salesman. Yeah, he has communication 101 down, and people don't understand that he is a heterosexual, fucking white, aggressive man. So him saying I'm really good, I'm really good. Everybody thinks I'm good. That's the number one.
And if you notice, ain't nobody got no sense because
everybody else is terrible.
Terrible. They IQ is too low. They got good sense.
Pennsylvania is the Democratic base is
It seemed like they would get tired of hearing them say the same old thing over and over.
And the same lies, and then just go fucking
massive margins.
research how fucking wrong he is.
Rural blue-collar areas of the state. And what's happened is the Democratic base has become more geographically concentrated into cities
Oh
and
my
metro
God.
areas.
Just let him blow up.
Places that I say,
What
keep
is
saying,
that?
but it's what the stats show. High concentrations of college degrees. So what the Democrats increasingly need to do is just focus on running up margins in those places that can offset the Trump gains elsewhere in the state. So that's what these three counties are all about. Bucks is a big one, about 450,000 people here. It's a little bit different. This is a true swing county here. How this one goes tonight could tell us a lot about how the state is going. It's just, it's more blue collar than these other collar counties. So we're going to be watching there. South Central, Pennsylvania, sort of this region in here, Harrisburg, Lancaster,
Anything South
York.
Central should be
This is
black.
actually an area, there are some Republican counties in here, but this is an area where Trump had some slippage. Cumberland County, this is an area where Trump had some slippage in 2020, a potential area of growth here for Democrats. We're going to keep an eye on this region. Western Pennsylvania, you see a lot of blue here again.
They
because
do.
it's
They
run
only
by
watch
that,
Fox, so they don't know what's really
They
going
don't
on.
know.
And this is, when they say Trump has been running up the score, these are the counties where he gets 65, 70, 75%
And why would
of
you
the
keep
all
watching
in this part of the state. And I think where the game
telling us
maybe
the
won or
line so
lost
much they
in
got sued
Pennsylvania
for
is going to be
$494 million.
northeast Pennsylvania. We
I'd had to pay
at
up
the start of the night, but I'll go back
for
to it
line.
again. Going to be paying a lot
I
of
wouldn't even
attention
come
to
to tell them
Lackawanna
that.
County, and we've got about a quarter of the vote
Exactly.
here. Again, this is the vote by mail, but here's the story in Lackawanna County where
Wait
the
a minute,
city of
West
Scranton is.
Virginia?
This
Really?
was pre-Trump a big Democratic bastion. Trump, look at that. He almost won this in 2016. What a shift. Democrats actually
Naffy bouncing
jumped up
back
to
and
close to a
forth.
10-point win here in
that's kinda
2020.
good.
Was that because Joe Biden and his
He's going back
Scranton
to
ties? Was
16
that
to
because
20,
of something else
25.
changing attitudes
Yeah,
towards
he
Trump?
just
Perhaps? Big question here. There's a lot of counties like this in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin. Big question here is, can Trump get this back to 2016 levels, or really, can he win this county? That's what he wants to be doing. And
We
there's
gotta
also
win that
a lot
one.
of these counties in this sort of stretch of the state right here. You've got a lot of counties with substantial Hispanic populations. That's the other thing that the Trump campaign has been talking about. Maybe Berks is where the city of Reading is. Reading is about 2/3 Hispanic. Largest concentration of
kidding me right
Hispanic
now?
voters anywhere in the state. Trump actually, he lost the city of Reading. He made gains there in
Can you
2020.
get that,
He made gains in a lot of these small, mid-sized cities in Pennsylvania, so this part of the state right here that have
You want me to take
substantial
it off?
Hispanic populations. His campaign is betting a lot on that being a trend that continues this election, and there being improvement for Trump in those small, mid-sized cities and the counties around them. So we're going to be paying attention to that as it comes in. So again, Democrats just need to get massive margins out of Philadelphia. Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and the suburbs right around them.
Go to state.
And Trump needs to get back to his 2016 levels in the blue-collar parts of the state. Again, it's pretty much just vote by mail that you're seeing there in Pennsylvania. But as this takes shape, that's what we're going to be looking for. And just take a quick look back here at Georgia. We've been monitoring everything. I will tell you this. One thing I've been looking at, and this is the clearest thing yet in terms of completed counties, you're always looking to see when you have all the vote in a county and you compare it to the last election and you say, is there a trend? So one of the things, there's like 3 or 4 of these categories we're looking at, but one of them we said is the rural counties in Georgia.
Y'all know fuck. I ain't know this even on my damn TV.
We now have 15, maybe 20 of them that are basically complete right now. Very small, but in just about all of them,
That's
Trump
hilarious.
is running a point to 3 points better than he did in 2020. And that was one of our questions in Georgia. Is Trump going to slip a couple of potentially critical points in his core parts of the state?
Have they counted
Not
California
seeing
yet?
that there. But there's a lot more, obviously, we're going
You still
to be looking
voting?
for as Georgia continues to come in.
All right, as we continue to watch that vote come in, as Steve continues to parse those results, we're looking ahead toward 9 o'clock Eastern time. Just a few minutes from now, polls are going to be closing in a wave of crucial and interesting states. We're going to have poll closings in Arizona, Colorado, Iowa, Nebraska, Wisconsin, Michigan, and more. We're going to get to all of it. Stay with us.
What y'all think?
I have moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Thanks to Skyrizi,
This is exactly how
skin. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections, or a lower ability to fight them.
Yeah.
Tell your doctor if you have an infection or
And man, if she
a
get
vaccine or
in North Carolina, if she gets that,
Virginia's already close.
Well, he already won West Virginia.
Just about Skyrizi. Learn how AbbVie can help you save.
Take a breath of fresh air with the Stanley Steamer Air Duct Cleaner. We clean over 10 million feet of air ducts each year.
Did you say deliberate?
That's by us, removing the contaminants from your home. Your air ducts are clean until they're Stanley Steamer clean.
I'm pretty sure it's
Moments make up the story of your life. But as you get older, you can miss them because of severe flu, COVID-19, or RSV. So get vaccinated because your presence makes all the difference.
It's gotta be right in my fucking
The
middle.
ones who got who runs this valley. Trying to remind them.
The only thing left to do is kill as much as you can before they kill you.
I've never watched that show. They said it's good.
Watch on Paramount Network.
Gum problems
That's
could be the
Lenny.
start
He
of the
said he was
domino
right
effect. Parodontic's active gum repair breath freshener. Clinically proven to help reverse the 4 signs of early gum disease. The toothpaste from Parodontics, the gum experts.
We made him eat ribs and dress it.
At Harbor Freight, we
was
design
horrible.
and test our own tools and sell them directly to you. No middlemen, just quality tools you can trust at prices you'll love. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
So silly.
My mental health is better, but uncontrollable movements called TD, tardive dyskinesia.
Okay, well, why did you? Okay.
TD
See, I hate
is
these
embarrassing.
Wait, relax.
Disconnecting. I asked my doctor about treating
Say that on public radio. She likes
I like. Of course, I like the
they help people. She doesn't mean it that way. There's just a lot of them.
Suicidal thoughts or actions.
She likes it.
With Huntington's disease. Call your doctor.
Gotta help people with diabetes.
Sudden behavior, mood changes, or suicidal thoughts. Don't take it. Serious side
Oh my
effects
God.
include allergic
They
reactions.
said Virginia's been flipping back and forth.
Yeah.
Sleepiness, the most
Yep.
common side effect.
Virginia, that's gonna be close. We need you, Virginia. Come on. I like that state.
Report fever, stiff muscles, or problems sleeping, as these might be life-threatening. Shaking, stiffness, tremors, and trouble with moving or balance may occur.
Take control by asking your doctor about Ingrezza.
I wanted my car to feel like me. A car is a reflection of its owner, right? My dream car was out there. I just needed to find it at a price less fantasy.
He said,
more
"Oh my God, the
reality."
white guy's
Look at me
funny.
now. Your dreams might be closer than you think.
Our dreams.
Brutal. That's Marissa. Marissa said, "Lady."
Marissa.
Harris won Illinois. Is that true? No.
Actually, there's only 12% reported from Illinois. She's winning.
Okay.
Winning. That's good. They're saying
She gonna
that.
win though, no.
They didn't call that yet, I don't think.
She ain't gonna win in the end. Unless she really rolls.
Monique was ahead.
That wants extra supplemental movement. Maybe you
It's a
want to
big one.
keep your legs active while you work, or you wish to support your therapy at home, or you just want to build strength, increase your mobility, flexibility, and boost your circulation. Ellipse was made for you. Power-assisted exercise that frees your mind to enjoy your favorite seated activities. Just plug it in, place your feet, select your speed, and relax. Ellipse does all the work for you. Call now and order Ellipse.
What about you on recharge? Give it to him. That's my nephew, promise. Why is your screen?
As we are headed toward 9 o'clock Eastern, one of the big poll closings we're going to be watching there is, of course, Arizona. A little bit of news out of Arizona. Arizona Secretary of State Adrian Fuentes announced at a news conference that there were 4 non-credible bomb threats that were directed at Navajo County in Arizona. Again, hoax bomb threats. There are no bombs. There are just these hoax bomb threats that have been phoned in to dozens of locations in Georgia, and now we know to multiple locations in Navajo County. Again, in none of these instances does there appear to have been any actual threat. These are simply hoaxes designed to and cause chaos. Some cases to force evacuations of polling places. It's absolutely enraging. In some cases, officials have attributed these things to Russian origin. Interestingly, in Arizona, they're saying that some of these threats came from a .ru email address, but that is something somebody could spoof. It doesn't necessarily mean that it is from Russia, but it turns out that's going to be a lot of the background noise of today's election day in multiple states.
What do you mean Russia's fucking?
Our friend Jen Psaki is here. Jen, good to have you here on set. Be here. From what you have seen in all the results that we've had come in thus far, as we head towards 9 o'clock, what's going on?
So they trying to
I'm
scare
just
people.
going to give a couple of like everybody.
But that should show everybody how. If you're good and you're so bombed, why you gotta cheat?
Of the poll extension of the poll hours, that is such a big.
I know he is a fucking clown.
It's
like a clown.
Oh,
Who's going up against him?
State, I'm going to say, and then it has not been blue for a long time.
Yeah, but I don't like the Cook's name. That's not gonna win shit.
The other thing that I think is, I'm just going to remind people of, is that these college towns voting, as people are talking about long lines in these college towns, that's a huge deal for the Harris team. Because
He's a fucking clown.
Understandable questions about whether or not young people,
running around with his fist in the air.
Yeah, and they're gonna run when they ran in there. Bitch ass.
Take off.
I wish they would have got it.
From officials in Michigan, I've heard it from officials in Pennsylvania, that there are big, long lines in these college towns, which I don't know that we would have all predicted that a couple of months ago.
I can't even believe that he is up for election. I can't believe that even happened. That Trump is even in this fucking race. We shouldn't even be going through this shit.
Polling young people is impossible.
If you really think about
gets it right.
now
So we
you
don't
can
have
tell
big
your
models
kids
for
when
how
they
many that
coming
will turn
up,
out. We don't
you
actually know
can be
so bad
president
how many will
and a
turn out.
criminal
It
too.
depends on
No, and a criminal
depends
too.
on the weather, it depends on the opinion, it depends on the motivation. And we don't have great models for predicting the turnout, and we have even worse models for predicting how they're gonna vote. So it might be one that, I keep saying, we might not know until late in the night or maybe even tomorrow, but this is one of the most opaque voting groups.
One thing I think, I mean, again, we're early in the evening.
He shouldn't have been eligible. How was he even eligible?
I don't even know how he
The public data.
How he voted, right?
The public
But
polling
he
said
voted. This
is
him
the
and his
closest
wife.
race that we've
No.
ever had.
Yes, they did.
Basically,
Are you
that was the
kidding?
consensus view. And there was a real question about, well, maybe the public polling's wrong.
What?
Maybe it's missed 2 points in one direction or another.
But how is he
We
able
don't
to
know.
vote when he's a
It's
felon?
very early in the evening.
No.
I would say at 8:50, like, it's a very, very close race.
That's a good question. What the fuck is going on? Why are we not?
And the ones that's been in and out, they
Broadly
can't
speaking, that
vote.
this was a very close race is broadly
They criminal.
851 based on the data we have
Trump
about
voted.
what we're seeing
And
so
he's
far. We are seeing
convicted.
signs of a very close race.
I'd say that if you are
I
just
just
joining
wanna
us
understand
right
what's
this
happening.
second at 8:52:06, and I have to summarize what's going on, no surprises.
Yeah, right.
Pretty much that's what's
Yeah.
happened thus
Right.
far. There's been no surprising result anywhere, I don't think. Now, that doesn't mean that the no surprise result for the presidential race will be.
I'm gonna go out and come back in, y'all.
That could be true.
I got 9 minutes left.
The turnout thing, to your point, which is so hard to track, is there are groups both sides are betting on turning out
out, and we don't know if they will or won't. So when you see a huge number in a state like Michigan seems to be from the strategists I've talked to, people in Michigan, higher than they anticipated. Is that good for Trump? Is that good for Harris? We don't know. And that's one of the challenges, because typically, you know, if there's bigger turnout in certain areas, it's good for the Democrats or good for the Republicans. This year, because there's the low propensity male vote that Trump is going after, and there is the quiet vote, as we've been shorthanding it, on the other side, it's harder to know what turnout means in some ways, at least as I've been looking at the early information.
And there's also, let's not forget the mama-driven young people vote, because I have 3 humans that are grown adult children, and you have a lot of young voters who wait till the last minute, who are pushed really hard by their families to vote, pushed by their parents to vote. So you have some of that, of the youth vote that actually reflects what you're seeing in the sort of, grown folks vote, because there are, especially when you're talking about black voters, I'm telling you, the black mamas are making all their kids vote. I made not only my kids, but my bonus son also. I literally, I mean, it was relentless. I have a bonus, you have to have an extra, because I have 3, multi-ball and pinball. So I don't like to be outnumbered with odd numbers. So we have 3, so we add 4, so they can team up, and it kind of dissipates their power.
Wow.
Yeah, gives us more influence. This is always have an extra. We take them on vacation.
Deep insight into your parenting strategy.
Even numbers. Keep me in charge.
I would like to issue an apology to all of those states that we have not mentioned. It's not our fault, it's the founding fathers. They decided on this thing called electoral college, which interestingly, no other country in the world decided to copy. And because of that, in presidential terms, in effect, on nights like this, you have a right to think that it feels like no one cares about
how long does the YouTube
if you're in
thing
California or if you're in New York. And when you think about how enormous a force,
can somebody tell me how long the live on the YouTube works?
There may be nothing quite like it.
This is the first time I ever did it.
California voters ever got to.
Do I just let it keep running? How long did it do?
Matter. There are 7 million people in California who don't vote. They're registered. They don't
vote.
What do you mean? And how many of them would turn out? And oh, by the way, how many more millions would that add to Kamala Harris?
This is nerve-wracking. And then when you hear people are not voting, you just want to smack the shit out of them.
Who don't vote in this presidential election because they know what the outcome is for their state. Most of those, if they voted, would add millions to Kamala Harris. And this electoral college problem is one that
I know. I'm freaking out too. I don't know what to tell you.
Never has before.
Just meet me at the airport because we gotta get the fuck out of
Let me
here.
just jump over to Alex Wagner with the insiders. We're about
This is
4.5
Lenny.
minutes
That's Lenny.
from this next
Say hey, Lenny.
closing.
Lenny Marquez.
You guys have been talking about what you've been hearing about some of the specific swing states that we don't yet have a result in.
We sure have, Rachel. Thank you. I'm with Maria Teresa Kumar, Michael Steele, and Simone Sanders. Simone, Michigan is among the tranche of states that are going to be.
What are you gonna want to go all worked up in the fucking first hour? Get the fuck out of here.
They're all collated. Yes, they are. What are you hearing about the vote in Michigan? We know it's tight, as they all are.
Yes, all my Democratic friends is very tight, and they don't want to make predictions. People are hesitant to say that they're encouraged. They're encouraged by what they're seeing in Detroit specifically. Even with some of the...
they say you know something we don't.
I know this for myself. There were some gaps within the Detroit operation when it comes to the Harris Wells campaign. But even with the gaps, they're encouraged by what they're seeing in those numbers, and very encouraged, like in all of the other battleground states, by what they're seeing on the college campuses. Those cities with large college campuses, the college students getting information. And that is going to matter.
Maria Teresa, we have some national polling about exit polling about and they seem to be breaking for Donald Trump, which is a very big difference from 2020 when they broke for Joe Biden by 23 points. They may be breaking for Trump by as many as 10
Who's these
points.
people? Oh, that's Coach.
Early.
That's Coach.
Can you talk to me about your thoughts on those numbers and what that might portend for a state like Pennsylvania, where there's a huge Latino population?
Who's the lady in the white suit?
Because a lot of
Who's
these
she?
polls, it really
Who's that
depends
lady?
on where you're standing, what's precinct you're in. So is the volume of the Latino voter representative that person? We don't know.
Maria Teresa Kumar.
Exit polls
Why the Latinos don't vote right?
Because they don't have, and I don't think they identify as Latino.
Knocking on doors. And I can share with you the folks that we were able to talk to. Most of them had already voted, and they had voted for Harris.
When I was talking to Catherine Clark and her team, they basically guesstimated that they were knocking at 2,000 doors in Pennsylvania a minute. If you were to ask me in that whole red part of Pennsylvania, what I'm looking at Reading, because that is very much a union town, and people were very upset. Not so much supporting housing, but really upset at the Madison Square Garden coming out and coming up together.
Oh, what? We're going shopping where?
University, people have been waiting in line for 7 hours.
It's a party in line.
It's a party line.
They're FaceTiming in. Celebrities are FaceTiming in Pennsylvania from the campaign side to tell people to stay in line.
Right, and so if you look at how much the Harris campaign spent close to $400 million just in Pennsylvania. They understand that that's the holy grail, and between the Latino vote, and I do think the labor vote and the young vote is very hard to actually analyze, because some of them could be registered to vote right now, some of them are not on landlines, so I think those are going to be across the country. Those are going to be the two populations that people say, what really happened, you actually don't know. And none of the black box actually recognize it.
The kids are always a black box. Even more so this election season. Michael Steele, let's talk about the Senate. We're getting various degrees of bullishness. Claire McCaskill was here talking about Chuck Schumer. We know that Justice has won Manchin seat in West Virginia. The Senate is officially split here. What can you tell us?
Well, the other race that a lot of people were focused on was in my home state of Maryland with Governor Larry Hogan and my county executive, Angela Alsobrooks, and that race has been called for the Democrat, for Angela. So in terms of the status quo ante, that stays in place. The Dems did not lose a seat that some feared they would. And it does speak to a very fundamental thing, and I think it kind of wraps into the other aspects of what we're talking about, that people need to just calm down. When you're running against history, guess what? That's a hard hill to climb. And I think there's a lot more game out there, so just relax, y'all.
Everybody simmer down. That's the message from the insider.
Please simmer down, people. Simmer down.
Thank you, Alex. I should mention, Michael Steele just said that the Maryland Senate race has been called. NBC News has not made a projection in the Maryland Senate race at this hour. I will let you know, though, as soon as we do. It is 9 o'clock on the East Coast. And let's look at some calls. We got a lot of states closing. NBC News can project at this hour in the Michigan presidential race that it is too early to call. In the just as crucial swing state of Wisconsin, NBC News can project in the presidential race that it is too early to call. In the equally crucial swing state of Arizona, NBC News projects that the presidential race is too close to call. In the great state of Texas, NBC News projects that there is a winner, that Donald Trump has won in the great state of Texas.
Well, if he won Texas, he got some 40 electoral votes.
In North Dakota, the winner is Donald Trump. NBC News also projects a winner in the presidential race in South Dakota. The winner is Donald Trump.
That's a good question.
NBC News also projects a winner in the Wyoming presidential race. The winner is Donald Trump.
Wyoming? What's Wyoming?
In the great state of New York, NBC News projects that the presidential race is too early to call.
We knew that.
In the great and now very closely watched state of Iowa, NBC News projects that the presidential race is too early to call. NBC News projects also that the presidential race in Minnesota is too early to call. NBC News projects that the presidential race in Nebraska is too early to call. NBC News projects that the presidential race in Colorado is too early to call.
Is that too small?
The projection in Louisiana is that it is too early to call the presidential race. The projection for the Kansas presidential race is that it is too early to call. And back to the Southwest, in New Mexico, NBC News projects that the presidential race is too early to call.
Okay, so is that good that some of these places are too early to call?
Those races called thus far, with
some are like
Donald Trump standing at 154 electoral votes, Kamala Harris at 30 electoral votes. Looking back at the battleground states that have yet to be called, just recapping from earlier poll closings, in Georgia, we've got just shy of 2/3 of the vote in. It is too close to call, a difference of just over 200,000 votes between the two candidates.
That's very close. That's what the fuck, North Carolina? What is wrong with y'all people, yo?
They're only at 36%.
Pennsylvania. Not even 20%
That's
of
kind of
voting
good though, right
in
there, right?
Pennsylvania.
See,
And it is
16%
too
in
early to
Pennsylvania.
call.
Is that good?
Yeah,
Let's look
16%.
at
I
some
mean,
of the
that's
Senate
again
races,
too early
starting
to
with the
call.
key and
16%
very
is
interesting
nothing.
Senate race
Oh,
in the
no,
great state of
no,
Texas. Again, we've got a presidential race called in Texas, but in the Senate race between incumbent Republican Ted Cruz and his Democratic challenger.
Why would
it's
you
been
still
called
want
already.
Ted
It is
Cruz
in the
as your
Texas
fucking
Senate race.
senator?
Too early to call. Let's now look at the Arizona Senate race. NBC News projecting that this is
Oh,
also
please beat that raggedy
Harry
hair face down.
Oh,
Bitch ass.
Ruben Gallego.
Oh, that sounds. He just looks like a dickhead, so beat him, please. Please beat him. Dickhead with a mustache.
NBC News projects in Wisconsin, it is too early to call. In the closely watched Michigan Senate race, where Democrat Alyssa Slotkin is up against
Okay, listen, I don't trust you, but I trust you more than that. I don't trust you though, Alyssa. You don't look trustworthy.
Very interesting Nebraska.
Oh, wow, look at that, we were just there.
We was just in Nebraska.
He's an independent.
Is that good?
That's an independent.
He's an independent, which is
They know
better than
that
her.
they
She's a
know
Trump.
that. Yeah, they know that.
Not that he,
back.
yeah, no,
Yeah.
he's very, he's red. We were just there, we saw the ads.
42
Yeah.
Republicans
But he's
seated. We've got
he's
33 Democrats seated.
He's
This
like,
reflects one seat
I can't
gained by the
explain it. Like,
Republican
she was
Party
in
in
the-
West Virginia,
when they
the
were showing
seat
the
vacated by
commercials.
outgoing independent
She's like, she's
Joe
in Trump's
Manchin.
pocket, she's
Let's
bought by
go
Trump,
back
blah,
down
blah,
to
blah. I'm an
Florida, where
independent,
we've
but
got
I'm
a
all
call
for it.
in the
All Trump's
abortion rights
policies.
measure.
You know
In
what I mean?
So
Florida,
he's
this
like Trump
Amendment
too.
4 would enshrine
not
abortion
bad.
rights in
Yes,
Florida.
he is.
This, as you see here, has 57% yes and 43% no, but 60%
Wait a minute.
is the threshold
What?
the yes side needed
Oh,
to meet
is this
in
bad?
Florida for
Wait.
the right to abortion
Wait
ballot
a minute.
measure, the amendment to Florida
57%.
state constitution. NBC News can project that the abortion rights measure in Florida will fail. It will fall short of a 60%
Oh, you need
threshold.
60%. Oh.
Finally, let's look
Are
at
you
one
kidding?
governor's
Florida's
race.
the worst state.
We've got a governor's race to look at in
I'm
North
so
Dakota.
confused.
And the
No
governor's race in
marijuana,
North
no
Dakota at this
abortion.
hour,
They're very,
NBC
very
News is
red right
projecting.
So no weed, no abortion. They just
People
you
were
fucked in
Florida
Florida.
is very,
Florida
very
needs to
red.
fucking drown. We need to flood Florida.
Attention, all the Jews, get out.
Hoping was within their reach.
The
here.
fuck?
Was that Florida abortion
You're
rights
not
measure.
helping, get out.
Actually, as you were talking about earlier in detail, and Nicole as well. Again, it looks like
No,
it's going to
literally,
win. To Chris's
we
earlier
should
point,
just
by a
They were
very
stop
large
support
margin, but
for
not a large
Here's the
enough
first
margin to
thing
put it
they
over
really
60
want.
points,
Leslie, everything
which
looks
is what they need to
exactly
get a yes.
right now
And
how
this is the
people
reason that
predicted it.
Republicans wanted that 60
Florida,
vote
people
threshold
thought could get
because,
close.
and that they
Nice.
tried to do in
People
Ohio.
are totally wrong.
Well, that's a bad thing.
Well, they were wrong with Florida. They
His
were wrong about
political
a lot of
future
other stuff
on
too.
Hey, you
being
can put an
That's the
extender
first
on
one
that
that I
shit.
see that
When you
they're
close
really
it,
denying women
Here's-
their
when you
rights
close it, you can put
over
the
their own
extender.
bodies. He's competing, obviously, with the governor of Texas. He's thinking about a future in which he would like to inherit
Texas,
Donald
too.
Trump's
Texas is gonna
evangelical,
go
white evangelical
red.
base. And
And it's
he's decided that
What?
this is his marker, and he's been
They're
willing
gonna
to
be wrong.
use
Texas,
really
I
the
thought
awesome
blue.
powers of the state to
Oh,
try to
yeah.
intimidate.
I just
and
don't
bully,
understand someone
even
with
television
brains
stations in the state
walking
against
into a
running
booth
ads in
and
favor
actually
of that
voting for that piece of
non-protection.
shit.
So it will defy all of the other states,
Yeah,
including
right.
very, very red states that have protected women. Florida, in a lot of ways, it's going to be interesting. And
But he
you know,
was
when Stephanie's back, it will be interesting
Let
to
him get
talk
there. He
about
was shown.
what Florida's future looks like as a place that can attract
When he disbanded the
corporate
news,
headquarters and investment in a
CNN,
state where the governor
MSNBC,
routinely bullies
all
companies,
of them that-
routinely
everybody
sues
was
companies that displease him,
And he
sues
lied.
Disney, sues cruise lines,
Shit,
bullies
whatever he
schools
got.
about mask mandates, bullies TV stations about what ads
And
they
ain't
can
nothing
run.
gonna
It's
get
a
out
pure
what he wants to
Project
get out, just
2025
like
administration
Tim
in
Dawes.
Florida, and that kind of
Nicholas.
extremist right-wing fascist type government in Florida, does that make it a more attractive place? Or does it make it more like some of the other
No,
southern
how
states
about
that
nobody
don't allow
vacation in Florida no
investment
more?
in
How
that?
about
And
Florida
it's-
needs
I
to
mean,
fucking
also
die
to
with a
be
big dick?
international
Like, I want the vampires now to attack them. Now. Now is the time, Florida. To attack Florida.
They will now continue.
You
to
can now have Florida vampires.
incredibly draconian 6-week abortion ban, which is going to make it hard to persuade any large company that they should move their female staff there, let alone any of their staff that has female.
making fun of, go ahead.
in what is another triumph of the minority.
Okay, see, when they get it from that angle, I kind of like the hair that Vicky got, but when they get it from the side, it looks like a helmet. I don't like that. They need to flip that shit back a little bit more, just like take the comb and run it through that side and let it feather a little bit, like Farrah Fawcett.
A Republican-defined minority rule government, which is intentionally designed and structured to be minority rule government.
Wait till you hear about the filibuster.
Yeah. The motion fails 57-43. You're like, the motion fails?
Nicole, I want to get you on this, and then we're going to go back to Steve.
All I was going to say is don't lose sight of the number.
See the front shot?
Because
cute.
Harris's gender gap takes up to 57%.
But when they do it on the side, it just looks...
57% of all voters in Florida voted for abortion access. If that number tells us a story about how people voted in a deep red state that wasn't even a toss-up, as Lauren said, we apologize to all the states they've been talking about. 57% of Florida voted for
stop buying Teslas.
Is it important?
Start buying electric cars. Start buying electric cars from somewhere else.
Harris comes in with all voters, with men and women. If that question was number one, it might be a long night, but it could be a very good night.
For one idiot to
have. I can see from your board there that you're looking at North Carolina numbers.
Yeah, so we've got some counties where we've got, a lot, maybe all of the votes that I think are very significant. We highlighted at the start of the night in North Carolina, right outside Charlotte, this county right here, Union County in red. It's a core suburban Republican county, and it's one of those gigantic, first of all. And second of all, it's one of those where Trump still won it in 2020, but he lost ground. Key question tonight, would he lose further ground? That's what Democrats are trying to do in Union County. We basically got all the vote in Union County now. You can see Trump, that's about a 25.5-point margin. Compare that to 4 years ago, Trump won it by 24. So no, Trump did not lose ground. In fact, he gained back a little bit here in Union County. That is what his campaign wants to see. They did not want any more slippage. You can go next door from Union County and you see another trend that I think we're starting to see pretty clearly in North Carolina. And I'll show you that now. This is Anson County. Again, just about complete. This is a rural county with a large black population. And one of the concerns for Democrats was they believed the turnout in recent elections among African Americans in these rural counties has been lower than they need. When Barack Obama ran and won the state in 2008, he did very well, won a lot of these counties. The question is, would Democrats improve in these counties tonight? What they've said about the ground
I'm nauseous.
Ticket thinking this might help. So you see it right there.
Anybody who said they weren't going to vote, you unfollow me now, you piece of shit.
4 points, 4 years
North
ago.
Carolina, just so you know, they're showing North Carolina. North Carolina went Trump last time.
Large African American population. A lot of counties that are similar to that are here in the eastern part of North Carolina. And again, we're starting to get most, if not all, the results. Vance County here.
What does it look like right now?
African American heavy population. Biden won by 19 tonight. Harris just
about
about
it
all the
is-
vote in.
Well, North Carolina,
So 12 points right there. They're next door to Warren County.
Okay, that's good, right?
Tonight, 20 for Kamala Harris, just about all the voted. I think you might be starting to see the pattern here. Bergen County, majority African American, rural. Biden, 21.5 points 4 years ago. Tonight, about 17 points. Still a little bit to come there, but Harris behind the Biden number so far. You can look down at Martin County. Again, large black population. Trump 4 years ago. Tonight, 13, with about 20% more to come. That's the pattern we're seeing very clearly, I think, in these rural counties with significant African American populations, where turnout and support level was a concern for Democrats. One thing you have to add in a lot of these counties, too, is that it may not just be turnout. There is also declining population in a lot of these counties, too, that it might be affecting Democrats as well. But again, that's a pretty clear pattern right there. The other pattern that we're seeing in North Carolina statewide, we're tracking this, is because, again, a lot of what comes out first in these counties is the early vote, is the in-person vote, it's the mail-in vote. Then what comes reported after that is the same thing. You want to see are there partisan differences between how those votes are going. So far, we are finding that Trump is doing better with the election day voters than he did with the pre-election, with the early voters. So as you get, when you get to 80% in a county, generally what's left to come, not uniformly, but generally is going to be that same day vote. We're finding that that's a better, a stronger vote for Trump. What the Democrats are looking for here right now, take a look at Wake County. This is the biggie. This is, the state capitals here, the heart of the triangle, 3/4 of
Oh my God. Okay, that's good.
For Democrats is just drive off the margin as big as they can. So look, it's 26.5 points in 2020 for Biden. You know, it's a little bit stronger than for Harris. That's what they want to see. They want to get the number up in Wake. They want to get the number up. You know, Mecklenburg County is the other giant one. We don't have too much in right there. There's also been a question in North Carolina about, about this part of the state. When you get into the Blue Ridge Mountains, it was so affected by the hurricane. Is that going to affect turnout levels? Is that going to affect results at all? A couple of things we can tell you. Most of this region is Republican. Most of these counties are rural and heavily Republican. I don't know why I just did that. They're mostly rural and heavily Republican, and we can just show you, you're starting to get, it's tiny, but this is what you see in the rural, heavily Republican mountain counties that are getting close to fully complete. Trump hitting that 2020 number, maybe going even a little bit north of it, and you can just see in terms of the turnout question here, which everybody's had in the wake of the hurricane. Look, 3857, 839. You're at about 4,700 votes. In 2016, it was 37. They're a little bit above 2020 level here. I think if you're above 2020, that is, of course, an all-time record for turnout. That indicates, I don't think there's an indication there. That's one county, but we're seeing it elsewhere. A big turnout issue.
I don't like these blue counties. I just don't know what he's thinking.
The big one is Buncombe. That's where Asheville is. Now, we have about half here with the same data comp. If this were to hold, Democrats would be very happy with what's happening in Buncombe County because they depend on this to run up big margins here. But again, still to come is that election day vote that we think is more Republican. So is this vote going to come down for Democrats? Let's see as that comes in. They want to be hitting a number north of what Biden did. The other county that's just about complete, and it is a blue county, it's where Appalachian State University is. I can show you that. Watauga County, just about all in right now. And again, Biden won this thing by a little over 8 points. It's at about 7 right now. Democrats, not a huge county, but Democrats in counties like this. There's a big academic institution. There's a pretty good concentration of students, of college degrees, a lot of these ingredients for Democratic success. They want to be driving up the numbers in those places. Another place like that is Orange County. University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill is here. This is basically on par for Democrats, even a touch above what they did in 2020. That's what they want to see. One other place I could just flag here, this is Carrabas County. This, of all the counties, of all the 100 in North Carolina, this is the one that swung the most to Democrats in the last election. Again, right outside Charlotte, it's growing, it's diversifying, it's pretty quickly diversifying. So again, you can see Democrats want to make further progress. Trump won this thing by almost 20 in 2016. And again, look at that. It came down to single digits in 2020. This is another test tonight. This is a place where Democrats want to really keep that momentum going early, but that's when we're going to keep an eye on there. But again, you can see those trends. Trump in the big suburban test outside Charlotte, I'd say he probably passes that test in Union County. And the Democrats so far in these rural counties with large black populations, not getting what they hoped for there. Still to come, though. We want to see how Wake finishes. We want to see Mecklenburg, the Triad. You got Greensboro. Again, we don't have a ton here. In Greensboro, Forsyth County, where Winston-Salem is. So still a bit more to come there. And then Georgia, 70% in there. Continuing with an advantage
in my closet real quick, because I am freaking out.
More clarity in the metro.
The fact that he's ahead in anywhere.
About this, Democrats wanting to improve margins here. That's what they need to do. Cobb County is a place, where this was a Republican stronghold not long ago, where Democrats are running up the score lately. You see what happened in 2020. Biden won here by 14 points. Currently, 78% of the vote is in. Harris, this is the early vote likely. Harris is winning here by 16. The concern for Democrats is the remaining vote, we suspect, is that election day vote, a little bit more Republican friendly. The 16 would be a very good margin for Democrats in Cobb, but does that come down? If it falls below that 2020 level, that's very alarming for Democrats. Fulton County, again, we've got the early vote in here, and now some of the same day as well. Look at that. It looks exactly like it did in 2020. Wow. Democrats want to grow that a little more. Again, concern for them. It's a big blue county, but if what's still to come in Fulton is a little less blue, and that number slips below 2020, that's a trouble sign for Democrats. We flagged Fayette County early in the night. would this one flip? If the blob, I call it the blue blob there, was going to expand, this is the place. It's not quite all in, but almost all in right now. You see Trump with a 2.5-point lead. Now, that is progress for Democrats from 2020. This was a 7-point race in 2020, so it's progress for Democrats. Will it be enough progress? Again, those other big, giant suburban counties there are going to tell a lot of that story. Finally have a
do they not understand that women's health care is at risk here? It's just really fucking scary right now.
It has transformed demographically in the last generation.
Why would you want that piece of shit to be your president?
County is now one of the most diverse in the country.
You fucking
Democrats,
losers.
you can see Biden won here by 18 points in 2020. And again, the Democratic margin here, it's just been, look at this, in 2016, it was a single-digit race. It became almost 20 in 2020. Democrats want this over 20 tonight. Let's see, it's early there, but that's a key one just because of the size and because of the trajectory. So again, oh, and we can also just take a look. I said these sort of exurban fringe Atlanta metro counties.
I think America
the question here is, do they become less red? The biggest of them is Cherokee County, and we got almost all of Cherokee County now. This is where Canton, Georgia is, one of the wealthiest counties in the state of Georgia here. Take a look. This is what happened in 2020. Donald Trump won here by 39.2 points. Tonight, he's winning it. You can see almost the same as about a 0.3 of a point off. The Trump campaign, let's see here, they don't want big slippage. They're not big slippage. I think they would have liked to claw back a little bit more here, but they're not losing ground. And there are scenarios where that's enough for them in Georgia. You can look next door. It's Forsyth County. Now, this is another. This is very wealthy. This is a biggie you can see in terms of votes. This is a place where Trump lost substantial ground in 2020.
Stupid ass
bulk of the vote is in. Same day still for Trump growth here. He's already overperforming.
Handmaid's Tale, them bitches in the brown.
He finished in 2020. That's an encouraging one for Republicans. You can just kind of complete this loop quickly. I'll just show you some of them here. Again, Hall County is one, almost all in. Trump had slippage here in 2020. You see, he's improved by about 1.5 points here. Not major, but this was a state that was decided by a fraction of a point in 2020. So any shift is significant. Barrow County, almost all in. Again, Trump had slippage here in 2020. A little bit more slippage here tonight for Trump. You can see Harris running 1.5 points better than Biden did. Trump basically level with 2020. And you can take a look down here, Walton County. Again, this is the early vote in Walton County. Trump had slippage here in 2020. 49 points, believe it or not, was slippage for the Republican. Tonight, 46. This is the early vote. Again, same day. Does it get back to 49? Does it get back to 50? That's what Trump wants with the remaining vote there. I think we've got just about all of Douglas County in right now. And again, Douglas County is one of these demographically. It's fast growing. It's transforming politically. It's diversifying. And you can see here, Democrats, it looks like Douglas have achieved what they want to do here. Biden won this thing by 25 points in 2020, just about all in. Now Harris has it north of 30 points. That is something Democrats want to see there. So again, we zoom out statewide. It's a 6-point lead right now. We could also check in if you want. We could just take a look. We've got it marked off on here, and I'll show you. This is, we were talking about this in North Carolina, same in Georgia. There's a lot of rural counties with large African-American populations, and the question for Democrats is, can they improve? They'd like to improve turnout-wise, vote performance-wise, obviously, relative to last time. So again, I think we showed you earlier, Baldwin is just about all in. This is a change. This was a blue county in 2020. It's flipped over to Trump. All the vote is in right now. Look, you can see here, Wilkes County, just about all the vote is in. Trump by 17. Trump won this thing, by about 13 points and change in 2020. So we're seeing a bit of what we saw in North Carolina, Randolph County. Very small, but a lot of this is in right now. Biden won it by 9 in 2020. It's sitting there at about 8 points right now. What's left to be reported out in Randolph County is going to be that same day vote. We're seeing this in a fair number of these counties too. It's a bit similar, I think, to what we're looking at to what we're seeing so far in North Carolina. Here's another one, very small, but again, this is a large black population. 19 points here in 2020. Tonight it's sitting at about 16.5 with just about all the votes. And again, these slight differences in a state like Georgia can make all the difference. We have all these millions of votes. We expect about 5 million votes. And in 2020, we're separated by 12,000 of them. So again, if there's any slippage for Democrats here off that 2020 number,
I forgot to get something for you.
right now Harris is at 72.6. This is the biggest single county in Georgia. 72.6, 72.6. If this number starts dropping with the remaining vote, with that remaining same-day vote to come in, even though that looks like an enormous Democratic win, and by numbers it is, it may not be enormous enough. The Democrats don't want any slippage there, so we'll be paying close attention to that one too, Rachel, as we get more from Georgia.
All right, Steve, we've got a few updates since we have last checked in. The NBC News projection in the state of Rhode Island that there's a winner in the Rhode Island presidential contest. Kamala Harris is projected to win the presidential race in Rhode Island. NBC News can also project in Mississippi that the winner of the presidential contest is Donald Trump. NBC News can also project in Louisiana that the winner of the presidential contest is Donald Trump. A couple of other interesting updates for you. Back to Delaware. This is a historic outcome in a House race. So this is the Delaware House seat, an at-large House seat. This is an open seat because the incumbent was Lisa Blunt Rochester, who just won a U.S. Senate seat in Delaware tonight. When she left that seat and opened it up, the Democrat running for it is Sarah McBride, the Republican running for it is John Whalen. NBC News can project that Sarah McBride has won that seat. And I mentioned that this is a historic win because Sarah McBride will be the first openly transgender member of Congress, and she has just won this seat tonight in Delaware. Congratulations to her. I should also mention that's another race that would not necessarily make national news, except for a very important piece of it that will become immediately clear to you in one moment, which is that our affiliate, NBC affiliate in Georgia, WXIA, has now made its own call in the Fulton County District Attorney's race. Again, we wouldn't generally be following individual district attorneys' races in the national news, but this is the Fani Willis race. Fani Willis is the district attorney in Fulton County who brought the RICO prosecution against Donald Trump and a number of co-defendants. Fani Willis has been re-elected to a second term in a considerable margin by voters in Fulton County, Georgia, tonight. And one other piece of news to bring you. NBC News can now report that the FBI is tracking and investigating bomb threats attributable to Russia in Georgia and Wisconsin and Michigan and Arizona. We do also have reports of new bomb threats at polling sites in Pennsylvania. Governor Josh Shapiro says that there have been multiple bomb threats in Philadelphia, multiple voting locations targeted. All of these bomb threats are non-credible. These are hoax bomb threats. There are no bombs, but bomb threats are being phoned in or otherwise communicated in multiple states. Voting hours were extended to 9 p.m. in Clearfield County in Pennsylvania, which is the central part of the state, because of a bomb threat in the building where votes were being counted there. According to NBC News reporting, it's not necessarily apparent to the FBI that these new bomb threats that we're just disclosing now, these Pennsylvania ones, are attributable to Russia, but they say they are investigating Russian-attributed bomb threats in Georgia, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Arizona. The FBI also reportedly investigating Muslims in undisclosed other states, so it's more even than we have seen. Let me just reiterate and underscore and repeat. There aren't bombs. There's no real threat.
Come back the next time.
That happens here is the calling in the bomb threat. There isn't a bomb specifically to try to achieve chaos, to try to get these sites evacuated, and in some cases to disrupt voting patterns.
I think kids watching for the first time election results, they should know that we never had bomb threats before Donald Trump became the presidential candidate.
Joining us now from a polling location in Reno, Nevada, where we're expecting polls to close at the top of this next hour, is NBC's Steve Patterson. Steve, what do you see there in Reno?
Yeah, two things that are all the rage right now, Rachel, in Nevada. One is ridiculously long lines, and two is deciphering the nonpartisan vote. We can do the report thing where we take you to one of those lines. Take a look here. This is the Washoe County complex. It's basically the big government complex where everything is: the clerk's office, the registrar of voters, the county recorder, which, by the way, if you've made it to this point, it means you are now 40 minutes from the front of the line. The other thing we should talk about is that nonpartisan vote, right? It's about a third of the election. Pundits who are trying to decipher what the vote is going to be as we continue to walk the line. You can see just how long it is. But part of that is such a big part of the vote now that these pundits aren't necessarily sure how these nonpartisans are going to vote. And they're that way because primarily of the law that was instituted in about 2020. It said that everybody that gets signed up, by the way, this one snakes past the chamber in there. It goes ridiculously long through this building. Eventually pop out here and you see the beginnings of the line. Again, about an hour to get to this point. But a rule in 2020 that said that anybody essentially that signs up for a driver's license has to be registered as a nonpartisan. You have to essentially assign yourself to the Republican Party or Democratic Party in this state. A lot of people chose not to do that. That's why there's such a large population of nonpartisan voters. But I've spent
that's a vote dance.
equally seen many people that are proudly nonpartisan that don't want to essentially be a part of one of the parties, want to vote the issues, want to vote based on how they feel. And that is the tough part about deciphering the vote. It's a bellwether within a bellwether. Some people are trying to read the tea leaves, so difficult to do. But certainly nonpartisans, as returns are coming back, about a third of the vote between Republicans, Democrats, and now this third group, which we don't know which way it's going to go. Spoken of both campaigns, everybody seems to think they have a Trojan horse in this
Uncle's right here. And like, where's Uncle?
They're leaning more right. Uncle's over here. Think that this is a younger, more diverse population.
I'm looking at
and that will turn into a Democratic vote. We'll see.
This is worth it. They said
something too long. Not this year's 2006 Southern Nevada County. Is it that bad?
Is it that bad, you guys?
Which could push this into the night.
Steve Patterson for us.
It feels like it's that bad, y'all.
Fascinating.
Because every time I see projected winner, I want to throw up.
Behind you while you're talking with kids in tow, especially if they know it's going to be a long night, can be hard to arrange the child care. Why not make it do a field trip for the kids to see how voting works? Steve, we've got to get it on as we have to our poll polls in Nevada. Much appreciated.
There's no white lady in my house. What is wrong with y'all? Y'all calling Lydia a lady?
In New York has a winner, Kamala Harris.
Yeah! You know she gonna win New York. That's 28.
Two people just spoke to me at once. What did you say?
So what does that mean? What does that mean she get now? What is it? Oh, that doesn't wait. Hold on. The math ain't mathing. The math is not mathing. Oh my God! What? Okay, we're gonna die. We're gonna die. We're gonna die. All this gonna die.
Most of the state is going to be Democrats putting up giant numbers in these counties, and then Trump. That's what
Marissa,
and then
can you
Trump
please get your
trying to chip away at that and reverse it now. This one we
what is that thing called? Passport ready, so we can get the hell out of here.
There's gonna be a lot of people trying to leave.
We gotta move to Portugal, Marissa.
About 80% of the vote is in here. This is following exactly that pattern. The mail vote was reported out quickly here. Harris had a gigantic lead with that.
They say everybody chill. Big states haven't been counted yet.
Trump has been chipping away at 80% right now in, so more to come. And again, this is a key county. I think once we get full results
I'll fuck with Canada as a refugee. I'll be a refugee. Shit.
This is what we're looking at. In 2016, Donald Trump
do my nails here?
Lackawanna.
That was a movie. Don't you remember the movie? Yeah.
Joe Biden, Scranton native, got it up to almost 10. And the question is, this is winning for Democrats statewide. This or anything less than that gets very shaky for Democrats statewide. So where tonight is this going to land? Right now, if you froze the election here and you said that's it, Democrats would be thrilled with this number out of Lackawanna County. We need to see, though, with that remaining 20%, if it continues to come down, it ends up looking more like this or even closer than that. But that's the most complete we have right now of a big, substantial county in Pennsylvania. And that's what we're looking at there. And again, just a couple other things to flag.
Okay, it's over.
In Pennsylvania, it actually swung between 16 and 22 counties that went for Trump in 16 and flipped Biden.
No, you gonna be out of here.
But that's a bellwether county we want to be following as it comes in. And the other one is on the eastern side of the state here. This is Northampton County. We got about a quarter of the vote in there.
You can't take my wine back.
Just see, but this is what that's the mail-in vote. You see, Joe Biden won this thing narrowly in 2020. This was a flip. And again, this is the question now.
My
If the
Hawaiian
remaining
bag.
vote starts to get tied up.
She already stripped my closet.
Ohio.
Can he flip this county? These are potentially bellwethers in Pennsylvania. By the way, Wisconsin, we start to get some results here out of Wisconsin too. I just want to show you. We said at the start of the night, Bow wow. The Bow counties, Brown,
Great.
Allegheny.
The food is okay in
Blue
Amsterdam. It's
Collar
not
counties,
great.
Green Bay,
But I'll live there.
Oshkosh. These are areas where Donald Trump lost some ground in 2020, still wants to win back. And wow, that's Washington, Waukesha, and Ozaki. These are Republican suburbs. The Democrats have been doing it. Are the Democrats doing more? So we do have now 40% of the voting in the biggest of the WOW counties. This is Waukesha County. And just to
But what the fuck? How do people that live there don't look at it? Ted Cruz is a piece of soft coffee cake shit.
In 2016, Trump won it by 27. Go back to Mitt Romney, it was more than 2-1 Republican. This was bad. This is one of the reasons why Donald Trump lost in Wisconsin 4 years ago. Now, the way the vote is coming out in Wisconsin tonight is the
food or rice.
vote may get absentee votes a little bit later from some of these counties. It's done at municipal level, but there could be opportunities here for Harris to grow the support. This is not like Pennsylvania, where this is just all Republican gains later on. So we want to keep an eye on here because the Democrats want to get Harris over 40% in Waukesha. They want to keep making gains here. And so with 40% in, you're at about the 2020 level.
Leslie,
And
Lenny,
this
or
is the
Boo.
other one.
Hysterical! Lenny could never be my boyfriend, ever.
This one has
He's
the
fucking
second
insane.
highest level of educational attainment. That is,
Plus, he wouldn't let me
people
smoke
with
weed.
college degrees. Democrats have been doing much better with this demographic.
You want women that can
This
give him
showing for
babies.
Joe Biden in Ozaukee County in 2016. I don't know why it's that. 2020. This showing for Joe Biden, he lost by 12 points, was the
Me and
best
Lenny
showing for a
literally
Democrat
would have
in
a
this
sword
county
fight
since
every
Lyndon
fucking
Johnson in
I was ready to
1964.
kill
So
him
this is
every
one tonight where you want to see
Bloody
if Harris is
Bloody
improving on
battles.
this, getting this down
I would win.
into single digits, 5, 7,
Yeah,
8
and he's
points,
also
something
married
like
at
that.
that
So
point.
far, a little bit more than a quarter of the vote in. This would be a very good number for Democrats out of Ozaukee County. These suburbs right outside Milwaukee used to win Wisconsin for Republicans.
How? What is this Ozaki? What the fuck county is that even?
Do more. That's big.
And how is it
And that's
52%?
About a third is in now in Dane County. And this
Dane
is
County, okay, she got 70% there.
It has become this way in Wisconsin. It used to be.
Come on, Wisconsin.
Come on, Wisconsin, you cheesy motherfuckers!
Dozens of rural counties with blue-collar populations. Trump came along, he's gobbled just about all of those up. So the Democrats are increasingly dependent on just running up the score. This is a massive county. Madison's
Where's her shoes at?
University of Wisconsin, high-density suburbs here. And here's the thing in Dane County. Every election this century, Democrats have gotten a bigger and bigger margin out of here. This is where it landed in 2020. It's not just the margin, Biden winning this by more than 50 points. It's the
You like me?
260,000, Trump 78,000. That's a margin of nearly 182,000 votes for Democrats out of this county. And again, if you went back to the turn of the century, Democrats were winning here by about 50,000 votes.
Really?
04, 08,
So that's
12,
good that we
16,
got
20. It
this.
gets bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yeah, I mean-
Democrats want to get even more out of this tonight because again, they're taking such
Everybody keep asking what
hits
do you think
in the
it is?
rural areas of the state. Can they
Right
get
now,
this
it's
thing up
kind
to
of-
190?
Right now, it's
Could they
anybody's
get this to
call. It's very
200,000
close. We're supposed to be
votes?
very
Every time they
close.
think they've gotten
I'm
the
good.
most
Just
they
give me
possibly
another,
can
like,
out of Dane. They get
45
more. They're
minutes.
probably going to
45
need
minutes,
more
we'll
tonight.
have a
So,
good idea.
again, a third of the vote in there right now. Let's see that one.
Are you okay, Jill? Okay, he just answered
Seeing
your
that in
question.
Wisconsin overall now getting 10%.
I don't know how
statewide,
Trump get people to vote for him,
13%
so I don't know.
And that's what you got in Wisconsin.
Steve, thank you. We're going to go now to Jacob Sobel
I told him that's how you run.
in Philly. And Jacob is actually...
But they don't watch, like you said, they don't watch nothing but Fox.
Who is in charge of running elections
Somebody
in
like
that city.
speak to us
Jacob,
like
over to you.
Yeah, that's right, Rachel. This is Seth Bluestein. So there are 3 Philadelphia city commissioners, all of them responsible for administering elections here in the city and county, same jurisdiction, the same populace in Philadelphia.
You thought the ball head dude was?
Republican.
You fucking asshole.
Succeeded. And Al Schmidt, who was now the Secretary of the Commonwealth here, you were the Deputy Commissioner of Al Schmidt, who became very famous when former President Trump was attacking him in the 2020 election. The first thing I want to ask you about, sir, is former President Trump did put out a message on Truth Social this evening, said a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia, law enforcement coming. Triple exclamation point. Again, a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia.
Well, it's absolutely not true. Philadelphia is cheating in Philadelphia. Voting in Philadelphia was safe and secure. We worked very closely with the RNC and anybody else who had any complaints throughout the day to address their concerns. We had open lines of communication, and voting in Philadelphia went really well.
And so, just to put a fine point on it, the allegation of cheating by former President Trump in Philadelphia is false. Is that what you're saying?
It's absolutely not true.
Okay, let's also talk about safety and security here. This is the main ballot processing center for the entire city and county of Philadelphia, where we are right now. You had told me earlier this evening there were some bomb threats here in Philadelphia around polling places. How many? What's the nature of those threats? Did it affect people's ability to cast votes tonight?
Yeah, there were concerns at about 10 polling places right at the end of the day. One polling location actually needed to be evacuated for a short period of time, so voting was extended there for about 23 minutes.
Okay, and just finally this evening, here in Philadelphia, I know that the mail-in ballots, you all don't process any ballots here. Steve Kornacki was talking about this until 7 a.m. this morning. Those ballots and that tabulation, that processing is underway right now in the building behind us. What's the status of the count? When are we going to have a result here in Philadelphia?
Yeah, so in our initial release, right when the polls closed at 8:01, we had 115,000 mail ballot results that got posted. Over the next couple hours, we'll have in-person results coming in, and then we'll do another release of the mail ballot results right before midnight. Ultimately, when the process is done, isn't really up to us. It depends on the margin of the election. But the voters,
this might go into tomorrow.
It absolutely could.
And just finally, I know that you had threats against yourself in 2020 at a police detail. What's the nature of that now? Any threats against you or your fellow commissioner?
We're keeping an eye on the threat environment. We don't have anything specific at the moment, but it's definitely a possibility.
Glad to hear it. Okay, Commissioner Seth Bluestein, thank you very much. I'll let you go back inside. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Rachel, so that is the city commissioner. I'm going to show you just as he walks in. This is the ballot processing and tabulation center. It'll be the one chance we have to actually look inside because we're not allowed inside here tonight. But this is where the votes are being tabulated right now in Philadelphia, and they're going to push us out here because we're not supposed to go inside. Rachel, I'll send it back to you.
Jacob, that was very intrepid, following up towards that slightly open door and getting everything you could from that momentary peek inside. We count on you for that, Jacob. Much appreciated. And good on the commissioner, obviously. Good on Commissioner Bluestein for getting out ahead of this information about that Trump himself is trying to spread to try to intimidate people out of voting in Pennsylvania. We've got a couple of updates for you in terms of how things are going. NBC News has made a projection in the presidential race in the great state of Illinois. Democratic candidate Vice President Kamala Harris has won the presidential contest in Illinois. Right now, this is the road to 270. Trump at 168 electoral votes, Harris at 81. I've also got an update for you on a couple of ballot measures. First, I think we can talk about Maryland. In Maryland, there was a pro-abortion rights measure on the ballot, question 1 in Maryland. This is an amendment that would guarantee the right to make and effectuate decisions to prevent, continue, or end one's own pregnancy. As you see there, an overwhelming 3-to-1 vote in Maryland in favor of abortion rights. Question 1 will pass in Maryland. Also, we've got a result in New York. Now, in New York, it isn't specifically an abortion rights amendment per se, but it does have an impact on that. This is question 1 on the New York ballot. It would create a full state-level equal rights amendment in New York State. And so it's not specifically about abortion, but the measure does protect all New York citizens based on pregnancy and pregnancy outcomes and reproductive health care and autonomy. So the effect of this measure in New York will be to undergird and cement New York law where abortion is currently legal up to 24 weeks. In New York, the abortion rights measure, the Equal Rights Amendment measure, will pass in New York State. Coming up on 9:41 on the East Coast right now, heading towards 10 p.m. poll closings. At this point, we've got no swing states called. We've got Trump doing well in terms of his margins in the two southern swing states that we've got the most vote in, North Carolina and Georgia, as Steve Kornacki has been portraying it. We've got no surprises really anywhere unless you want to count the Florida abortion measure falling short of the 60% threshold that it needed in order to pass. Alex Wagner, let me ask you, just in terms of how things have been unfolding, so what's caught your eye, or what have you been hearing from people on the inside?
One of the things that we talked to David Plump about it last time we were all gathered here on Sunday night was the way in which some of these abortion measures might influence the electorate. And even though, what I think is really interesting, and it's something there was some reporting on earlier this election cycle, 57% of the state of Florida voted to try to enshrine abortion rights into the state constitution. But Donald Trump and Rick Scott also won that race. So that's telling me that there's a fair number of people out there that are saying, yes, we want to protect abortion, we want to bring it back to the state effectively, or bodily autonomy back to the state, but also we're voting for Donald Trump and Rick Scott, two people who are very clearly anti-choice, and one person in particular who could play a hand in outlawing abortion nationwide. And one of the phenomena that I think is distressing for Harris
Sorry,
and
y'all. I had to go
interested
say goodbye to
more
my
broadly in
people.
abortion rights are the
Who is this
voters who
lady?
are saying,
I
yes,
like her
we care
hair.
about abortion.
Ooh, look at her
Yes, we're gonna
earrings.
vote
Go,
on
girl.
referendums that are across
This
the
bob
country
is
in
killing the
support
game.
of,
The jacket is
or
very
trans
suave.
rights, but we're
Look
also
at them
gonna vote for
shoulders.
Trump. It is a
This bitch
real
is making a
cognitive
point. Nikki, I need
dissonance,
somebody to run the
and
comb through your hair
suggests
now.
that his sort of very muddied position on a federal abortion ban, which, you know, if you dig deep into actually that mysterious, but that in some ways that might actually help.
Arizona is another place where this is an extremely interesting
I love this bitch right here. I love her. I fucking love
We
her.
don't know yet because we haven't seen the results. But there could be voters
I love her.
for Trump, Gallego,
Yeah, man,
and
she's
the
a
abortion
bad
protection ballot initiative.
She's a
And
bad
that
son of
bends
a
the mind.
These are the people I would love to have in Senate and all of because they got
Because how
sense.
can you vote for Trump, Gallego, and the abortion ballot initiative? It's similar to Florida. So this is a very interesting trend, and one of the things that Nicole keeps reminding us of this, you can't entirely capture it in polling, right? Because
Yeah,
you know
Joy,
what
that Joy be having her foot on their neck. They don't want to hear from Joy because Joy put the foot on the neck.
just don't know that at this point.
Bye, baby.
I'm honestly looking at horizons here. I mean, depending on what happens in these southern states, we're going to know how important Pennsylvania is to the whole thing. And then once we know about Pennsylvania, we're going to know how important those western states are to the whole thing. But regardless of what happens with the presidential, we are seeing a sort of
my little great niece and great nephew.
in terms of the way that voters are plotting the valence of their politics here, their ideology, and their priorities.
So I've heard from more than one Trump voter that this phrase.
Be
it's not an
good.
issue.
Okay.
Be good. Don't drive your
It's
mama
not an
crazy.
issue. It's not an issue, which is exactly the feeling Donald Trump has tried to use.
That's your mama.
Shuffles the deck and pulls out a different card whenever he wants to. It seems to have succeeded with some Trump voters, but it is also. I mean, the Trump voters I know who are, in fact, staunchly anti-abortion also have other thoughts. And
Oh, yeah,
very
Portugal. That's what I thought.
conceivably
That's where
want
we
to
going,
vote
lady.
for Senator like
Portugal.
Gallego,
Yep.
vote against that measure, vote for Trump. I mean, I know people, it doesn't, abortion doesn't automatically line up the vote all the way up and down the ticket.
I got to interject here with a call. NBC News has projected a winner in the presidential race in the great state of Ohio, home state of vice presidential running mate to Donald Trump, Donald Trump
That's his
is
home
projected
state.
to be
He's
the
from
winner in
Ohio.
the state of
Why they say home
Ohio.
state?
Again, no surprise there. Ohio used to be like the prototypical swing
So
state.
y'all
just like
want
Florida,
JD
rather than
Vance
considered
to
a
be
swing
in
state
charge of
anymore.
something for you.
I mean, when
I
Iowa came out, and Salter's Iowa.
That's what I think too. I think that Trump is gonna step down and Vance is gonna take over, and we're fucked. You talking about Gilead for real? That motherfucker is somebody. He's a true incel. A true incel.
It looks like
He
again,
fucked the couch.
We are in the realm of.
Why would you want a president that fucked the couch? What's wrong with y'all?
And I think we asked about something.
Biden may be old, but I bet you Biden ain't fucked no couch.
No. And they are waiting for the Ethos mention. I mean, they're watching the Blue Wall. They're watching it.
That's Sean King, JD Vance. That's disgusting.
Come on, Virginia, I need ya.
Say, and these are not calls, but let's say.
Come on,
Trump wins
Virginia.
Georgia and North Carolina.
He's more dangerous,
Let's say he also
for
wins
sure.
Nevada and Arizona.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's
If
gonna be
Kamala
some
Harris
trouble.
wins Michigan and Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, she gets 270, she wins the presidency. And so when we're talking about this being a tight race, it isn't just a tight race in each of these individual swing states. It's a tight race, it's a tight race, it's a tight race, even once we start to get first swing state
my
calls,
God.
none of
It
which
can't
have
be
been
a
called.
tight
By the way, that is the old-fashioned way, right? I mean, before Georgia sort of shocked the world in 2020, the old-fashioned way the Democrats always won was the blue wall. It was that Donald Trump broke and shattered the blue wall in 2016 that threw everybody's brains, off kilter. And so everyone is sort of waiting on states. Waiting on Florida is a waste of time. Like, it's a red state now, and we understand that.
Oh no, we would be fucked right now. Oh, it would be all Trump. We would. I first I thought that was going to be a big mistake, but that might have been the best thing we did was made Biden step down.
In the campaign are looking outside of the
What do
blue
you think?
wall and
You
paying
think no?
real close attention to it, and they'll be watching whatever Steve Burnett.
I don't think that Biden would have beat Trump. I really don't think he would have.
I was saying too, after that first debate, I was saying, well, he just
is
got
in the
caught
suburbs
up.
of Georgia, and if she overperforms Biden in
back
2020 in the Georgia suburbs, that is where they see the one place to do sort of a reach state. Because again, Georgia's a reach state. I know it's now got 2 Democratic senators, but it's still a reach state for president.
Let me interject. We don't have a call to make here, but we have a change in characterization.
Yeah, Trump came, and Trump is the most.
In the Pennsylvania presidential race, the previous characterization.
But he not saying nothing at all, and that's what makes me so mad. They're going by that instead of by knowledge. Did you close the door?
In the Wisconsin presidential race, this had previously been too early to call. In Wisconsin, it is now too close to call. We can also change our characterization in a couple of Senate races. Let's get first at the Wisconsin Senate race. Again, this is Democratic incumbent Senator Tammy Baldwin facing Republican challenger Eric Hovde. This had previously been described as Wisconsin Senate race. It is now too close to call in the Wisconsin Senate race. Also, in the Pennsylvania Senate race, we've got a similar shift. This is incumbent Democrat Bob Casey. He holds this Senate seat in Pennsylvania right now. His challenger is Republican Dave McCormick. I think I said Republican Bob Casey. Democrat Bob Casey. This was previously too early to call. It is now too close to call in the Pennsylvania Senate race. We also have an additional change in characterization. This goes back to the presidential level. This is in Michigan.
That don't sound like a good
Michigan, the
compliment.
presidential race had previously been too early to call. It is now too close to call in the state of Michigan. Also, let's take a look at Michigan Senate. A similar pattern. In the Michigan Senate race, again here we have got a Democrat versus a Republican. This is an
listen, I
open
know
seat in
that
Michigan.
we
Democrat is
go all the way
Elissa
across,
Slotkin.
but this girl
is Mike
is
Rogers. This
untrustworthy.
had previously been
I don't
too
like her
early to call.
hairstyle
It is now
at
too
all.
close to
The
call.
part
So
is all the way on the
recapping
one
here,
side.
in Pennsylvania
I don't like
and
this.
Wisconsin and Michigan, all of the calls in those 3 states now have moved from too early to too close. That is true both for the presidential race and all 3 of those
Now,
It is
but
also
when he was
true
with us, he was
for
just
the
a runner.
Senate
Nobody gave
races
him no
in
respect.
all
He was
3
like,
of
go
those
back to your office with your
I'm going to go back to Steve in just a second. Just I understand you didn't get us every tell on Nevada.
Oh my, don't ever compare Lenny to that fool.
The majority of voters there don't have a college degree. It's a very diverse state. But one of the things
You
I've
want to sit over here because you're going to be in the live.
For a couple of days is about the nonpartisans that reporter was talking about. There's been a huge surge of vote registration as
What you watching on
nonpartisans
TV
over the
right now?
last since 2020.
Already
In
those bad
2022, the nonpartisans.
You trying to find someone with diabetes?
Rosen won that seat. She won the nonpartisans by single digits. She still won the nonpartisans. So yes, you don't exactly know how they're going to vote, but they look at 2022 as a good sign. And that is a sign. That is a state also, I will say. It was so far from being won by the Democrats before there was a change at the top of the ticket. I mean, the internal polling numbers there were devastating. That has massively changed. The Senate race there, we don't know what will happen, has massively changed. So that's an interesting watch for me, and I think there's reason why the Democrats feel good about the nonpartisans.
Let me interject here. We've got a new
You would be perfect.
presidential race in Kansas.
We'll tell you when you get on
The winner of the presidential race in Kansas is Donald Trump. We're heading towards a 10 p.m. poll closing in Nevada, Utah, Montana. As we head toward those, we're keeping an eye on lots of different.
He won Kansas, you guys?
So I'm bringing you in here because I understand you've maybe got some intel out of Wisconsin.
Yeah, I've talked to folks on the ground that have been running these Senate campaigns, namely in Pennsylvania,
Oh, I love
Michigan,
this
and
lady.
Wisconsin. And they all feel good.
That's
about
Claire,
their
right?
Senate races.
Ain't that Claire?
The only two out there
Claire, where the
that
cake?
are still
She
fighting
used
their
to have a cake.
fingernails
Claire.
over
That's Claire.
are John Tester in Montana.
She always has
That's
a big cake
overcome
behind
a
her.
huge Trump margin in Montana, and Sherrod Brown.
That's what I was going to say. You make it into
Kind of
tomorrow.
margin he has to overcome for Trump. We don't know what the final margin will be.
You don't even have to put frosting. I just got frosting because I thought
I
got it.
Everybody's feeling really good.
I didn't know which one.
And I'll tell you one other thing that people are feeling really good about, Rachel, and that is what they're seeing on college campuses. This is going to be big in Pennsylvania. It's going to be big in Michigan. It's going to be big in Wisconsin. And everybody needs to take a deep breath.
Mississippi?
We need.
You
Don't
guys
have to have
are from
Georgia.
there.
We have to have
Why?
North Carolina. We have to have those three. And they have been surprised.
Yeah,
The
but what the
campaign
hell
has
is
been
going on?
surprised by the
Missouri?
level of involvement on these college campuses today on election day. They weren't expecting such long lines that actually is requiring in some of these locations that they keep them open longer.
Who is that, Mom?
Thank you for that. Much
Mom!
appreciated. It is, of course, our fate as actors in this Shakespearean drama that you've got to have these swing states that are absolutely unbelievably crucial to the outcome of the presidential race, and they also have incredibly tight fought Senate races. Senate control is going to be very, very important. Let's pass it back over to Steve. Steve, I see you've got Pennsylvania up there on your board now. What are you watching coming in?
Yeah, and again, it's kind of coming in incrementally. So a lot of these counties, as I said, there's this big division between the vote by mail on the same day. And it's kind of unclear in a lot of these counties. We just don't have enough to say. But one county where we're getting real close, and I think is going to be a very big indicator here. We've talked about this, is Lackawanna County.
This motherfucker said, as long as I get my checks on payday for rent, we good. Okay, block it. I hate stupid people. I don't like stupid people on my live. Goodbye.
Harris had. It was at about 6.5, 7 before. Now at 90%, and you can see he's cut it a little bit. It's down to 5 points. And remember what we're looking for in Lackawanna County. There's two very different ways this has played out in the last two elections. In 2016, Donald Trump got close to
They say Pennsylvania really looks promising.
He won the state of Pennsylvania. In 2020, Democrats with Joe Biden came in and won this by more than 8 points. Biden won the state. So we were saying at the start of the night, Trump wants
okay, so listen,
Democrats
if he's
want
close,
that
are we
number.
in trouble?
Right now, it's
If she
sitting
wins
right
and
in
he's close,
between.
are we in trouble?
It's sitting at 5. So there's still
No,
some
he just
certainty to come in. Let's see this remaining 10%. What that does to this margin. At the same time, it seems to be favoring all of how much is going to favor Trump. Is it going to bring it down back to this level completely? Is it going to stabilize? But that's the most complete county we have in Pennsylvania right now. And I think we said at the start of the night, it's a very key one because this region where where Lackawanna County is very contested political terrain. I can just show you some of the other counties here. Luzerne County. This is where Wilkes-Barre is. This is also where the city of Hazleton is. Hazleton is a majority Hispanic city. Donald Trump actually won Hazleton in 2020. Again, Trump campaign thinks it can make more gains with Hispanic voters. If they do, you'll see it here.
They're saying it's a red
in Luzerne County. And again, the same days will still to come here. So Trump's leading by 8 points now.
We need Trump to win. Nope, you can go fuck yourself.
To get over that number. They want to improve on that number here. If the Democrats can stop them from doing that, that's a big development for Democrats. We want to go back and look at Georgia. Because again, Joy was just talking about this. The suburban support for Democrats in this Atlanta metro area. Something interesting is happening. There are some suburban counties here. You call them kind of the emerging suburbs of the Atlanta metro area.
Look at there's no
the fastest
for what
the diversification is the most dramatic, and that is definitely where Harris is posting improvements tonight. I think we showed you Douglas County a few minutes ago. Again, rapid growth here. It's about half black, and you can see in 2020, 25 points. Tonight, Harris is winning this by 32 points. You see it in Rockdale County. Just about all of the vote is in here. Biden got 70%. Harris has pushed that up to 73. This is a majority black county. You can go to Newton County here. You know, this was the tightest margin of all these Atlanta metro counties. This was the tightest margin for a county that Democrats won almost all in 2020. Almost all the voters in. Harris has improved on it. You see,
but look at how red this looks.
Henry County, almost 80% of the vote is in. Again, Biden won it by 20. Look at that. That's up to 30 or so for Kamala Harris. So the thing is, though, the counties I just showed you within this Atlanta metro region, relatively speaking, these are the lesser populated counties.
But what does that mean, though?
That's just huge populations. You start with Fulton County. And we've been monitoring this. This is the biggest. Atlanta's here, but there's also a lot of suburbs within Fulton County. This is key for Democrats because of the sheer size of Fulton County. A drop of a couple points here would more than offset the gains that I just showed you in those other counties. 80% counted in Fulton County, and now you see Biden 72.6 in 2020. Harris is falling a tick below that. Meanwhile, Trump 26.2 here in 2020 is a tick above his 2020 number. The concerning thing for Democrats here in massive Fulton County is with only 80% counted, there is still a significant, obviously, amount of same-day vote to come in. And you just saw, if you were watching earlier, this has gotten a little bit tighter. The Democrats have dropped a little bit since the last time we looked at this. That's because more same-day came in, and Harris fell below that Biden number. There's room for her to drop further here. And again, you know, just 1-2 points in Fulton County offsets a lot of the good Democrats might have done themselves in those other counties I just showed you. So see what happens there. We also have, look at this, Douglas, Cobb County. We also have, look at this, getting close in Cobb County. Again, take a look at 2020 here. Joe Biden won this by 14 points. Now, right now, it's basically a 15-point margin. This is another one where that margin for Democrats was bigger earlier. It's come down as more same days come in. And Cobb is a massive, massive county. Again, it's much bigger than any of those others that I just showed you. 82%. More same day to come. That's concerning for Democrats if it starts dropping below that. And then Gwinnett County, this is the one that's been the slow one here in the region, but we're still where we were. So there's sort of a division here we're seeing between these suburban and metro counties here. Again, there's some clear Democratic growth, but they don't want slippage in those big ones as the remaining vote comes in. And again, just checking in and showed you Cherokee. These are the big Republican sort of fringe Atlanta metro counties. Here's one, Forsyth County, where Trump is clearly has improved, I should say, a bit from 2020, a point higher than 2020. You can go over. You can go over to Paulding County, though. This is interesting. Again, core Republican area, fast-growing. Dallas, Georgia is here. 29 points for Trump last time, down to 24. So again, that's a feather in the Democrats' cap right there in Paulding County, bringing that Trump number down further. And finally, we close out on this. We're basically done in Fayette County. We ID'd this one at the start of the night. Look, if Democrats were actually flipping this, they are definitely having a good night in Georgia. Looks like they're going to come short. Harris has made progress here in a big suburban county here. Harris has made progress from 7 points, now sitting at 3 points. But is that progress enough for Democrats?
fascinating and so down to the wire. All right, we are coming up on a poll closing at 10 p.m. We're just about under 10 seconds now until 10 p.m. closings in some very interesting states. Let's have a look at the presidential race. NBC News projecting the presidential race in the great swing state of Nevada. It is too early to call. NBC News projecting a winner in the presidential race in Utah. Donald Trump projected to win the presidential race.
Of course he's going to win in Utah.
NBC News also.
Montana?
Yeah, all of those.
Come on, I just was in Montana.
Trump win in Utah, Trump win in Montana.
This is disgusting.
Looking back at the battleground states that we're still awaiting definitive calls in Georgia, it's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In Pennsylvania, it's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris.
When they say it's too close to call, what does that mean?
It's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In Michigan, sing it with me now. It's too close to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. In North Carolina, it is too early to call between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. And in Arizona, it is too early to call between the two presidential contenders. Let's look at Senate races right now, including in some of the states that have just closed with 10 p.m. Eastern Time poll closings. Looking at the Senate race in Montana, incumbent Democratic U.S. Senator John Tester facing a challenge from Republican Tim Sheehy. That is too early to call. In the Nevada Senate race, where incumbent Democratic Senator Jackie Rosen is facing a challenge from Republican Sam Brown. That is too early to call. In the Utah Senate race, this is also considered to be too early to call.
I don't trust Caroline.
Some calls from
Senate races
from the 9 p.m. poll.
She looks trustworthy. I like her.
In New York State,
I like her.
NBC News can project that Democratic incumbent Senator Kirsten Gillibrand will be returning to the Senate for another term. NBC News can also project a winner in the North Dakota
He looks like he hates women.
Kramer will be returning
Well,
to the
you know,
Senate
North Dakota is Trump anyway.
NBC News can also project a winner in the Senate race.
What the hell, dog? The black people ain't voting in Mississippi.
Returning to the U.S. Senate from Mississippi. This is the status of the United States Senate at this hour. Again, no surprise. 44 seats held by Republicans. That includes one game seat flip they got from the West Virginia Senate seat that was previously held by independent Joe Manchin. Democrats sitting at 34 seats right now. There are still 22 uncalled U.S. Senate seats at this hour.
Oh my God.
And we don't have many more poll closings, right? We'll have poll closings when I am. But we're not watching poll closings essentially for all the news right now. We're watching for any one of these swing states to close on anything called.
The final polls were, I think the final mayor's poll, right, was +4 national. I mean, I think that
I just want them to come more hair back on the sides. Just feather that shit.
You can take a national
It's too
number and
heavy.
toss it around.
The front is great. I love Nikki. The front is great.
Let's be blunt. I think
No, she does not look like Melania. She don't look like Melania.
She got real
with the hair.
Where you wouldn't be able
That's her hair. That's Nikki hair.
victory. And some of what was wanted and desired was a sweep that in a 50-50 country where the final poll had
that might be
like, you know the data suggests
I see on other stuff in her face. It's a little
country, and it creates anxiety, but it also requires patience. And the fact that there were still people waiting in line during the last there's still people voting in the West means we really do have to
if those was the conditions, why not say that in the first
now, what will
so nobody takes that shit?
Is Donald Trump is against all the votes being counted.
Please tell him to fucking put his phone down and don't text me.
And so I think there'll be a moment when it is very much still up in the air when Steve is still counting and Lacey numbers pretty much whatever, we don't know the vote is. And I think this will become another test for
It's also I think the reason there's so much anxiety is that I think, and I've gotten a fair number of these texts, I'm sure you all are as well. It is
and she didn't say that at first.
I don't think it's something that should make us super proud. That despite all of the things that just we've seen in the last 2 weeks, forget, even if you could somehow forget January 6th and an attempted coup to overthrow the country, even if you could forget taking classified documents and hiding them in your bathroom, even if you could set aside an adjudication of sexual abuse.
It was shorter though, wasn't it?
2 dozen other
she throwing it out for
allegations,
sure.
and Jeffrey Epstein said it was his best friend, and you name it. You just think about just the last 2 weeks and the
I
things
just think that they
Donald
are
Trump
on
has
this fame
said,
thing,
into
and
the
Trump
TV
sells
that
it
people
more
could hear him
than
say
anybody
and
else.
do,
It's
the
disgusting.
vulgarity in front of
They think
families
and
with young
believing in
children,
him.
and the threats to do mass deportation and a start violent.
It's just like when they voted Arnold Schwarzenegger because they thought they was voting in the Terminator.
It's all of that.
And all we did was turn that damn budget.
What does it tell you? I mean, we need to maybe take a step back and think about what does that say about
I
us.
think that's what
What is me?
how the Harris campaign approach this
Got little Arnolds running around.
Presuming that 49% of the country was in. They built a campaign designed to defeat the Donald Trump campaign that won over and turned out 49% of the vote.
Yeah.
So what you're waiting to see come in is what Jen O'Malley Dillon and David Plum and Stephanie Cutter and these folks envisioned to defeat a candidate who, all those things are true, but that was baked into the campaign strategy to help Vice President Kamala Harris prevail. And it assumed that 49% of the country would vote and turn out for him.
Lord have mercy. And he probably sitting his smug ass over there.
One of the things that we've discovered in these last few
And if I swear, if they start coming back now, he's gonna literally scream next
do
week.
not have the same rules. It's like
Really?
two football teams where, offside is a 20-yard penalty for you, and it's no penalty for this other team, right? And
We was on our way to
the
win.
idea that if Joe
In fact,
Biden
we
said
did
the wrong
win.
word at a certain time,
That's what he said, what Trump
wasn't able
said.
to come up with the word he wanted to say at a
And he
certain
didn't.
time, the idea that that's worse than all the words we heard Donald Trump say, that he had no trouble retrieving from his racist thoughts about people, and to say there's no price for those. You won't lose a single voter. You might not gain a voter, but you won't lose one, no matter what you say. That is a new phenomenon, and it applies only to one party and not to the other.
One thing that as Steve Kornacki keeps doing his updates to us that I think is striking and maybe striking about the evening is the
He's 81
rural
years
and
old.
urban divide. And we talk about divides
Who?
every presidential
Trump.
election
Ain't Trump
cycle.
81?
No.
But part of this, I think, is a
78.
cultural,
That's
it's just
the same
a
thing.
cultural different worlds. And I was talking to this
He might as well
strategist
be
in
81.
North Carolina, he is in North Carolina, he's coming to North Carolina, he said, really, it's like rural Alabama and northern Virginia, and two states in one state. But that is true in almost every state. As we go through the numbers, we look at, can the Democrats and can Harris run up the numbers in the city and the suburbs? And then it's like, can they decrease the massive loss
You know he's sitting there
in the
smug
rural
like,
areas?
we got this,
That's
he
where
did
we
that.
still are,
Right.
despite everything
Well,
that's
this is
happened.
totally
And
no
that has
cheat.
been a divide that has been the case for many presidential cycles, but to me it's interesting, it hasn't changed, and maybe that's a kind of a look in the mirror moment regardless of who wins.
Well, it's not, I mean, I'd say I think there's probably another layer to it, which is education. And I think when it's all said and done, what we're going to see is a huge divide over people who are college educated and not college educated. And if that is the case, what is different is that you could be seeing a realignment about the base of each party. And there are warning signs forever
Her hair
here.
is everything
But if
right
the
now.
working class, non-college educated
God.
voter is now increasingly a Republican voter, Democrats have to rethink the way in which they sell their policies that absolutely benefit working class Americans in a targeted fashion.
Well, you know
I was in Saginaw, Michigan at a union hall, and these union voters who were working on infrastructure act jobs that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris literally created for them, did not know who they were going to go vote for. And that, to me, suggests that the Democratic Party needs to do a much better job of selling its achievements to working class voters.
They
and
say that
working class
NBC is
voters
taking a
also
long
need to
time
be
to
more
update
engaged
this.
in
They say
understanding
she's at
the
109.
chasm that separates these two parties in terms of politics.
Particularly one of the candidates is being bankrolled by a billionaire right now.
Exactly.
Can I just say very quickly?
This is time when I feel least bad about interrupting.
I'm sorry. We do have a projection. NBC News can project in the presidential race in Colorado that there is a winner in Colorado. That Kamala
Yes!
has won the state.
Let's go!
We need them.
Let's go!
No, absolutely. I was just going to say on the realignment thing, one place, and I would actually like to put this narrative to bed, maybe forever. One place there's not going to be realignment, black men. Every 4 years, I go through the ritual of having to talk down, the sort of world that wants to say that black men are just realigning and they're all going to run to Donald Trump. There is literally no difference in the exit polls. A 1 point difference
All right,
is not a
y'all.
difference at all between
Mike
where black
Kornacki's
men were
gonna
in
give you a
2020 and where they
update.
are in 2024. It's not black men. They are not the ones shifting. What you're seeing are shifts among Latino voters for sure. But you are not.
This is the map. It's the map in 2020. One sec.
Y'all saw that? That's the map in 2020. Did y'all see that?
This is the map right now. It's virtually the same map. Nothing really is a surprise yet. So hang in there, everybody. West Coast is coming. Hopefully it's all blue.
I don't know. How do you write that much in a fucking live?
No, it's technology used malicious. Oh.
That's the lineage our other. They go. Our other Steve Kornacki.
Distinct buckets of votes that come in at different times and that have very different looks in terms of which party they favor. What you get first, and what you're looking at in Maricopa County, this is all of the in-person early vote, and this is all of the absentee, the mail-in vote that was received by last Friday. So that's typically, that is what you get first here. That's what you're looking at. What will then happen in Maricopa County over the next few hours is they will count up the same day vote. The folks who went and voted today. That's typically a Republican-friendly batch of voters. So you'll see in the next few hours, these numbers change, and then you'll have the majority of the vote in Maricopa County will be in. And then we will wait, because every night now, going through the week, they're going to work through the rest of that vote by mail, the stuff that came in on Saturday, on Sunday, but the stuff that was dropped off today. There's still a lot of that to come, but as a starting point, if you compare this to 2020, when this number came out in 2020, Joe Biden had a high single-digit advantage over Harris in that initial batch in Maricopa County. If you remember, the story in 2020 all week was Trump trying to play comeback in Arizona. This is his starting point now in Maricopa. Also, the other big population center in Arizona, this is Pima County, where Tucson is. This is the more Democratic of the two big counties here. Again, basically the same deal. You've got this initial batch here that's half the vote. Again, Biden, you can see where he ran here in 2020. You can see what Harris is getting right now. But what will still be coming out later tonight in Pima will be that same day vote. So we'll see how that affects the count. And again, in Arizona, if we get through tonight, and this thing is still very, very close, you're kind of locked in probably for a few days of results just because of that pace. But once a night, you'll kind of get updates from these counties. So the question here, obviously, is if somebody gets a clear advantage, this is the statewide number right now. Half the vote has been counted out. We'll see in the coming hours if there's clear separation between these candidates.
I'm done with that. I'm done with people saying that they want better and they want to change and still vote for the same old shit. So I don't want to hear nobody from Texas, nobody from Florida ever fucking complain because you motherfuckers just voted in their same problem. So y'all can go suck a dick. Fuck Texas, fuck Florida. Y'all can go to hell. I hope your whole state burns to the fucking ground.
This is Clapton Fifth in Lackawanna County. Kamala Harris is doing this great news. Kamala Harris is winning this by 3 points over Donald Trump. But remember,
I hate y'all. I hate you.
Because in 2020, Joe Biden won this by 8
Man, fuck off.
won the state. In 2016, Donald Trump lost this only by about 3.5 points, 3.4 points. This was a winning combination for Donald Trump.
He's getting emotional.
Oh, this is upsetting.
For Donald Trump tonight at 3.1 points. His loss here in Lackawanna County is actually a little bit less than the
Virginia,
2016
what are they
margin.
doing
This
in
was one of our key
Virginia?
questions in Pennsylvania tonight.
Virginia is another state
that's
that's
close to his 2016 level.
can't-
In a big
that's my bellwether.
blue-collar
It is Virginia,
county
that's bad.
like this, because there are a lot of big
so close.
blue-collar counties like
Starting
this
to remind me
throughout
of
the contested northern tier of the battleground.
Oh my God,
This, I'm flagging
said
for
give
you
you an
because we
hour,
said at the
10,
start of the
15
night,
more
we use this as a
minutes.
bellwether
Right now,
also
not
because
good.
this is now the complete one. We've been looking for complete
Really,
counties.
if he wins, what's wrong with us as a country?
Right there. That was the question
If he
we asked.
wins,
We now have
what's
the
wrong with
answer.
us?
Luzerne
I am
County,
now
another biggie.
an
Again, this is
Italian.
the
You
all
understand?
big blue
I'm
collar
not
counties,
fucking
northeast
American
Pennsylvania,
anymore.
slowly getting that same day, that election.
Child
day
fucking
vote.
Bella.
Trump's lead now is 11 points. This is where Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania is. He needs to hit this number and probably surpass it. So keep an eye as this remaining vote comes in. But like Lackawanna, that's what we're looking at. One other thing to note here. Now, look, half the vote is in Philadelphia County is the same thing as Philadelphia City. They're the exact same thing. So that's what you're looking at here.
Look at how many votes he got.
And you see, Harris is going to win the state in an absolute landslide. The question in Philadelphia has been
He is 69 votes away from winning.
2020 was ever so slowly, even as Democrats won the state and improved on 2016. Joe Biden actually lost a little bit of ground in Philadelphia. And the reason he lost a little bit of ground in Philadelphia was Donald Trump performed a little bit better in some heavily Hispanic parts of the city. So the question, another key question tonight has been, do Democrats win that back? Do they win back the ground they lost? Do they lose further ground? Now, you can see Biden won Philadelphia 81 to 18 essentially in 2020, and right now it's 79 to 20.
They're all red for a
The
second.
key is this, as they count up, I keep saying the same day vote, I'm saying that because that's we know the same day vote is favoring Republicans a bit, so when I say they're tallying up the same day, there's an expectation there that it's the best numbers for Trump that are still being tabulated right now. The twist in Philadelphia, though, is they still have tens of thousands.
Yeah,
of
the
vote-by-mail
rapture is
ballots.
definitely
We
happening.
expected about midnight that they're going to release that second batch.
People just gonna start
of
floating to the
vote-by-mail
air.
ballots. So as we get closer there,
'Cause that's the end of the
we're gonna
world.
follow this and see if Trump can maintain this 20%, maybe even he grows it. That would be fantastic news if he does that. But at about midnight,
Go
a very
Philly!
big batch
How many
of
votes
what
do
would
Philly
be
got?
very Democratic-friendly
A
votes
lot.
are going to come in.
That's why.
And so that may answer, or really get us close to an answer on this other key
You know, they got
question
the
we're
police
asking in
involved
Pennsylvania. Are the
in
Democrats able to
Pennsylvania.
hold what they have with Philadelphia and maybe
Yeah, they
even
said that
win,
they cheated.
win back the lost ground from 2020 and just Trump make further inroads? Because again, this is a county where Democrats, a city, excuse me, the Democrats won by about 470,000 votes in 2020. They want to hit that margin. They want to go higher on that margin tonight. So that's the drama in Philadelphia as this other half of the vote comes in. And we could just zoom right out and see. Oh, I was going to zoom out and show you the running statewide total. And I clicked Ohio for some reason. There you go. A little bit more than half statewide. That is Trump's lead statewide. But it's very spotty in terms of where you see votes. Oh, there's one more I did want to flag for you. This is Cumberland County. Because we do have about 3/4 of the vote in here. Why Cumberland County? Because we don't talk much about it, but there's a lot of population in this
and she
region
ain't
of
got me.
You got York County. Here you got Cumberland County, Carlisle, Pennsylvania is in here.
That's it, dang it.
Actually, you see red right now. This has been a growth area for Democrats. There's a lot of fast-growing suburbs in here. Again, demographically very conducive to the Democratic Coalition. Right outside, right across the river from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. So Democrats made gains here in 2020. This was actually a very good performance for
If we
Joe
don't
Biden.
get them, then we're
So you
fucked.
see
Wisconsin
the
is
vote
flipping.
in.
I can't
Trump's
watch
a little
this.
bit short of that number. That's a bad number for him. He's a little bit short of it now.
Lenny loves cookies. That is his thing. He's a cookie monster.
Have you had one?
Is Trump, is that, we just saw this happen in Lackawanna County. Is that going to happen in Cumberland County? Is Trump going to gain enough to hit that number and surpasses that 2020?
I can tell they gotta be good because he keeps flipping that
Cookies
little
are
bottle.
not safe around
Lost
this.
in 2020. This is a big part of why,
That's
or
why I got
significant part
Patrick
of why
Cookies.
Trump lost Pennsylvania in 2020. So we're going to follow that as it continues to come in. And I can also note Buckler County. This is red. Obviously, it was heavily in the news
No,
this
they
summer
don't.
with
They don't.
the
That shit don't last by the
They
time they get over there.
They sweet pill.
You know, started in 2016.
Pat, you gotta
Now it's
get-
still deeply red.
Hey, Pat is not giving nobody cookies.
No sweet pills. I'm telling you, she ain't gonna give you no sweet pills.
Suburbs right
Hey,
outside
Pat.
Pittsburgh, some rural areas.
Let me tell you, you need to share the
Democrats
cookies
actually,
with
I'll just show you,
everybody.
put it up on the
One
screen here.
cookie
This
for
was
Uncle
actually a bit
Earl.
disappointing for Trump. in 2020.
Can you give
Talking about how?
He won it by 37 points in 2016. 32 in 2020. This is a place where Democrats would like to make more gains.
We gonna have fun, Eddie.
No, I'm in 2020. And again,
How much time left on my life?
more that same day vote to come. And this is again the kind of place where the Trump campaign's goal coming in tonight would be to stop that decline. And maybe
Every time, man, you come over here with that shit. I think I need to.
I heard the cookies not all the voting in Butler County. It doesn't look like they're going to fall back any farther. Just check in too on Allegheny County. This is there's more than 1 million people in Allegheny County. You think
she like the
interior suburbs there, inner suburbs there. 3/4 of the vote in Allegheny. This landed in 2020. And again, this is one of the few counties in Pennsylvania.
They have a website. You can just
in the Trump era, but you know it's huge. As we just said, 60% is basically where Biden wins in Allegheny County in 2020. With about 3/4 of the voting. If you remember the start of the night, we have all that there.
I think the live in and I didn't see it.
Trump's been trying to chip away at that sense. They're seeing it between 80 and 25% of the vote.
all right.
I'm glad to know. See, I cook cakes and cut half of it almost and give it to her and go.
And he, she
And
don't even
then the
say
kids some, you know. I keep one little slice for myself and she won't even give me a cookie.
Check on that in Allegheny County and in Pittsburgh.
Ooh, this is
These are
some
places where
good
Democrats
cake.
depend on Harris is going to need even bigger margins, you know,
What?
a few points to offset potentially, like for instance what Trump just did.
I can
in
have your
Allegheny County. Excuse me, excuse me.
Well, thank you,
We'll be
George.
back with you.
what? Thank you, Joy.
ABC News now projects there's a winner in the presidential contest in Iowa. Donald Trump
Oh, God,
is projected
please.
to have won
Oh,
the
wow.
presidential contest in the state of Iowa. We also have a look at some Senate races. NBC
We were
News
supposed to win
projects
that.
No,
Maryland Senate
It's been
race.
read too.
Angela also
Okay, whoever this is.
Like 371 to
Also Brooks. Wait a minute, is she's
She won, yeah,
she's
she-
also Brooks.
Yeah.
So do I be like, you fish face piece of shit.
God damn it.
I hope Texas dies.
Colin.
Senate race.
Wyoming too.
Incumbent Republican Senator John Barrasso will be returning to the
Come
United
on,
States.
Texas.
And now let's look
Man.
at Nebraska. Initially, Nebraska has
Since
effectively
putting
two
back
Senate
in
seats.
there.
Oh God, look at this guy's teeth. Y'all voted for this motherfucker. Look at his whole face. He looks like a thumb.
The Nebraska
It looks like a fucking thumb with teeth.
is to fill the remainder of the term.
Oh, God.
They must have never seen a mole.
Pete
He
Ricketts
looks
has
just like a
held
mole.
this seat since January.
Just want to whack him on top of the head.
Special election as a de facto incumbent. NBC News can project that Pete Ricketts will hold on to that seat in the Nebraska special Senate election. But now there's another Senate election in Nebraska, and this is very interesting.
Neither one of
This
them
is
look like they
incumbent
like black
Republican
people at all.
Deb Fisher, who was
She
facing
definitely
no
has said
Democrat
nigga at
challenger,
least
but she
twice
was facing
in her whole
an
life.
independent
More than that.
challenger. An independent
You can
challenger
tell the way she hold
is
them out.
Dan
You can tell the way she hold him out, nigga. Nigga, you goddamn nigga.
Senate race in Nebraska. Again, out of the two, this one too will be called the special center election in Nebraska.
That guy right there could give a damn one way or the other.
One way or the other, he don't give a
He don't
shit.
care.
He don't give a shit.
Texas seat stands
Oh.
the only possible loss of a Republican Senate seat that remains for tonight, and that could be serious.
Are you surprised by the Colin Red Ted Cruz result?
No, you can't be. To every election, it looks
I was
like
hoping already
someone might
would
be
put it
able
out.
to
I know.
get Texas
I
better,
know.
or
You know, that
every
Texas is
time.
red. And I don't even understand how it's red.
I don't know, and people just dying up here.
And most of them are
You can't be
Hispanic.
surprised.
They do this every time. He's saying it right now. They do it every time.
Every time.
This is the one.
It's like Spanish people be roaches for raid. Black people who like Trump, roaches for raid. Y'all roaches for raid. And I can't wait till you spray on your punk ass and you die.
It's becoming a brown
I want all of you to die.
Population, and we know from Paula Ramos's amazing reporting on the ground in Texas, just because someone is brown, just because someone's Latino, does not necessarily make them an acolyte of the Democratic Party. And I think there's some real, we don't know how this is all going to shake down on race, but I think there's going to be some really interesting analysis that is going to need to be done in the coming weeks and months in terms of what kind of coalitions are being built.
No white folk in Texas ain't ready for no black.
They ain't ready. They just not ready.
I mean, we talked a little bit about realignment before. And
the country might not be ready for Kamala Harris.
Don't see that, please.
I mean,
they not ready for Kamala, but they ready for that piece of shit.
But you got a lot of men that's voting
that is no longer a state we're watching
for Trump
with
simply because they are not going to put no woman in. They don't care what Trump do. They would not vote for him. And then it was
and I hope y'all die. I hope you die. I hope he takes away your health care. I hope he takes away everything you thought he was going to give you. And I hope you fucking die. I'm sorry. Fucking die, you stupid motherfuckers. Die. You fucking assholes. Die. That's what you want anyway. You're voting for the fucking king of death. So die, motherfuckers. All of y'all.
It's the way Democrats it's moving each cycle.
It's also the way now, moving back.
And it's the focus
they gonna die.
Oh my God.
And they are relentless in it. And that is also the largest single.
Came back a little bit. Come on. She took the lead, Virginia. Come on.
Cook County. That's the largest number of black voters.
She went to Rhode Island.
Deeply suppressed in terms
of Rhode Island, they got before electoral votes.
So Democrats would have to do a lot of work there in terms of voter suppression and also voter mobilization.
She gonna win Maine up in there. She'll get Maine. She'll get Maine.
Delaware. This is true with every demographic group. But the reason why Georgia is a baby blue state, as I'll continue to call
they ain't got no
it,
point.
is because Stacey Abrams organized and
three electoral votes.
Organized and we're not going to touch
the only thing left on the East Coast is
the reason we're even talking about North Carolina is because they have this amazing state party chair who's like 26 or 27 years old, and because they have a great governor's candidate, it's because they're organizing there and they're not leaving and coming back
for people's campaign, which is like, I think they just like 900 from Dallas and Texas, and you've got people that have been in there trying to organize that state and change it. And the thing that's sort of sad about my old state of Florida.
Yeah, I'm looking at Queen Diva, are you on moderator? Did I put you on moderator?
Nikki Fried, who
I thought I had made you moderator, my bad.
Trying to organize Florida.
Yeah, because there's too many crazy folks in here, and y'all gonna make me say some real shitty stuff to you.
Florida is now going into Georgia, North Carolina,
I can't believe it.
I
got Queen Diva.
People who do not vote in Texas because they know the Electoral College
outcome of calm the fuck down. I just made her the moderator.
And so when you have 7 million who don't vote, there's a possibility that we will never get to because the Electoral College locks down a voter suppression system that is better than anything.
You better be glad Ronnie ain't in here.
Yeah, and in Florida, it's about
because that's who I would make the moderator. Ronnie would come in like the night shift in DC and break your head.
So I hope people are voting. They can still vote. And by the time continuum.
Are you kidding?
But there are states like that.
5 million people didn't vote, and where? In Florida, and then y'all want better for yourself, but you don't get up off your ass. Florida can go. I hope that we shit you out of our system, Florida. You are diarrhea, Florida. You understand? You're diarrhea, and I'm taking Pepto-Bismol.
Which you can change by voting in state legislative and other state-specific races, regardless of what's happening with Texas and Alaska. And so there is a sort of
Kornacki need to go put on some actual khakis. Them blue fucking slacks is really pissing me off too. What was he thinking? What was he thinking?
Gary Chambers has been doing heroic work about this in Louisiana. He literally posts every day what the voter turnout is.
Exactly. Where's the hurricane when we need one? Wash y'all ass the fuck up out of here.
Of African American voters, and the voter turnout sometimes is 10% or 12%, and it's that people have given up, forgetting that they just elected a 2-term.
No, no one ever should go to Florida again. Do you understand?
So, right, if you're saying that abortion policy returns to the state,
I hope Disneyland leave. I hope all of them leave.
Think more about that, but voters are not thinking at that level of. It's not even 3D chess.
Can somebody get a message to Steve Kornacki and tell him to go change his goddamn pants?
The mama mama-directed voters, which are my voters, my grown children, my kiddos, my Jason and my kiddos, like if they're, I'm not JD Vance, so I don't just claim it's just one parent that has a kid, both parents have the kids.
Where's Odessa
Our
at?
adults live
That's
in
a
blue
problem
states.
with the sleep.
They don't all live in the same state, but one lives in California. And the way that I've had to lobby them to vote when they say, my vote doesn't matter, I'm in a blue state, it doesn't make a difference, is to explain to them, wait, there's this ballot initiative
And
on
to
your
tell them
ballot.
you're gonna shame them on television.
We're gonna go to Emily's phone plan, and if you want your phone to actually work, that also works.
Two updates for you. First, on this Bomber thing that we have been talking about, the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office has issued a statement in response to reports of an investigation of a bomb threat to the Maricopa County Recorder's Office. They say these bomb threats, again, are not credible. But they are investigating
Ain't nobody
again
doing
at the
that kind of shit
recorder's
with them
office.
doggone Proud
Also,
Boys.
9
Yeah.
polling
All they
states
stuff doing
and the
stuff for Trump.
Navajo Nation in Apache County, Arizona, have been allowed to remain open for 2
And
hours
that scares me.
longer.
That scares me the most because if she does win,
FBI
then you know that he's going to be yelling, "Oh, how did I lose? I had this, this, and this."
Oh yeah, he gonna say
Bomb
that.
threats attributable to Russian
He gonna say that. He
email
gonna say that.
in the states
That
of Georgia,
it's cheated. He
Wisconsin,
gonna say
Michigan,
that.
and Arizona.
He already
including the
paving the
Navajo
way.
Nation.
Listen,
So,
y'all not gonna have no choice but to leave Florida and Texas because you're not gonna have any fucking health care. So you have to leave. It's not gonna be a choice in a minute. You're gonna have to leave.
This appears to be, according to the FBI, something that they're investigating as a foreign interference effort. All right,
And I want to see where he gonna start with the news meeting.
Yeah.
First of all,
And I don't know who he
there's a
thinks
Senate projection
when he
to be
started
made in the great state
deporting
of
immigrants.
Virginia, and
Who
the
gonna
news
work
projects
in
that
this country?
Democratic incumbent Senator Tim
Where is
Kaine
this?
will be returning
Is
to
that
the
he?
United
Was
States
he
Senate from
always
Virginia.
there?
Yeah, he was ran for president, vice president.
Did he win? What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Look, he looks like a dickhead.
As well.
Yeah, they gave it to him again, but that's Missouri.
Yo, when are they gonna start putting some of these folks in jail? Is what I'm telling
The
you.
vote statewide now counted, and Trump with a 3-point advantage here. It's about 135,000 votes. Yeah, again, I think we're seeing some clear things we've taken you through, and they're being
If Harris
reinforced.
wins,
Look at here.
it's all
We talked
gonna
about the
change.
rural counties,
You think?
large black
It's all
populations,
gonna
where
change.
Democrats wanted to run up
If
turnout
Trump wins,
and make
it's
some
all
gains.
gonna
That has
change
not
for the
happened.
worse.
You take a look at some of these big, well-populated,
There's gonna be some people gotta leave
still
country.
Republican
Yeah.
suburbs where Trump
They
has
keep
had some
from getting locked
slippage.
up.
Or
Democrats
killed.
would need further
Yeah,
slippage. We've singled
because
out
the
Union
Supreme Court
County,
gave him
before
authority
Trump
to pretty much
actually
do whatever he
gained
wanna
ground
do
in Union
as
County. This is a
president.
gigantic one.
He can
just
use the
outside
military
of
to go
Charlotte.
get
Gained ground there.
They said you
relative
need to set up an
2020, which was a
Insta
big reason
and
to
go
stay
live
back
all the
as
time
close
because
as
you
it
would
did.
go
Another county
viral.
that fits
They
together
love your
is
voice.
Charleston County, again, just very similar to Union
They
County,
love you.
just outside of Wayne County.
man.
And again, it's
I
not
know they don't wanna
massive,
get
but
me
Trump
wound
doing a
up.
point better than he did.
Not
Harris
on
doing a
Trump.
point worse than she did. Look, North Carolina is a state that is typically decided within the margins here. You know, the Republicans have been winning it since 2008, not in landslide margins. So when you have a 1-point swing,
As
towards
soon as
Trump
that dude
and a
said the
1-point
Puerto
swing
Rico
away from
thing, I just
Democrats,
knew
you
that.
keep
No,
seeing
I just
Didn't
knew
you
that
know
that was
it?
gonna
does
flip
start
it.
to add
Didn't
I
you
just
know it?
knew that Florida was gonna be like, oh, okay.
In Guilford County, where Green
But
I
no.
said he messed up then.
This is one of the big Democratic vote
Biden should have kept his
counties,
mouth
but
closed,
again,
though.
Biden was over 60%
How many
of the
electoral
vote,
votes is Cali have?
61% of the vote in 2020. What's still to come in Guilford County?
It's something
You've got
like 50
Republican
something.
favoring
We were in
Sunday
Cali,
vote.
that's
So
the-
you're really starting to see
Okay.
this lead that Trump has right here.
West Coast
The
is very
ingredients that
close,
are going into it are the ingredients he needed coming into the night. We'll just check in there.
Ain't
Coming
nothing
into the
about
night
that
to
but
have
big-
a good night in North Carolina. Take a
big
trip
numbers.
down to Georgia. 86% of the vote counted now. Trump's margin over 153,000 votes. Remember, he lost this by about 12,000 last time around. We've been keeping an eye on Fulton County. Democrats need gains there. They can't afford any slippage. The same-day votes counted up here, being counted up here. And now you can see it. Harris has fallen more than a point below.
They said
where
Pennsylvania
Biden
was
finished in
called?
2020. Trump's improved by more than a point here. A county this size, well over 1 million people here. That is a significant shift there. And with more same day to come, that may get even worse for Democrats right there. You can take a look at Douglas County. We have Cobb County. Again, we still have vote to come in here, but Harris now basically falling back to Biden's level. The potential to slip even further there. Up here, again, I won't take you through the individual counties, but in North Georgia,
This
this
is
is just
driving
the
me insane.
overwhelming Republican part of the state, and this story is being repeated in county after county. Trump is performing better. He won these things by 75, 80 points,
Jesus
75
Christ.
points or so in 2020. He's
You know what,
performing even better
Kaneki?
in these counties.
Don't
So
lose me tonight, okay?
just just zoom
He's
out
gonna
and
lose
look at
me
the
tonight.
implications of this potentially.
I'm gonna
because
break
this
up with him.
continues with the votes that are still to come in Georgia, North Carolina. I say this as a very, very big if here, but if you just play this out to let you know about the implications here. If Trump gets Georgia, and if Trump gets North Carolina, okay, and there's no other surprises outside of the battlegrounds, and we already saw Iowa called. That was one of the potential surprises people were thinking about. With those two states, Trump would move probably to 251 expected electoral votes. And how many electoral votes are in Pennsylvania? The answer is 19. So if in the remaining votes in North Carolina and Georgia, Donald Trump is able to lock down victories in those states, I say if. But based on what I'm showing you, there's real reason for hope for the Trump folks that that could happen. If Trump wins those two states, he'd be at probably 251, and likely in that scenario, if he could get Pennsylvania, that would get him to 270. Now, Pennsylvania, still a scramble here. 57% of the vote is in. There's check in here on Luzerne County. We continue to get more vote out of here. This is one of the key bellwethers we're using because this is Northeast Pennsylvania. Boy, there's a ton of vote in here, and this is the area the Trump campaign said they're going to improve on 2020 here. Again, 2/3 of the vote in now. Trump is ticking up closer to that 2020 level here. So keep an eye on that and the rest of the state. But Pennsylvania, just given what we're seeing in Georgia and North Carolina, increasingly taking center stage right here as one that the Harris campaign has always wanted, felt they needed. If Trump gets Georgia and Trump gets North Carolina, then Pennsylvania becomes an absolute must for Democrats.
Steve, we've got a projection to make. NBC News is making a projection in the presidential race in Nebraska. Now, as you know, in Nebraska, the electoral votes are allotted by congressional district. So I need to be specific here. NBC News is projecting that Donald Trump will win overall the state of Nebraska in the presidential contest, but at this point, NBC News is only comfortable attributing 3 of the 5 electoral votes in Nebraska to Donald Trump.
So he'll get 3 of the 5.
Congressional
3 of the 5.
Congressional district, there's still chance here that although Trump is winning the state, that Harris may get electoral vote to electoral vote out of the state. So we will watch 3 of the 5 electoral votes in Nebraska projected to go to Donald Trump per NBC News. Joining us now from Reno, Nevada, which is Washoe County, Nevada, is NBC's Steve Patterson. Steve, I understand that even though we've got polling, the polling places in Nevada closed as of 10 p.m. Eastern, closed as of more than 30 minutes ago, you still got wicked long lines there in Reno.
Yeah, the polls are closed, so why does it still sound like 4 o'clock in the afternoon at one of these polling places? In fact, I can show you the line here. This is, again, the county, county administration building. All the different county offices are here. You can see the line. This line, maybe about 30, 40 minutes. This is one of the good ones, Rachel. The county registrar just gave a news update to the press, sort of talking about what lines look like after the polls close. There are 10 plus sites in the county with an hour-plus wait, and one of them is the University of Nevada, Reno, which is reporting a 3-hour wait. It is 7:35 right now, 35 minutes after polls have closed. Now, here are the problems that come with this. Mail-in ballots, early voting, all of that stuff has been counted since 8 o'clock this morning. So all of that is being processed, it's going through. But in-person votes that were cast today, that are still being cast, those cannot be counted until the last person in Nevada has voted. And we won't know any of the data until the last person in Nevada has voted, which means we won't know anything, 0.0% reporting until at least 3 hours from now, because we're also hearing this is happening in other places around the state. So, not good news if you like sleep, great news if you're a fan of coffee.
See, just to be clear, the long lines there, we are still looking, as you said, at 3 hours. We're already more than a half an hour past when polls are just closed in Nevada. If we're looking at 3-hour plus lines, just to totally underscore the state will not report a single vote. They will not report any data at all until the last person has voted. So even if they've got a lot of stuff tallied, they've been working all day, they've got all that stuff banked essentially in terms of knowing who's cast votes, we won't hear anything from the state at all.
If she don't, if
You
she
hit it
don't win,
exactly,
they're gonna be sorry.
Rachel, which is, it's good news because this does not indicate that there is a voter problem, does not indicate that there's necessarily fraud or a problem with the system. It just means that there are simply incredibly long lines. We don't know if that is an indication of something that is a problem. The bad news is, of course, that does mean we won't know anything until the last person in Nevada has voted. We don't know where that person is, but I imagine that that person is in one of these ridiculously long lines.
Wow, Steve Patterson, thank you. And if you are within the sound of our voice and you are waiting in one of those long lines in Nevada, do not be dissuaded by the fact that your polling places were supposed to have closed a long time ago and the line still seems long. If you are in line, you can vote. And if you are in line, you better vote because you've already committed. You don't want to go home and say, I got bored. You'll never live it down. Honestly,
people just
stay in
leave
line.
my line.
Also, you don't get the sticker, which is the shame. It's just, I mean, it's irredeemable. Let's go to our friend Simone Sanders Townsend. Simone, I understand you've got a little bit of new intel out of Georgia.
Yes, so in Georgia, Fulton County and Gwinnett County. Fulton County is one of the counties that Steve just had up on the board. They were both targeted by those bomb threats. Again, to reiterate, there were no actual bombs, but I'm told that it shook people in the state, in those counties in particular. And folks who are, I've talked to 3 different people at this point, who are familiar with the numbers, who are familiar with the boiler room, and they say that Gwinnett and Fulton County, for the vice president, she needs to overwhelm Biden's numbers. And right now, as they stand, she has not overwhelmed them. By overwhelm, I mean she needs to do better than Biden did in Fulton and Gwinnett counties. Now, they caution that Fulton County's all the way in, and even in Gwinnett County, people are still voting. There was a concerted effort in Georgia as well, in those counties affected by the bomb threats, to encourage people to stay in the line, to go back to the polling places. So I don't think we can discount the effect, if you will, that these threats that again are not real. There are no bombs have been found to our knowledge thus far. That's what the FBI is saying. That's what Tom Winter is saying. And people Tom Winter saying, because he's very well sourced. But it did affect how people were feeling on the ground today.
Simone, thank you very much for that. Again, the FBI is investigating bomb threats in multiple states. I've been looking at some of the local press in Georgia. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution is headlining what they say is concern that has been expressed to them, sharp concerns expressed to them by the Harris campaign about the potential effect of these bomb threats. Again, there aren't bombs. There are just bomb threats being phoned in order to
get to come down my way there, and I know you're coming. I can really throw something.
Keep places open longer than they otherwise would have been because those places had to be cleared out. But there's always, of course, the threat that somebody who has to go home when they're sent home when a place is evacuated, or somebody who's deterred from going in the first place might not come back once the all clear is given. All right, looking ahead, at this point, it's 10:41 on the East Coast. We're heading toward a few more poll closings at 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, and 1 a.m. Steve, though, is not waiting for poll closings. He's just watching the vote come in. Steve, looks like you're looking at Michigan right now.
Yeah, in Michigan, and again, it's very scattered here, but there are a couple of big places I want to look at because they might offer us some clues. Again, we say with some of these bigger counties, we have questions going into the night, specific questions about counties that, could be extrapolated potentially more broadly. Meaning, let's take a look here at one of the biggest. We flagged this one at the start of the night. This is Oakland County. This is a big, giant suburban county just outside Detroit, and this is the 2 big suburban counties just outside Detroit. This is the Democratic one. This is the one, with a lot of college-educated, higher-income types of the urban communities here. So look at this. 2/3 of the vote is now counted in Oakland County, and Harris is winning. The Democrats are supposed to win here. The margin's inside 10 points. It's less than a 50,000 vote raw vote margin here. I want to show you what this does in the context of other recent races. In 2020, this was a 14-point win.
Why do they keep looking back at 2020?
And in 2016, this was an
8-point win for Hillary Clinton.
Biden won. This
when he
wasn't
won
enough to win Michigan for Hillary Clinton.
And if Kamala Harris can get to that point where Biden won, then she might be able to pull it out.
It's an awful lot like this. Remember
So
our
they're
tests
saying that
coming
she
into the
might-
night, one of them was to compare Oakland
Right now,
to its
she's at
next door neighbor,
53.9.
Macomb.
Biden was
Blue
at
right now. This is the
56.4.
blue-collar, Trump-friendly suburban county.
Clinton was
There's
at
almost no vote that's been counted
51.6,
there, so yet
and
to
they
be
all
seen how
pulled
this is
it
gonna
out.
measure up. But one of the
That's
reasons
pretty good.
Democrats were able to win Michigan, why Joe
So
Biden
she
was
might
able to win
pull
Michigan
it out in
years ago was this. He was able to run up a monster number in a gigantic, highly populated suburban county, and it more than offset Trump's strength in the other gigantic blue-collar.
So all of
suburban
these are
counties.
still too close
This
and too
is a
early.
number, if this holds, that the Trump people would be very happy with. The Democrats want that back where it was in 2020. One other county that I think we can look at here.
I literally thought it might be a landslide. Maybe I'm delusional.
I did too.
I really thought it was going to be a
I
landslide.
really did because all those people that were coming out
Yeah.
and early voting, but see, the Republicans got smart this time too. They requested early voting so they could get locked in. You know, because when he had everything going for him, he wanted vote. The last time they didn't do that. They didn't worry about early voting. The only somebody who was worried about early voting was Democrats, and they won. So Republicans said, we're going to flip
basically means all the vote is now in Eaton County. It's gone back to that 2016 level, 51-46, 49-44. That's what the Trump campaign wants to see in counties like this, where they have
was like,
slippage
when you get your
in
page
counties
set
they
up,
won in
please.
2020. They want to get that slippage back. We saw that earlier. We showed you Lackawanna County in
an it, huh?
Pennsylvania. They did that. They did this just outside Lansing. Here's another place where they really want to do that. You can see right here next to Oakland. It's Livingston County. Okay, some rural areas here too. It's gigantic, kind of between Lansing and Detroit. Half the vote now counted in Livingston County. And again, just want to show you, this was a bad number for Donald Trump 4 years ago. He won this by a little bit less than 23 points. This was a good number for Donald Trump. He won the state of Michigan.
Not in this life or
another. Here by about just under 30
Who
points.
eats that?
And his
That's
margins
when I was buying it. I was like, who gonna eat that?
So far, like 2016, than it is 2020.
You don't even know, not even in my terrible, most horrible nightmare.
Not even like the one that's the whole cranberry.
And again, we're seeing this in other areas of the battleground.
With my turkey and dressing.
Pennsylvania, we had some.
I never understood the meaning of cranberry sauce.
Almost completely here. It can take you through them. You can start right here, Berks County. Okay, this is where Reading is. One of the things we talked about, Reading has the highest concentration of Hispanic
in the early days that they what they got.
The Trump campaign said
and
we are
when
going to
they
make gains with
had
Hispanic voters. The
Thanksgiving
National Exit
dinner,
Poll is showing Trump making
cranberries was
substantial
part of
gains
what they
with
had,
Hispanic
so they
voters tonight.
prepared it.
I've seen counties
And they ate
way
cranberries
outside the
too,
battleground
with their turkey
the
and
largest
they
Hispanic
dressing
populations where
so
Donald
now
Trump
that
It was about
gains
resources.
Virginia.
So now what's the purpose now? Celebrate them motherfuckers not having resources.
Well,
I'm not eating that shit. I'm going to
they made it a part of tradition. That's all they did. You know, a lot of people
was this before or after they killed all the Indians?
Exactly what the Trump
Probably
campaign said
after
it
they
was going
killed
to
most
do
of
in a place like Trump County. It was going to take that.
They worked on that for years.
In Burke County.
They didn't just stop at a few, they kept going.
Again, we've been talking about this.
Oh my God.
Comes in, Wilkes-Barre.
After they had saved their life.
County with a
Saved
substantial
them.
Hispanic population.
Fed them, made sure they could eat, showed them how to grow stuff.
His 2020 number there, and he's got a long way to go here. All that vote that's still to come in. We expect to be election day vote.
No, that shit was funny as hell. They are dying. They're like, what? That is perfect.
Densely populated counties in northeast Pennsylvania. Take a look down here at Cumberland County. We talked about this one a little while ago.
We're
This was a
losing.
big hope for Democrats in Pennsylvania coming into
We're
it.
losing.
95% means basically it's all in Cumberland County. Again, 2020 looked like this. It's basically the same. It's a fraction of a point difference.
She's doing a little bit better than they were doing in 20, and then Biden was doing in 2020.
It was an 18-point race.
But it ain't over yet. They still got a minute, but no, 95% in.
I've never seen, they keep saying
That's
Red
in
Mirage.
Cumberland County, right?
Y'all keep saying Red Mirage, but I'm like, this Mirage ain't never lasted this long.
That encourages,
So, was they giving states to Trump the last time?
The story we've been talking about
this is
elsewhere.
exactly how it played out last time.
This is the bellwether.
Nothing
It's one of the
big
two
has
that
happened
switch
yet.
sides to Biden in
The big stuff ain't went down.
Virginia, we gotta see what happens.
Trump
North Carolina,
catch Harris
Georgia,
with
and
the
then
election day vote. Just checking in on Philadelphia, we're up to 2/3 of the vote now in Philadelphia. And again, this is just Philadelphia City And again,
They said it's more like
becoming a bit of a theme we're seeing in multiple states now. The Hispanic vote. Why did Trump make some progress? It was small, but it was there in Philadelphia in 2020. It was because he improved with Hispanic voters in Hispanic areas of the city. With 2/3 of the vote in Philadelphia now, it's 77-21. Well, that looks terrible, but compare that to 2020, and look at that. Trump is running 3.5 points better in Philadelphia than he did in 2020. Harris now 4 points off the Biden number. There is more mail to come, more vote by mail to come in Philadelphia. That will be a boost to Harris, but there's also more.
I'm really at this point. If this country is saying that y'all don't give a shit about women, y'all don't give a shit. Fuck y'all. You know what I'm saying? Everything that happens to us, we fucking deserve. I hope Russia bombs the fuck out of us.
Our Constitution ain't gonna
It's just one.
He gonna dismantle the Constitution.
Patterns you're not just seeing in one
He
state,
gonna
you're
dismantle
seeing in
it.
multiple states right now.
Steve, thank you. We've got a
He
few
gonna
calls to
dismantle
give you an update on
Department of
first, a
Education.
Senate race. NBC News has projected that in the Senate race in New Jersey,
And he
Democrat
don't care
Andy
about
Kim
how smart you
will
are,
be
how
the
much
next U.S. Senator
education you
from the
got,
state
how much
of New
intelligence
Jersey.
you got.
NBC News can also
The only
make
thing he's
projection
concerned
in
about
the
is
governor's
Lord.
race in New Hampshire.
If you
This is an
lower than
interesting
him,
one
you
to
can be a
watch.
dummy.
In
Like
New
all the
Hampshire,
rest of them
looks like
dummies
it will be
that's locked up
Republican
or got
from U.S.
time.
Senator Kelly Ayotte will be the next governor of New Hampshire. The
Yep.
current governor of New Hampshire
This
is
bitch look
new
like
incumbent
she
Republican.
is a
Republicans are
care
really
run.
hoping to hold
She
on
goes
to
straight
this
to the
governor's
manager.
seat, and in Kelly Ayotte's victory in New Hampshire, they have done so. One other projection
Oh,
for you.
she looks
and
so
it's a
much
ballot
like a
measure.
Serena
This one
Joy.
in Colorado.
When she
This is one of the
think about
10
Trump,
states
she
that
always
has
said,
an abortion
where you
rights
think
measure
I'm gonna
on the
put my
ballot
nose?
in Colorado.
Well, it's-
This is Amendment
God.
79, so right to abortion, insurance coverage,
I
surveillance
can't wait to
matter.
get my nose.
NBC News projects that the
Oh,
abortion
yes,
rights
sir, I
measure
do.
in Colorado
where I wanted
will
it.
pass. So we're heading up toward the 11 o'clock hour. We'll have poll closings in California, Idaho, Washington, and Oregon. And things are starting, I would say, to come into focus because it's later, but we still have not a single swing state call.
Yeah, one thing I will just say, I'm not trying to be rosy all the time
Yeah,
at all.
come on,
but
come on.
This
Come on,
always
see your
happens
joy.
on election nights where the bigger cities, where Democrats have the bigger share of the vote, come in later. And there are a lot of places, Grand Rapids, Michigan, a bigger chunk of Philly, Dane County in Wisconsin. We don't know what they'll be, but we're
Jen dyed her
going to see
hair
what they
yellow.
are before anybody starts drinking.
You know,
down their
because
couches.
it was red in it.
They're already doing that.
She's definitely a redhead, but she might brighten. She might
She do
highlight.
something to her
She
because
might
now she look
highlight
almost blonde. And I done seen her with that hair just red.
Yeah, she probably highlights it too.
Worked within the Obama administration.
I like the red better.
I like anything she does. She's so fucking
Especially when she wear red and green.
But it's interesting because we're
That
also
green,
seeing sort of
I like
a changing
to
of the
see
guard
it.
of some new people potentially in the Senate who do come from a background where they care deeply about global norms, where they care deeply about defending them and talking about them and elevating them. And that's an interesting part of the story, maybe a positive one.
I would also say that Andy Kim is also just like kind of an awesome public servant.
Yes.
And obviously, one of the things we've talked to him about in here on MSNBC was this very poignant thing that happened on January 6th, where he took it upon himself to clean the Capitol in the wake of the insurrection. But also just like a well-spoken and like, compassionate, like a
Even let me
solid
know on the
leader.
time.
And to see him move into that sort of next tier of Democratic leaders, leadership, particularly after the mess that was the Bob Menendez conviction, it just like good on New Jersey. You'll never be sorry that you've got Andy Kim representing you in the United States Senate. So that's a good one. As we head towards California, Idaho, Washington, Oregon, again, these aren't states that are thought of as swing states in terms of the presidency, but they're going to be really, really important, particularly in terms of who's in control in the United States House. So we know that a lot of the Western states count very slowly, particularly California. We'll get our first look at those things in about 7 or 8 minutes. Steve.
Just happened, we can tell you about one. We've been following North Carolina, where statewide you can see 85% of the vote now in Donald Trump maintaining that lead in the neighborhood of 150,000 votes. The big thing that just happened is we have been talking about the giant, city, core city counties where Democrats need the big margins. We've been waiting all night on Mecklenburg County. This is where the city of Charlotte is. Now we've got almost all of Mecklenburg County has now been reported out. Harris, no surprise, landslide margin here, but this is short of where Joe Biden was here 4 years ago. Joe Biden won Mecklenburg by 35. Right now it's 32.5. And again, this number, Biden lost North Carolina narrowly, but he lost it 4 years ago. The name of the game for Democrats was to make a jump here tonight. We're going to do it in the raw vote, and you'll really see it. 378,000. That's the number of votes Joe Biden got here in 2020. 179,000 is Trump. That is essentially a 200,000 vote margin the Democrats got out of Mecklenburg County 4 years ago. Not quite enough to win the state, but the name of the game for them tonight was build on that.
Well, Trump win.
200,000 with 90%. Some votes to come in, so this is going to change. But you can see clearly the difference here. It's sitting at less than 175,000.
During the whole
so instead of going north of
pandemic,
200,000, it is
COVID,
to finish south.
I had 10 in.
4 years ago.
I was getting about 7 eggs a day.
Democrats looking at North Carolina all night.
I was giving eggs away. Everybody was paying $7, $8 for a dozen.
Is notable.
And I said, man, I had eggs galore. I ain't worried about no eggs for nobody.
Razor thin. But again, one of those questions we asked at the start of the night, getting some clarity, and it's in the most Democratic vote producing margin county in the state, Dane County. Almost 90% of the voting here. We're getting close to all the vote in Dane County. Significance here. Democrats rely so much on Dane County and Wisconsin now because they've lost so much ground in the rural areas of this state. I said at the start of the night, every single presidential election this century, the Democrats have added to their margin in Dane County.
Yeah, I want the land for sure. Yes, if you decide to sell it, I want your land. Yes, I want you. Matter of fact, if you give me permission, I want to start building a shelter thing.
Building what?
Bomb shelter.
Margin of about 182,000 votes. Name of the game tonight was to hit that number and go further, like they had every election this century in Dane County, with about 90%. Still some votes to come, but you can see how far.
And the first thing I'm gonna do is get 4 big dudes and go to your neighbor's house and beat his motherfucking ass.
This is the county Democrats rely on here.
That's the first thing.
For doing what now?
Shooting a dog.
Oh, that
I don't stomp the shit out that
I don't know where he went. I don't know where he went.
He went to hell. Is where he went. He shot his dog.
On Ozaukee County. Okay, this is 60% of the vote is in Ozaukee County. Significance here.
That's the first thing I'm gonna do.
Lost in 2016.
Yes.
He won the county, but he lost so much.
Well,
this was the worst
he ran out in the road.
performance.
Yeah,
but he came through with the purpose of doing it.
Yeah, he
Because he had came through there before,
He came through there before in the dog head skate or whatever.
Yeah, so he came back again, running through there again, and he had his pistol.
But this is what's fucked up. Is that Moon's out there like, please don't shoot my dog.
She was right there in the eye.
Yeah, that motherfucker.
She said, hold up.
They had to talk stuff.
I got him. I get him, and she called him and went out there to get him, and he shot him anyway.
Counties, politically significant counties, where we now have a giant chunk of the vote. We can start to see some patterns developing. Just checking in statewide, close to 60%. It is very close there statewide. But,
he was a big dog.
A few counties where we have that much vote in that size, that's very significant.
Yeah, but shoot the dog.
Steve, as we head toward the 11 o'clock poll closings in the West, I want to quickly jump to Georgia. Blaine Alexander.
Still, why would you shoot a dog?
But he came through there with that purpose. I could see it to know if it wasn't. Don't, who runs with a pistol in their pocket?
Right.
Well, Rachel,
No.
I have an update for
Most folks
timing
don't.
for you. I just spoke with a spokesperson from
They
Georgia
sometimes
He said I barely remember the phone.
with a little stick. Sometimes they get out if they're walking. They walk with a cane or a stick or something. But when you go jogging, you don't go jogging with no pistol.
talk about what Georgia's going to look
Unless
like.
you coming out to shoot somebody.
That's what I'm
They
saying.
believe that the state is on track to
It
have
was
most
intentional.
of those results uploaded. So,
But he ain't never jogged that way no more.
Yeah, that motherfucker knew.
He knew. I was walking out every day with in my rights every day. Waiting on his ass.
So that door right back there, that is where representatives from each of the counties, more than 100 precincts, are coming in, and they kind of walk this kind of interesting, almost parade like route.
Yeah.
They walk through this kind of sectioned off area, this roped off area, and then they come over here to where several employees, several workers.
They got 11. What other states closed closing in a minute and a half?
So they come over to these tables right here, and we see them pull out the bags and scan them in. Each person kind of scanning in.
So it's gonna be some other stores coming in now. I think they got 11 more states closing in about a minute and a half.
Yeah, this man yelled out during the debate, they're eating the cats and the dog, and y'all think he's a good president. I am just you'd rather have a crazy lunatic than a woman. That's how scared you are of women? What the fuck is wrong with y'all? And if you so superior and alpha, what you scared of women for anyway?
These are people who are actually
your fucking ass.
That another precinct
because you uneducated.
You're gonna be sorry.
A loud announcement overhead. We see them come in.
You're gonna say I made a mistake. But then that's gonna be too daggone late.
Understand that all of the results are here in the building. They're just waiting
I
on
wish
them to
I
be
had it.
uploaded. And so when I last spoke
He
with
literally,
so what kind of good
he
is that?
literally simulated giving a blowjob. He literally simulated giving a blowjob during a freaking speech. That's who your king
At
is.
this point, Blaine Alexander for us in Fulton County.
He indicated calling
again, underscoring what Blaine
the
just
Vice
reported
President of
that
the United States a bitch.
person from
Yeah.
the Secretary of State's office says.
Oh, and J.D. Vance called her trash
Georgia
with his couch fucking
will be in
ass.
by midnight, which means they will be in by an hour from now.
Ooh, I remember-
As we
I
close in
remember
on 11
Didn't
p.m.
nobody say
Eastern
anything
and
negative
poll closings in 4 western
about the
states.
president. Wasn't no
We're getting
profanity
close
in
to
no
the end of all the polls in the United States of America. 4 closing right now in California.
No, that's Pennsylvania, baby.
Washington,
He ain't in
and
Pennsylvania.
Oregon.
Not yet.
In terms of what projections,
Not yet, he working
ABC
on it.
News can project a winner in the presidential race in California. Kamala
That's right,
Harris,
he said
the California native, is projected to be the winner of the presidential race in California. NBC News can also project a winner.
Yeah, Cap, they broke. He got Idaho.
He got Idaho.
Projected to be the winner of the presidential race in Idaho. Up to the Pacific Northwest in Washington State. The presidential race in Washington State, projected by NBC News at this hour to be 2.
That's what they about to be.
Similarly, in Oregon, NBC News says in Oregon the presidential race is too early to call. Let's look at the overall electoral
So they're not gonna
college.
know this.
The
Oh
electoral
God,
vote map
this is
right now,
bad.
Donald
This
Trump
is so
stands at
bad.
214.
But she already got the
electoral votes.
California
Kamala
one.
Harris stands at 145 electoral votes. Again,
Yeah, they call
not a single
California.
swing state has been called as we're watching vote continue to come in all of them. Right now, looking at some battleground states that haven't been called, this is Georgia, too close to call, a difference of about 136,000
Because a lot of
votes
people probably
between the
voted
two
early.
candidates.
Man, he might win. He might win, Georgia.
Too close to call.
You think
a
he's
difference
gonna-
of about
she gonna lose Georgia?
119,000
Yeah,
votes
she
between
look
the
like
two
she gonna lose
candidates.
Georgia.
She can
Here's
lose Georgia.
Michigan,
She can't
too
lose
close to
Pennsylvania.
call, a difference of just under 75,000 votes between the two candidates. Here's Wisconsin, also too close to call, fewer than 30,000 votes separating the two candidates. Over to North Carolina, NBC News projects
lose
that the
both of
race
them,
there
it's
is too early to call. Over to Arizona, NBC News projects the race is too early to call.
That's
And in Nevada. Nevada.
Any
is
state that
too
she
early
behind
to
in, she
call.
could possibly
That's a
lose.
projection from NBC News.
The only thing that she might get a chance
Senate
to
races right now. We've got interesting Senate
No,
races.
because I think
Some of the states-
Adam won, yes.
You know Schiff was gonna win. He's
And Adam
rich.
Schiff is facing off against baseball
He's gonna
guy
win.
Republican
He
Steve
gonna win
Harvey.
though.
That Senate race in California is too early to call. I'm being informed by the
Well,
controller
it's gonna be
that
really
baseball guy
hard
is
for
not the
Schiff to
right way
win
think. Right way
in
to think
California
Colin.
if,
I apologize, I'll revise that in a moment.
No.
The Senate race in Washington State,
No, he'll win
Independent
that.
Democratic.
They know
Senator
shit.
Maria Cantwell is facing off against Raul Garcia. This is also too early to call in the Senate race in Washington State. This is the Senate at this hour. 48 Republicans seated in the Senate. That includes one Senate pickup for the Republicans. The pickup they had was in West Virginia, where independent Senator Governor Joe
We got
Manchin
179
gave
now.
up his seat, decided not to run again. A Republican picked that up. There are 37 Democrats in the Senate.
It depends on what you're
15
watching. The
uncalled
person online
seats
is watching what I'm
as of
watching.
yet in the United States Senate.
Yeah.
So again, we don't have any more-
Okay, Liddy, it's time for your update,
We
Liddy.
got 1 at midnight. We got 1 at 1 a.m. We got poll closings everywhere. I should tell you, in Arizona, where we do have polls closed.
They got you. They still see.
Arizona is yet another state where we have had
Just all
some
in the camera. It don't matter.
delayed
Listen, we're
results
still waiting on,
promised,
the key here is,
because
they've
of
been
these
saying it
bump
for
that we have
weeks.
seen all over the
Wisconsin,
country.
Michigan, Pennsylvania.
Arizona
She wins
counties
those three, she's gonna
are
win.
reporting
It's
that there
simple
will
as
be
that.
some
Wisconsin,
delayed results,
Michigan,
for example, from La Paz
If she
County.
can get North
In Arizona,
Carolina,
La Paz County's
Georgia,
elections
but they still
office
haven't called Virginia.
evacuated due to one of these hoax bomb
Does
threats.
it.
Also,
Wisconsin, Michigan,
Cochise County,
Pennsylvania.
Arizona,
She does it.
Cochise County Sheriff's Office
She's
is
gonna eke it
advising
out.
of a reported bomb threat to the elections
like, give
office.
us- they're like, give us some hope,
in Cochise
please.
County, Arizona.
It's gonna be close. I
Throw
got
that
no.
hope,
I don't know.
throw that hope up in the air. Make it come on
I
down.
think late, Democrats
and
come in
local
late.
officials are commenting, and local secretaries,
Right now,
state
Wisconsin,
secretaries of state
60%
are
reporting.
commenting on
He's
the
up
fact
by
that these bomb
25,000.
threats called into polling places
So
and now
close.
counting centers.
They say, what you
all
say,
across the country. None of these bomb threats is thought to be
Well, I don't
associated
know,
with an
man.
actual bomb, with anything actually exploding. There hasn't been any sign
can
of that
throw it up in the
whatsoever.
air and hope it comes
These appear
down
to
right.
be
That's all that
hasn't
matters.
even come in
bomb
yet.
threats that are designed to disrupt. The FBI says in at least some of these cases, these are attributable to Russia, or they're investigating whether or not this may be of Russian
My
origin.
wife ain't gonna be here.
But again,
She's
our
scared to death.
battleground recap, summing up.
Yes, baby.
We've got 2 early to call: North Carolina, Arizona, Nevada, and it's 2 close to call in
What'd you
Georgia,
say?
Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan.
Hello?
I mean, blue wall, baby, there was always going to be a blue wall night.
Hey.
And I think that, I mean, I tried
I
to
said,
speak
what
a
did you
little
say?
bit to some of the fantasies, right, of a landslide victory that would erase any doubt,
He
that
just
would
said that.
eradicate,
He just said
the threat of something drawn out. And that is, you know, I'm so loath to quote Don Rumsfeld with all of you, but I will anyway. I feel like Liz Cheney has made that somewhat acceptable again.
No, still not acceptable.
You go to the polls with the country that you have, and the country we have lives in 2 totally
Yep.
separated information ecosystems. Whatever happens, we'll have to really understand
Well, I know one thing.
information consumption that young men
Be in
have, and
trouble
why they
with-
think that the economy will
Yeah,
be
you
better
got
under
it.
Donald Trump when it never was. I think that waiting for these blue wall states to come
I
in
love you,
because
baby.
they're so close, because households are divided, right? There could be a yard sign in the house that doesn't
Everybody keeps
represent
saying
how everyone in the
still
house
early,
will vote
still
in
early,
either
but I'm
direction.
like,
And so I think it's going to be
She's scared to death.
a late
Me
night.
too.
And
It's a
I
good
think
reason.
the
Comes
polls,
down to
and I guess the slice
4
of good news
states.
that the polls have accurately captured this dead heat.
Ari, since you were last with us, I've got nothing to report.
Lord, I'm supposed to go to Georgia.
We've got the
As soon as I get
states
back,
now.
I ain't
We've got
going.
too close in Georgia, and then the blue wall, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin.
I'ma tell
And we've got
Al,
2
I ain't
early in
coming
North
down there.
Carolina, 2 early in
Yeah,
Arizona
Georgia.
and Nevada.
Y'all don't know how to go.
What have you been watching?
Well, freaking is just another word for nothing left to report. We don't know who's going to win Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania.
I think we
Which
do.
means that when you actually put aside a lot of the
He said we
energy
gonna
and
win?
understandable emotion and
He
commitment,
said we don't know
we
it,
are in
didn't
a similar place than we were a few hours ago. I have seen people start to jump on trends, but we don't know who's going to win those states. If Kamala Harris wins those states, then she would be in a path to win the presidency. We can see, because we have so much great numbers from all of our teammates who rigorously collect this, that there are other trends that don't tell us who's going to win the election that show Donald Trump outperforming some of where he's been in the past, including among some of those groups, including among Latinos, and perhaps in the total national vote.
He shouldn't win none.
The total national vote doesn't determine the
Because
outcome.
of
So
Latinos,
that's
they
what I'm
should.
watching. Pennsylvania
I
is the
understand.
reason why Kamala Harris,
Because he gonna
wants to
ship their
win.
ass out of here
They
like
can hit more than one
30
state
going
in a day.
forward.
She spent her final day campaign
And he's
doing
using
all
that
5
border
stops in
thing to
Pennsylvania,
start
the
profiling
campaign,
again.
and we've heard from a lot of people there that still feel that's the path. While at the same time, and I've heard some interesting conversation at this table, at the same time, Donald Trump over in the entire country in places
Anytime
that
you
made
tell the
this as the
police.
election
doing better among certain groups is a striking and noticeable development.
You know what that
given
means.
The year he's had now closed. But yes, I will tell you that the boring thing, the simple thing, the repetitive thing is the true thing. We're watching those 3 states, and no one can really confidently say at this hour who's going to win them yet.
I do have one call that we need to make, and let me interject here. NBC News can project a winner in the presidential race in the state of Oregon. Vice President Kamala Harris in the state of Oregon for NBC News' projection. I also want to draw your attention to one House race that is one of the House races that we have been looking at closely just in terms of it being a race to watch. This is New York 18. A really interesting race. It's a very tightly divided district. Pat Ryan, the Democrat here, won his seat in Congress in an August 2022 special election. He was up against Allison Esposito, a Republican opponent who had been very heavily invested in by the Republican Party. She was one of the so-called young gun candidates for the Republican Party, served in the NYPD for 25 years, but Democrat Pat Ryan will hold on to that seat in New York 18. I also have to tell the controller here just for a moment that I just lost my IFB. And so I am now one of these people who's speaking but can't hear anything. So go ahead.
And you know what's scary? What I'm scared this stupid motherfucker gonna do is come on and say, "Oh, I won." He gonna do it.
I mean, just to show his shit stink. When it comes down to the wire, if Kamala Harris win, he gonna say they cheated. And that he won because he was way ahead and all that. He gonna say all that. To try to get people to go against one another. That's all he ever envisions about.
As I gather my train of thought here, I wanted to update you on 3 key counties here, again, in northeast Pennsylvania. We started the night saying, and we've said it a few times, that there are only 2 counties in Pennsylvania that are true swing counties. That is to say, they backed Donald Trump in 2016 when he won the state, then they flipped over and they backed Joe Biden when he won the state in 2020. One of them is Erie County, where you see right now about half the vote is in. Harris is ahead here. This is primarily on the strength of the vote by mail. The question is, as the rest of the vote comes in, which we know is Republican friendly, is Trump going to catch Harris there? Put a pin in that one, because the other one we pretty much have all the vote in right. Pretty much have all the vote in right now, and it's flipping. Northampton County, this is where eastern Pennsylvania is. This is the other county that flipped to Joe Biden in 2020 when he won the state. This fits a pattern we started talking about a little bit ago. There's a substantial Hispanic population in this county. And Donald Trump has made meaningful gains here. Joe Biden won this by a fraction of a point. It's now more than 5 points in Trump's favor, with just about all the vote counted up. We also just got a lot of the vote, almost all of it now, in Lehigh County. And again, Joe Biden won here by 8 points in 2020. It's a little under 5 right now. What's in Lehigh County? The city of Allentown is in Lehigh County. It is a majority Hispanic county. Both candidates paid a lot of attention to this. The Trump folks have bet on making gains with Hispanic voters, particularly in cities like Allentown in Pennsylvania. We don't have all the returns in from the city of Allentown yet, but what we do have shows Trump making significant further gains in that city. We also have from Monroe County just about all the vote in. This is the city of Stroudsburg. East Stroudsburg is here. Again, substantial growing Latino population. And look at this. In 2020, Joe Biden won here by 6.5 points. Kamala Harris now ahead by 0.7 of a point with just about all the vote in. Something else we've been seeing tonight, this is really, I keep pointing it out because I keep seeing it. I think it's important to know. There's a lot of counties like this in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin where Donald Trump either won or came very close in 2016, and he lost meaningful ground in 2020 when he lost all 3 of those states. And we keep seeing this tonight. Where he's landing tonight is back where he landed in 2016. These were winning numbers for Trump. These were losing numbers from Trump. This is another county where you're seeing winning in 2016 winning numbers for Trump.
They hate women in this country, period.
Perspective here too.
They have no respect.
Again, I think we showed you 8 for Biden.
What women have to go
through. You're also seeing it there. We continue to see it.
What women have to deal with.
Monitoring this as well. Now, More than 80% of the vote is counted here. Again, compare this to 2020.
They want to send you back to the alleys and stuff to have
Take
abortions.
a step further back, because I want you to see
People that
the
know
longer term
what they
trend.
do.
And they're not understanding that this is all a setup for J.D. Vance to become president. Like, that's the worst thing that can happen. I'm telling you right now, this dude don't give a fuck about being president. He just don't want to go
Donald
to jail.
Trump in 2016 brought it down to 67 points. In 2020, Trump lost ground in the state.
Then
Trump
y'all
lost the
look
entire
up in
state
the
of Pennsylvania.
same shit.
But
They're
look at
finna
this.
lock him
He
up
basically brought it
for all
down
of the
to
crap that he
63
been
points.
doing.
From 71
That's
to
why he
67,
keep the war
63.
going
And tonight,
between
right
him
now,
and
this is down
Hezbollah.
to 56 points. From 71 from
That's why
2020
the
down to
hostages is
56.
not free.
Again, what are we seeing here? What we saw in 2020,
He know that when he in that war,
Philadelphia,
they gonna
saw
lock him
meaningful
up.
improvement for Donald Trump. We're not talking
Long
about
as
10,
they
20,
fight,
30 points here.
he free.
We're talking about enough, though, to bring 67-point gap down to 63, and tonight, currently 56. The margin for Kamala Harris in Philadelphia right now is just about 300,000 votes. Democrats would love to see that land tonight at 500,000. Boy, they got a long way to go to get there. The one thing Democrats have to hope for in Philadelphia right now is there's a large number of vote by mail ballots that are going to be released. Looking at my clock here, we think in the next 45 minutes or so. That should boost the Harris number in Philadelphia. That should boost the margin there. But she needs to get that back at least to where Joe Biden was 4 years ago. She needs to get that margin way up. I'm just going to take a quick look through the collar counties here, because I think we're starting to get some meaningful vote. Again, these collar counties, especially Delaware, Chester, and Montgomery County, have become big, core Democratic vote-producing counties. Delaware County is the most Democratic of these three, and you can see it was 63-36 here in 2020. The name of the game in all these counties, Democrats want to be landing north of the Joe Biden number from 2020. They're on the Joe Biden number in Delaware County right now. Take a look out in Chester County. Again, this is where Democrats, I said at the start of the night, they want to land over 60% in Chester County. 59.8 for Harris right now, but the wild card is waiting on a lot of same-day vote. Is that going to affect? That number for Harris right now? And move up to Montgomery County. You know, you got cities here, the towns on the main line here, old school. 26 points for Joe Biden. It's 30 right now. Again, 30 would be where Democrats want this to land. The danger for them is there's still a significant amount of same-day vote there. But Democrats need Philadelphia to come through on the mail. They need massive margins to hold in these counties, and they're also going to need that. We'll just check quickly in Allegheny County. We're getting close, by the way. Pittsburgh suburbs, we're getting close to 90% of the vote here. And again, Harris number here right now is under, small, but it's slightly under.
And then you don't know that when you don't vote, you're voting for
4 years ago.
God,
This is basically a push with 2020. The Trump
and if you pay taxes and didn't vote, you the dumbest one. I got a bridge in New York to sell.
Steve, thank you. We've got a few calls that
The
we have to
right
make in
that
Senate
they
races.
fought for you to
NBC
have,
News
you just
can
gave away
project
when
that
you
there is
didn't
a
vote.
winner
Just
in the
gave that
Senate
shit away.
race in Ohio. This is a Republican pickup. This is incumbent Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown losing his seat to Republican challenger Bernie Moreno in Ohio. NBC News can also project an interesting Senate result in California. Now, this is Adam Schiff, the Democratic candidate in California, is projected to have won this seat. I need to tell you, though, he wins
I'm
this
glad he
both
keeping this
in terms of the regular Senate contest, but he also wins the special, which means that the seat that was vacated by the death of Dianne Feinstein, where LaFonza Butler has been in that seat since Dianne Feinstein's death, Adam Schiff will now take over the full term of that seat. He will also
I'm not
take
thinking
this
of the
seat
same person.
immediately in the
She was old. She was old.
One additional call in New Mexico, the Senate race in New Mexico. NBC News projects that incumbent Democratic Senator Martin Heinrich will be returning to the U.S. Senate. At this hour, this is the balance of power in the United States Senate, and this was a big one because this means a +2 net gain for the Republicans. They're now at 49 seats.
Republicans got 2 games.
And that means that
seats,
the America's done.
uncalled.
We're done if they get all 3.
We've got
We're done.
Oh yeah, they all get off for sure.
And then how did you not think that they didn't plan that shit? Y'all stupid,
nothing
man.
to stop nobody.
Y'all the dumbest country ever, yo. I'm gonna live somewhere else.
In terms of the
have to.
incumbencies as of this hour to
'Cause they gonna tell me I can't keep my money.
Democrats in the Senate if you to assume everyone returns. John Tester was in
No woman's
more
gonna be able to have money.
than Sherrod Brown,
That's right.
and so most senators believe that
Veteran?
Sherrod Brown had a better chance of
They
getting
gonna
reelected than
struggle.
John Tester. So if
Trying to
John
get this
Tester
bill.
goes the way of Sherrod Brown, that would take them. That would absolutely guarantee that they lose control
Trump
of the
don't
Senate
wanna
because
see no
the remaining hope
This
is
What
that
about the
Nebraska
what about the
sends an
mail-in ballots? They
independent
still
senator,
counting?
to the Senate, who would then vote for the Democrats in organizing the Senate, which would get them to 50. But this does now look like the Senate is probably going to be in Republican.
I'll also just say it's a loss for the Senate to lose Sherrod Brown.
It was an incredible loss. And he was one of those miracle workers politically in the
West
Senate. He
Virginia.
could go back to a state.
He went in there.
No other Democrat could win statewide. And he figured out how to do it and do it repeatedly.
Yeah, long after his state turned very
But they
big.
poured
Yeah.
massive amounts of
man,
money
he went
into
West
Ohio
Virginia
against
too.
him this time.
Yeah.
Just massive.
Hundreds of millions of
Yes,
dollars,
yes.
exactly. We're joined now by MSNBC senior contributing editor Michelle
And then
Norris.
you know what's
She's
so
been Harris
crazy about
election
this
night
shit is
headquarters at
that
Howard
they'll be
University.
up in
Michelle,
arms
what do
and
you
ready
think?
to fight, and us Democrats will just sit here and just take
Well,
the
the
ass.
crowd
We
here
would.
is still large, is still
We
loud,
definitely would.
but a little bit more subdued. And the word that I keep hearing, it must be some new phrase that's entered the lexicon, is the idea that people here are nauseously optimistic, not just cautiously optimistic, but nauseously optimistic. And one of the people I heard that from was LaFonza Butler. I spoke to her just a while ago, and she was speaking about the upcoming results. She mentioned North Carolina, for instance, called by some, not by us yet.
Look how everybody, that's what everybody
One of the
looks like
interesting
right
things
now.
she said that's echoed by
I'm
a
telling
few
y'all
of the
right
people that
now.
I spoke to is that the real
What the
focus
fuck?
now is on that blue wall in the Midwest, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and that second
Me and my
district
daughter still
in
vote for
Omaha,
them.
Nebraska. That's blue oval at
Jesus.
the top of the state. Pennsylvania, the thought was that Donald Trump may have had a ceiling, that there was a certain number of votes that he got in 2016, 2020. They were hoping that he would not exceed those numbers. They are actually outperforming Joe Biden in some key areas, but it's clear now that Donald Trump has picked up key support among Hispanic voters, despite
among
all the things that he
Hispanics.
said at that rally at Madison Square Garden, despite the reaction that we saw among Latino voters in places like Allentown and Hazleton.
He planning on
And
shipping
so,
all that back.
people here are watching,
It's terrible.
and they're wondering what's going to happen in Pennsylvania. They're ready for a long night. And one of the reasons I showed also is that they wanted to inject so much joy into the beginning of this is because they knew, that's why they brought the DJ in and the dancing and the line dancing, because they knew that this was going to be a long night and that it was going to be a real nail
Don't nobody want to line dance now, heifer.
what we're looking at right now.
Michelle Norris at Howard University.
Fake shit on your
Campaign
head.
the Harris campaign is posted up and watching these results as avidly as any of us. Michelle, we'll be back to you as the night progresses. Let's go to Simone Sanders Townsend. Simone, I understand you've got some reporting from sources related to the sources on the campaign about Pennsylvania.
Yes, people who are very familiar with the numbers and in the know, and people within, frankly, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and folks specifically in Philadelphia. Democrats believe that they have tens of thousands of votes that are outstanding from Philadelphia County. These are absentee ballots, and they believe that within the hour, at least 3 individuals have told me that within 11 a.m., within 11 p.m. hour, that those votes are going to come in again from, specifically these are votes from Philadelphia County, and those numbers will bode well for Vice President Harris.
Oh, they ain't did Philadelphia
Now,
County
they're
yet.
saying it is going
So
to be
she could
close,
put it
very,
out.
very close. But
that's
they
what-
believe those tens of thousands of outstanding votes are going to make a difference. My Pennsylvania people are telling me that the next batch is expected at 11:55.
So,
Yeah.
Simone, to be clear, are they enthusiastic about
She in
what
trouble.
those votes are going to say? Are they enthusiastic about their chances overall?
Yes, they are enthusiastic about what those votes are going to say, and they are, as Michelle Norris made, nauseously optimistic. People are nauseously optimistic.
You need to come back, dude. What are you kidding at this point?
Within the campaign and the strategists surrounding the campaign have all said to me within the last hour, we have been clear that it was going to be close. Now, folks may not have believed that given the energy and the momentum, but the campaign itself and the folks specifically with very close to the campaign have always been clear that this was going to be a close race. They believe Pennsylvania is still in play, and I do also think that it's my understanding of they have a sense of that the reality is that Georgia is not an option for a win this go round, and North Carolina is not looking like it as well, but folks need to wait and see. Wade County, rest of Mecklenburg County in North Carolina will make a difference. Wisconsin, I will note, folks in Wisconsin say they think it'll be a classic Wisconsin photo finish, but they feel good about where they are. They specifically noted about Dane County because they've seen numbers that say she, the vice president, is not performing as well in Dane County. They've seen reporting about that as Biden, and they note that the wards that have them reported in Dane County are very blue areas around Madison. And so the folks in Wisconsin are also feeling good. And they tell me that 3 campuses, students are still voting right now as we speak.
All right. Simone Sanders Townsend, thank you. I want to go to our friend Michael Steele, who I understand has been talking to sources about
Coach, we
results
fucked
in Michigan. What are you hearing, Michael?
Yeah, it's very interesting right now that a number of the folks that I've been talking to there in Michigan, Republicans are looking a little bit, how should we say, skeptical of holding Michigan for Trump right now, looking at some of the numbers that have been coming in. I know as we still have big centers like Detroit that are going to land, but the reality on the ground there, they have a lot of hope in that they look like they will flip the House to the Republicans, but may give some ground to Trump. They're still looking through some of the numbers.
He's literally going to go in there.
Up in the air for the Trump hold on Michigan. So the narrative around the blue wall still holds a bit. I mean,
I hate to tell you, Pat.
Are really kind of those 2 bookends with Wisconsin sitting right there for Kamala Harris right at the moment.
I ain't giving up yet. All right, Michael Steele, thank you very much. We do have a little bit of
about
from the
the whole
campaign.
day
NBC
don't
News
matter.
has obtained
I'm just saying,
campaign
Latinos
staff that was
and white
sent out
women.
by the campaign manager for Kamala Harris, General Molly Dillon.
It ain't so much that the white women don't want
Well, we
abortion.
continue to see data.
It's they
trickling
don't
from
want
some
a black
states.
woman to be the
We have
first
known
one
all
to be
along that our
president
clearest
of the
path to
United
270 electoral votes lies
That's
through
what a
the
lot
blue
of
wall
this is
states.
about.
And we feel good.
They ain't
about
finna
what
put us
we're
in there yet.
seeing. Again, this is an email.
Now, even though we had Obama,
Campaign manager, General Molly Dillon. This is an email to campaign.
we had
staff. This
Obama,
email has been obtained
but
by
they don't
NBC
want
News. I'll
the
continue
first.
to quote it.
They didn't even want
Molly
Hillary
Dillon says the
Clinton
Harris
in there.
campaign has, quote,
They ain't want no woman in there. They don't want no woman in there. Period. And especially a black woman.
Votes to come in
news
from
this
Michigan,
morning,
including from the
it
city
was
of
an
Detroit.
elderly
Molly
white
Dillon says they're also
woman.
waiting
Said
for a
she's in a
significant amount of vote
Republican
from
all her
Wisconsin's
voting
Dane
years.
County
But
and
when
Milwaukee
Trump
County.
ran the first
And they
time,
do
she
not
became
expect
a
Wisconsin's
Democrat.
complete
She's been a
results
Democrat
until
ever
between
since.
3
Right,
and
it's been
5
vice
a.m.
versa.
So it's a
It's
lot
been the
of
same thing on
women
both
that
sides.
wanted her.
Quote, that this
A
race
lot of
might not be
Republicans
called
that wanted
tonight.
her.
Absolutely.
It takes time for all the votes to be counted.
But racism is alive and
What we do know
well.
is this race
And
is
stupidity
Those people
is
do not want to put no black woman in charge of the country. We ain't got there yet. And stupidity, you talking about stupidity, it comes from black women too. They're the ones that saying that. I listened to a woman on the TV the other day say that she did not want, she did not think, she was black. She did not think that a woman was ready to run this country.
No, that's a very small group. There's way more black men against it than
Oh, absolutely. I believe that. I'm not talking about black men though. I'm talking about black women. This was a woman that said that, not a black man.
But they're also looking at the rural counties and what they're doing there, how they can do. So as the information comes in the boiler room, they're recalculating where they need to do better in certain states, in addition to looking at the path. So to me, it's interesting, obviously there hasn't been a call from here in some of the states that she doesn't mention in this email.
They don't know.
But it is quite telling that she really focuses on the blue wall states here here, which again, as Nicole said earlier, has long been probably a big sign of the path, and they see it that way.
You're a dummy.
The thing that becomes hard
You're a dummy. You don't even know what actually you're supposed to be
because part
voting
of the objective of this email is to say to the people on the team, hang in there, guys. Like, it's not over. We're still getting votes in. We still need to keep talking to people, keep people in lines, tell your grandma it's going to be okay. That's part of the objective of an email like that.
Yeah. We do have a couple of calls to make. While we have been discussing this, we've got a couple of projections from NBC News.
She ain't gonna win.
The presidential race in Connecticut.
It's about over.
Can project that the winner of that.
Well, she just won Connecticut, 7 points.
But
I mean,
Georgia, other people want her. In the presidential contest in
well, they ain't
Washington
showing.
State. But there also Kamala Harris. NBC News can also make a projection in the Senate.
Last time
in that Senate race, we've got an incumbent Democratic senator,
they had the
she will be
majority.
returning to the United States Senate from Washington State. Steve,
So we
over
got
to you.
the Senate.
A few more things we're getting in.
No, we don't have yet. I'm just saying
This is
that
what
vote
the
that
national
was
popular vote is right now. Now, customarily, we've seen this the last two elections, 20 and 16, and Trump has led
Look at the map.
popular vote.
Look at all that
well
red.
into the night, and typically what you see certainly is California comes in late, and it takes a while to get all the vote.
Yeah.
That's just a millions of vote margin for Democrats. So certainly this is going to change.
But he won the electoral vote. Yeah.
But outside
I mean,
of the
what
core
kind of shit
battleground,
is
there are a
that?
couple things that I want
Some shit that she was gonna get rid of.
we don't have calls on yet that I think a lot of folks might have expected we would. Let me start in Virginia, where 80% of the vote is now in. And Kamala Harris, you see, is ahead here by about 2.5 points in the count. But again, in 2020, this was more than a 10-point state for Joe Biden over Donald Trump. What's changed tonight? Where has Trump made progress in Virginia? Take a look here, Loudoun County. This is one, if you remember that governor's race in Virginia in 2021 when Glenn Youngkin won, we talked an awful lot about Loudoun County, suburbs, exurbs of Washington, D.C., just lightning fast growth here. Biden won this thing by 25 points. It's been getting more Democratic. Look what happened in Loudoun County tonight. We have a 25-point win for Joe Biden, comes down to a 16-point win. And again, Trump needs to be improving to win Virginia, on average by about 10 points in these counties.
If she wins, it's going to be a close
county. Take a look, Prince William County. This is a very densely populated and a very diverse county. Again, significant Hispanic population. Biden won this by 27, down to 18 points tonight. Just about all in there in Prince William County. Virginia Beach, we still have a lot of vote to come in Virginia Beach. And this is one, this is where Joe Biden won by 5. This is one when Glenn Youngkin became governor. He flipped and won. And Trump right now leading this by 6 points. Again, that would be an 11-point shift here. There's a lot of areas here, that Trump would still need to do even better in if you were actually going to overtake Harris here. But the fact that it's this late at night and Trump has made gains that have held this so much so far, it's significant. It's part of why that popular vote is it's maybe a big relief this hour. The bigger reason, though, is this. This is why I raised it. New York, look, it's been called. Harris is going to win New York. Her margin is 12 points.
You already knew that.
In 2020, it was 23 points for Joe Biden. With nearly 90% of the vote in, Harris is only winning this by 12 points. Now, first of all, from a national perspective, Biden won this state by 2 million votes in 2020. The margin isn't yet 1 million, and we're getting close to all the vote in New York. And I want to zoom in a little bit closer here because I think this is significant. Let's look at New York City itself. The 5 boroughs of New York City, they're each their own individual county. And let me just show you what's happened here. Overwhelming Democratic city. Manhattan, the most liberal county in New York, a portion of New York, 86-12, a 74-point Biden win, down to 63. Trump's made double-digit gains in Manhattan. Take a look at Queens, 45-point Joe Biden win in 2020. Down to 24, a 20-point net gain so far for Donald Trump in Queens, New York. Take a look over at Brooklyn, 55 has come down to 43. Staten Island's very small population-wise. It is the Republican borough of New York City. And you can see even there, though, Trump has gained a net of about 20 points with just about all the vote in there. And again, I'll flag that because we are seeing it in New York. Trump's gains with Hispanic voters, working-class Hispanic voters. You're seeing it in New York City. It's being reflected in that statewide vote. And even if you go across the Hudson River in New Jersey, New Jersey
Does
has
it ever cross your
85% of the
mind
vote tallied. We have not
that
yet
we
called
could
them.
be the
Kamala
ones
Harris
that's
is ahead
wrong?
here by nearly 200,000 votes. But
Need-
again, contrast this
I
to
just
New
thought
Jersey
I'd
in
ask.
2020. This was a 16.
That we could be the ones that's wrong on the wrong side.
With 85% of the vote tally. The margin
It never
here in
crossed my mind
2020
either. That's
was
why I
about
was just asking.
800,000
What
votes
you
for
mean
Joe
that
Biden tonight. It has
We should be voting for Trump.
That has potential
Oh,
national
no,
popular
no,
implications
no,
for those who
no.
are tracking that. But I wanted
It's
to
too
point out New
stupid,
Jersey.
and I'm
Again,
telling you, this
Steve Harris
is
is
a whole
pretty
different
big
plan,
state.
man.
But
This is
Yeah.
them trying to.
Yeah.
The Republicans know this man is off his rocker.
They know.
They trying to get that dude
They
in here.
know.
They go, all of a sudden he's gonna step down. Oh, we're gonna pardon you and send you on your way, and then we're gonna have that crazy
Joe
motherfucker.
Biden won here by 36.
You know, this is like
He is literally a demon.
a Bible thing.
This is one of those
You know,
giant
this is
Democratic parties in New
a
Jersey, the Democratic Party
a
relies on.
demon.
That's a massive.
This
massive
man
again, that speaks to Trump's
is an
anti-American
antichrist.
scene
I
with
mean,
Hispanic
geez,
voters. So again,
when?
not just
Well, I don't think they're gonna have
Because, you know,
on the national
That's
popular
gonna
vote, we
come
saw the
somewhere.
polls
Well,
nationally
it
tighten
speaks
so
of that he'll be able to
Trump was gonna
fool
narrow the margin in some of the
millions
states.
and millions
That's what
of
we're seeing.
people.
I did want to follow up on
Well, Putin
Wisconsin,
did it
getting
too,
close to
but I mean,
70% of the
Trump
vote
is
in.
doing it
And
too.
yes, we were
and
just
I
talking
think that
about Dane and the question of
Trump
what was
get
left and could the
in,
Democrats here hit
he
that
gonna last
margin.
long.
No.
He gonna have him get the power.
And it's true. Okay, well,
If
here we
Trump
go.
get in,
Now we're up to
He doesn't
95.
even
He ain't
his job.
coming out.
He already did his job if he gets in.
If he get in, he done did because when he leave,
Wreak havoc on the fucking.
when he leave, he gonna make
That's the Harris
appointments
margin in Dane County.
of who should take his place.
In
He's
2020,
already
that was
said
about
that if he
180
win, you don't have to vote no more. You ain't gotta vote no more. Don't even worry about voting no
We'll see
more.
if there's any more votes to come, but
That
we're
means
at
I'm not coming out,
95%,
and if I come out, I'm putting somebody else in my place.
He already got it.
You already know.
This is where they've improved their performance every time for 4 years. Where Democrats have improved tonight, where Harris has improved, where Democrats will. Not much to come in Waukesha.
Yeah, his son, the one that brought him in there. They gonna run it together.
Wow counties, right outside Milwaukee. And here again, Trump got, basically 60%, 60 to 39.
Somebody, if I lose, I won't
Falling
run
the
again.
point here so
Now
far.
you won't run
Harris
again.
rises
You'll
to
be
the point
90
of
years
so it is
old.
progress for Democrats
And
in a
then-
very big county. We take a look here at Ozaukee County, and again, this one.
And Melania walking,
three-quarters
she
of the
she
vote in,
can't stand.
and, Trump is
But she walking beside him because she wants
fully
that
level
money.
with his 2020 number. Again, this is what we're
She ain't got
Democrats
no
want to do, a
choice.
couple
If you
points
leave
better.
him, you won't.
See what happens with that
Kill that
remaining vote.
crazy
And we
son.
talked at the start of the night
Son,
about the
son,
Wow counties.
Brought him over here and
Counties,
bypassed
Brown
immigration.
County, Allegheny County,
Got him
Winnebago
citizenship
County,
in a week.
mid-sized cities along sort of the Fox River, Lake Winnebago.
Not only her, mama and daddy and I'm chilling too. All the rest of them.
To 2016 levels, or is he back at 2020 levels? So Allegheny County here, again, this is where the city of Appleton is. In 2016, when Trump won Wisconsin, he won this county by about 13 points.
He's a piece
In
of
2020,
stinking mess.
when he lost Wisconsin,
Hard,
10-point margin. And tonight, as you can see,
This is called
67% is
shit.
back
That's what I
at
say
that
too.
13-point spread
I
right
just
now. Now,
died.
votes still to come.
All of
Allegheny County.
All of you voted for this
I'm seeing an awful lot of places tonight where Trump is
Death.
recovering to 2016 levels. These aren't always dramatic shifts,
Okay,
but
so
Wisconsin's a
if
state.
she
When
wins,
Trump
she's
won, it was by
just the
20,000 votes.
Then that's
When
about
Biden won, it
50-40,
was by
like
20,000 votes. So these kinds of
She's so far behind now. She gotta win all of those. Look at the map. Look at all them rings.
If she can win all these, battleground all through the night. Again, now up near 70%. It's very close to about 67,000 votes.
And that don't look good.
Those wild counties, and it seems
Cause
to be
every time that
that
thing say
number doesn't hold.
Pachuca
That's a
they
little
ready
bit more, I
to
think, where
make a
Democrats want it to
projection.
be there.
All right,
I wish
Steve,
you could
thank
feel my asshole
We've got
would be that
a call to make
tight.
in a Senate race. NBC News can project that in the Senate race in the state of Minnesota.
You have to open palm, no
In the
fingers.
great state of Minnesota, Democratic incumbent Senator
Open palm, no
No
fingers.
fingers allowed.
Jesus.
Senate races right now.
Oh my God, that is so
Well, I hope she wins.
She did.
She did.
I didn't trust her at first.
Lots of
Oh, yeah, I just
We're
did.
going to check in
I
on
like
those
her.
on the other side of this.
Who go across? Was that go across?
No, what's the name?
Oh, okay. I thought that was go across. I just gonna say, yeah, go across my friend.
What do you mean?
I
Shorty
work
like
for
short?
Trump.
Absolutely sure. She had got a whole rap.
Maybe I'm foolish.
Maybe I'm
She said, is she gonna win or who gonna win? She's sure that Kamala's gonna win?
That's what she said. Hold on for your life. The blue wall's got a hole, man. The blue wall, the blue wall.
Right now, that shit look like a fence. A picket fence at that, yeah.
Everyone's forgotten.
Yeah, but they don't even follow that. Trump just literally got up and said he's gonna kill all his enemies, so he definitely ain't following love your enemies. It's just amazing how unchristian they are.
They really are.
Yeah. And everything we stand for is the opposite of what they should be standing for. But I don't get it.
If you say he do this, he gonna turn around and say you do.
What I paid for.
And make people believe.
I don't get it.
People will believe it about you, but they won't believe it
Choose
about
what I pay for, and let me pause my subscription when I want. So what TV that?
What are you doing?
I wish my TV provider let me choose what I pay for, and let me pause my subscription when I want.
Pick
And
it
I
up.
have hundreds of free channels.
Sling lets you do that too, Mr. Fish.
Choose and customize your channel lineup or watch for free.
I mean, and what's sad is that if this country is that behind to where they don't want a woman president, what are you telling your daughters? What are you telling your daughters? Oh, they can do anything else, but get your ass back in the kitchen.
That's it. That's it.
They ain't telling them.
That's what I tell children to get home. Back in the kitchen, bitch. You saw what happened.
I hope she's on live soon. When you get to the house, there's going to be divorce papers stamped to the front door. You're not going to even be able to get in the house because Gina going to change the locks. She's going to change her last name.
Yeah, change the locks, but make sure I got dinner waiting for me on the outside of the door.
Oh, let's see. I'm going to have to come and stay in the guest room for a little while. Gina's taking everything.
This is it.
And she ain't got no rhythm. She just dance.
Yeah, you see how much they're paying her. How much is they paying her? She got
That is our favorite drug right there. Do not make fun of that drug. Trust me. We'll tell you what we can offer.
Yeah, but sure. I can get
Majority
things for the
is
swap
we
management,
gotta find
guys
somebody
invest on my own, and trade
loves
everything for
that
stuff.
big guard. That's your fault.
Oh, I gotta take this call. Sure.
Oh my god. It's so funny. Sure, that's taking it myself just to help us out.
That's for you.
Oh, yeah.
That's
sexy. Feel something new.
I want to feel this feeling again and again.
Can I hold it?
How bad do you want to hold it?
Not in a bag, but pretty please.
No. Go ahead. Press the button.
Oh, it's glowing.
I'm going to the bathroom to just stretch
What should
around.
you do tomorrow?
Maybe cry for a couple of minutes.
It's all right to cry, lady. You can cry.
Get California for this.
This is terrible. All of this terrible.
Oh, my poor friend.
But sometimes
She's so upset.
As America's veteran space challenges, DAV
I'm Greg Gatson, Army
I
veteran.
seen him in the movie.
helps veterans
seen it in
and their families get the
Yeah.
benefits they've earned.
He had a movie when he was in, and he had artificial limbs, and he
Oh, I
did
know what
some
you're
stuff
talking
to
about.
save a tower and stuff like that, a radio tower. He was saving, and he
I
helped
remember, yeah.
somebody else. You
I
remember
remember,
that?
yeah. I forgot what movie that was.
I did too.
That was him?
Yeah.
That's good.
NBC News can project at this hour in the presidential race in the state of Virginia that there is a winner in Virginia.
Yes.
Democratic Vice President Kamala Harris has won.
She won Virginia.
She got Virginia.
That's good.
A winner in the presidential
Oh, you got
contest
North
in
Carolina.
North Carolina. NBC News projects that the winner in the presidential race in the state of North Carolina is Donald Trump. This is our first projection of a result in any of the 7 big swing states. The first swing state to be projected by NBC News tonight is North Carolina going to Donald Trump? I understand we also have a change in the characterization of the presidential race in Minnesota. In Minnesota, this had previously been characterized as too early to call. Minnesota now characterized by NBC News as too close to call.
Oh.
Looking at the overall map, the 270 right now, Donald Trump stands at 230 electoral votes. Kamala Harris stands at 185. Again, of the...
She won Virginia, but they lost
Everybody
Minnesota.
else has been watching. We
No,
now
they
have
didn't.
an
They
NBC
lost Minnesota?
Yeah.
Not
Minnesota, North Carolina.
North Carolina.
North Carolina, I'm sorry.
So it was.
She got 185 to 230.
Democrats definitely were reaching for. There was a lot of work to try to turn out the college campuses, which were really thick and really packed, to try to turn out the suburbs. And I think there was a lot of hope because of just the insanity, can we say fairly, of the person who's running for governor in that state. And I thought that, you know, defeating him would also carry Harris in. But in the end, you know, if they didn't make their numbers and essentially exceed the numbers that Joe Biden had in the suburbs, and I think we have to be blunt about why. Black voters came through for Kamala Harris. White women voters did not. That is what happened in that state.
The white women didn't show up
You
for her.
can't flip enough white women, and we've talked about this on this set numerous times, is that you have a state where you've got a 6-week abortion or a 12-week abortion. I think
Black people cannot
but it's a
focus
state where women lost
on
their
black
reproductive
people
rights, where there was a very
to
heavy
win.
push
You
to
can't
get women to focus
try
on
to
not
elevate.
putting in place,
Because if you do, that's gonna bring out all those white people that say that we ain't letting no nigga in here.
Message obviously was not enough to get enough white women to vote for Vice President Harris.
They don't want abortions either, but they would rather deal with that
to change the way that
than
they
to see a
interact
black
with
woman
patriarchy.
in charge of
You
the
know,
country.
God bless Shannon Watts, who's tried to have that conversation.
That's
But
a
if people aren't
different, that's a
receptive to
different
it,
field.
and if people
That's
vote
not,
more,
that's a
you
different,
know,
that's a different way of
party
thinking.
line or more on race than on gender,
Yeah,
and
there
on
you go,
protecting
Joy.
their gender, there's really not much more that you can do but tell people what the risks are. And
There you go, Joy.
Stop.
People didn't have any surprises here. We do have to remember when it comes to
joy
North
in
Carolina, they just went through the hurricane. We know that the state made tons of accommodations and people were able to get to the polls in an abbreviated form. But they also were victims to a huge amount of misinformation over the last 4 weeks. You cannot underestimate the impact that had. But to Joy's point, there's no surprises in this election. People knew exactly who they were voting for and what they were getting, so they get what they get.
I want to talk about Mark Robinson for a second, because I think it's sort of interesting. Mark Robinson is like running an experiment, which is like, what's the floor? What's the floor for someone who's a major party nominee in a swing state, in basically a closely elected? Mark Robinson is the current lieutenant governor of North Carolina running for governor. He's the one who said he was called himself a Nazi at one point on the Youth Africa Forum, where he had a long set of exchanges in which he said basically every single offensive thing a person can do. He has a very, very long history of saying incredibly repellent, omnidirectionally offensive statements about just about every group imaginable. He is the opposite of what you could call like diplomatic or like political. He's gonna get his, you know, he lost, right? So he lost by a lot. He got 40%. So like, to me, I look at that 40%, I think, where does everyone start in the structurally polarized America that we live in? And the answer is Mark Robinson at 4% North Carolina. Like, that guy ran about his batteries. He was abandoned by the top of the ticket. He was abandoned by fellow Republicans.
Abandoned by his entire staff.
By the entire staff. He had
Yeah,
just about the
idiot.
worst
He didn't want
cycles
to talk
you've ever
about
seen for any
slavery
candidate.
should be back.
And it's
Oh no, he
basically
went
what has
very
been a
hard in the
50-50
paint.
state, more or less. So
I
it's
hope
a
they
good
catch him in a hotel with
His-
some
that's
crack.
his- That is the floor. So the reason that matters is because there's two things happening in every election. There's the structural stuff that's happening, and then there's what happens in the campaign, what the candidates are. what's
Dirty
happening.
bastard.
The structural stuff in this country is like the 40%. Structural stuff is moving in all sorts of interesting directions, and
That'll
Steve
lock
has been
him up
talking about them, the real life.
Someone like
Black
13.
voters moving from parties left to parties
Yeah,
left.
that'd
It's
be a good
happening
age,
every
13.
single month.
13,
yeah.
That's insane.
Over the last 16 years, 20, you can go back further. Because of how structurally polarized we are, everything's happening at the margins. And the margins are 3 points, 4 points, 5 points. In a room of 100 people with people wearing different colored shirts, that's like 3 people changing the color of their shirt. 4 people changing the color of shirt. That's where everything happens in American politics right now.
Well, and I think it goes back to what David Plotz said there, and said they built a campaign for Kamala Harris to try
when
to
this is
defeat
over
a
with,
Donald Trump that had a 48%
in order for me
feeling.
to
It
get
looks
some
like from
sleep,
some of what
Yeah.
Steve
I
Bernanke
had
is
to
telling
choke
us,
on
his
It's
feeling
okay, I got
that
fresh.
Well, sorry,
We both.
I gotta go to bed. When I go to bed, that's gonna be it. That's gonna help me make it through the night.
I'm like, I'm not gonna be able to be funny tomorrow.
But if Donald Trump can increase that margin over what
Help me make it through the night.
there will be much to say and much to study about whether that was because of some newfound appreciation for him and his ideas.
So have they officially said that?
And we've had many of them. And there's many a politician who will say, oh, this happened, that means you like me more, I have a bigger mandate. And sometimes it's not that. It's that high prices and inflation after COVID disruptions was a body blow to many places. You had what you had.
Class voters are actually mad at everyone. They're mad at the system. They're mad at the establishment. And Democrats have thought in the last few years, listen, look at all that we've done for unions. Look what we've done for labor in this country. But we forget, not all working class voters are members of unions, right? And so there's a huge portion that correct. And I think that gets overlooked. And while we can all say, but Donald Trump does absolutely nothing for them, that's true from a policy perspective. But they look around and somehow still they feel connected with his personality. They like the way he speaks. And he speaks to them and says, you are forgotten. You know what Joe Biden did? He forgave student loan debt for college-educated people who have all sorts of job opportunities. You continue to be forgotten. And so while they haven't found any policy solutions for him, and I can go through everything that Joe Biden has done from beyond what he's done with unions. We can talk about the Inflation Reduction Act. We can talk about infrastructure plans. We can talk about all the training programs in many of those rural communities, whether it's Georgia and Pennsylvania. But many of them aren't underway yet. And it takes time, right?
I'm just saying.
He's decapitating the whale, y'all. This motherfucker go get us.
What they see in this case, you had an incumbent vice president. And all I'm saying, we don't know yet. I'm just saying that everyone.
Oh, he gonna be in charge of y'all. Women's health. That's what I'm saying. He gonna be in charge of women's health.
Carolina call Rachel just made, but in the total vote trends, is it that?
That man is a serious clown and crazy.
He kills
his own family.
Well, no, I'm talking about he just crazy. Just decapitated a whale.
His own family say he's a fool.
All the time on our shows. Is
Yeah.
that more of what people actually don't vote.
That's what he wants. All he wants is somebody that's loyal to done it. Donald Trump. If you loyal to him, that's all that counts. You don't have to have no sense. Just do what he tells you to do.
So people are
Be a
actually, in
flunky.
some cases in this country, backing out of
Be a
voting
dumb.
altogether. So I think there's a
All
tendency
those
to think it's
guys
poor
that he
people
put
voting
in
against their
position,
best
when he
interests,
first got in
when
there, he
many
put him in
cases, poor
position
people
because
aren't voting at
he
all.
thought
And
that
so
they
this
were
is
going to
what
be
you just
loyal
said,
to
so that
him.
you have
She just said it too. She said poor people are voting against their own interests,
voting versus
and some are not
working class voters.
voting at all.
But just remember, working class does not mean poor.
Because
You
they
can be
stupid.
working class meaning you're a non-college voter, but you actually have, a second home somewhere in, the Hamptons, and you work in a plumbing business, and you're not necessarily poor. So I think we have to be careful in characterizing it as necessarily low-wage people voting against their interests and figuring out how to get them in the system at all.
We have a call to make. NBC News can make a projection of a winner in the governor's race in the great state of Washington. Do we have that?
Hey,
You guys didn't know that's how I usually do it,
That's how
right?
you make it happen.
NBC News projects that the governor's race in Washington.
That's good.
that's good. That's a help.
Governor in Washington.
Projecting one of Bob Ferguson.
Yeah, that guy looks like a terrible game show host.
I had mentioned.
I don't care what he looks like.
No, I'm talking about
that we've got right now. We are still going to do that, but I want to go first to Philadelphia. Our own
He
Jim
in there.
Silveroff is
Praise
at the
the
Tabulation
Lord.
Center in Philly, which is kind of the center of the political universe right now. Jacob, what are you saying?
if he wins the Senate,
Last I spoke with you,
then Kamala Harris gonna lose.
with Seth Bluestein, one of the 3 Philadelphia city election commissioners here responsible for the
because most
tabulation
people
of
vote
the
that
ballots in
way.
all election
If they
administration in
vote for
Philadelphia.
the
We expect
president,
another release
they
of
vote
ballots,
for everything
around
else
midnight
in that same
Eastern
category.
time. And I have some specific numbers that may
Republican
or
or
may not be
Democrat.
useful to Steve and you all there. He tells me that around 50,000 votes will be a part of that
She gonna
next
win the
release around midnight Eastern time, and that would leave a
She got
total
185
universe,
to 230.
according to
She at least
Mr.
moved it
Bluestein,
up.
of 37,000 votes left. But that would include ballots that won't be counted, like unsigned ballots, undated ballots, no secrecy
So she'll
envelopes,
probably win
and
Philadelphia.
other ballots
Lord,
that, for whatever
please.
reason, don't meet the standard of being counted. So again, 50,000 ballots to be released in the next 9 minutes,
I thought the
and then
Republicans won that way.
37,000 tomorrow. I want to just quickly show you, it looks like actually maybe there's some ballots or something coming in right now. We see a police car escort with 2 different vans, but I do want to show you, Rachel, just come take a look through the window here, because this is the one angle you can see election workers here in Philadelphia that is not their camera processing the ballots. And they're all in there now, going through the process. Election workers doing their great civic duty. In about 9 minutes' time, we expect the information about those additional 50,000 ballots. And then again, just to underscore, tomorrow morning there will be another release here in Philadelphia.
Okay. I will just let you know, Jacob.
Let's take a look. Here come those additional trips. Go ahead, Rachel.
I was just going to say, just to let you know, in case you couldn't see, when you were poking your nose into that window, looking through that window, there was a security officer and a cop inside who was very displeased about the fact that you were doing that. Just so you know, in case there's an unfriendly.
Here, I'll give you one more peek, just one more peek. I think they left. Take a look.
I mean, you called every hog in the whole state. I went out the door looking for him. I said, she called him, I don't know why.
You will always have your back, I'm kidding.
Ask for forgiveness and permission, Sandra.
Honestly, I mean, if you're Jacob Zobroff, you just turn on the charm and you're like, oh, did I do something wrong? What about me?
My camera?
But me? How could I be held accountable for any of these things? All right, let's go back to some of those Senate boards, which we just were. I think we had one of them up there first, looking first at the Pennsylvania Senate race.
I got one this time.
We're going to look at some of the Senate races that are not yet.
Big move, very seldom used
ABC News
But when I get
posting
back,
in
I'm
the
gonna
Senate
have
race
somebody
in
come to my
Pennsylvania
house.
that this is a too close to call race between Democratic
West
incumbent
out, see
Senator
what's
Bob
going
Casey
on.
and Republican challenger Dave
anything
McCormick.
that's
Over
happening in the
80%
House
of the
that I
vote in
don't
Pennsylvania.
It's
Here
tough
in
for me
Michigan,
sometimes to be
also
busy
too close to call.
all
This
about
is Alyssa Slackman, the Democrat, versus
I
Mike
ain't getting
Rogers,
here.
the Republican, with just over 40%
I woke up
of
here
the
this
vote
morning, I
in.
was fine.
Here's Wisconsin.
So Alyssa now
We've
losing.
got a
Alyssa
Democratic
losing now.
incumbent, Tammy Baldwin, facing a
They was winning
Republican
before.
challenger, Eric Hufty. This is with just over 70% of the vote in. This is where things stand in Wisconsin.
Yeah, it's going the other way now, ain't it?
Just over
And
half
she's
the
a
vote
senator.
in Arizona. This is too early to call. You see Congressman Ruben Gallego there with just over 52% of the
Oh,
vote. Kerry
man,
just
she's
under
a
46% of the
conspiracy
vote. That's
theorist.
just over half the vote.
Queen.
Probably too early to call in Arizona.
Trump.
And
Even this guy
Nebraska
started
is very
losing.
He done started losing.
too early to call. Here's the independent Republican, Deb
The
Fischer.
Senate, that's gonna throw us
Here is
completely
not
out of whack.
Independent.
We ain't gonna get nothing done even if we win.
We're gonna be fucked.
Either party, you
We're-
know,
there's-
exactly
we're
what
gonna
that would
be-
mean if he
this
won,
country is-
but the
is
status
o- it's
between them
done.
there, you can see on
They
your
don't have all
screen,
three?
almost
Where it's
It's
all
through.
around.
That means Trump gonna do
Also
whatever
looking at
he wanna do.
Montana. Very
And
interesting.
he's gonna have
About
all the support, the
15%
Senate
of
and the
vote
Congress.
in Montana. This is incumbent Democratic Senator John Tester and a Republican challenger Tim Sheehy. This is too early to call. Just about 14% of the vote in that Montana Senate race.
Yeah, because I was gonna say it don't matter if they do that because they just gonna put somebody even worse in there.
Yep.
That's smarter and look better and can talk.
Yeah.
It don't matter.
Newcastle Powell, and maybe Texas was a within range. but
Hillary
Ted Cruz
Clinton
versus,
said a
Colorado.
long time ago,
Now I think
when she was
that
getting
we're
ready to
down
run for
figuring out
president,
what the
if we let them in,
And one of the things that we're seeing in those key races
it's
that
gonna
they've
be
not called, Michigan,
decades before
and
you can get them
Wisconsin,
out.
for instance. We saw going
And it will be.
spring a delta, a gap between the
Because you have to have a whole country uprising
and the top of the ticket.
pretty much to remove a
Persistent work
president.
is Kamala Harris, which is to say the Senate top of the ticket candidate.
That means that it's going to be long enough for all of these clowns that voted for him to get mad at it, and then long enough for all of these people that voted against him to join the clowns that's mad at him now, to raid and ride and do whatever they need to do to get him out of there.
The top of the ticket. Because I think Carrie Lake is such an especially poor candidate after her loss 2 years ago. With those other kind of, I would call them kind of generic R's. They're sort of classic Mitch McConnell recruits in both Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. These are extremely wealthy guys who self-funded, which is like Mitch McConnell's favorite.
And
takes
if it's this
some money
close,
off the balance sheet.
even if Kamala Harris wins, it's going to be a race war. It's going to be a war.
That's checks we have to cut for the Senate leadership.
Because ain't nobody going to believe it.
Classic McConnell recruit generic bar guys. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And they're running, they're converging with the top of the table.
This is a Greenwich, Connecticut guy, right? A hedge fund manager who's the president of Bridgewater, one of the biggest, most successful hedge funds in the world, who had some heritage from Pennsylvania. He's married to Dina Powell, who of course was a senior advisor to Donald Trump, and he absolutely was in a position to self-fund. But it's noteworthy because Bob Casey is sort of expected to win that race and be in line with Kamala Harris. So if in fact Dave McCormick does win, does prevail in Pennsylvania, what could that mean for Kamala Harris in her potential spring in Pennsylvania?
And Trump doing well in certain places has helped Republicans. When we look at Ohio, where you say, oh, what would a populist senator look like? The Democrats have one with a strong record, even against tailwinds that go, a long ways. However you want to say it, Sherrod Brown was doing 5 points better than the Harris finish, or Moreno was doing 5 points worse than Trump. Either way you cut it, there's some edge there of incumbency and populism, but he's running in an area where the Republican is up 10, and so he's got to deal with that.
Yeah,
whatever
just
he decides is going to be anyway.
Brown, his board we're showing right now, we have the callback race for the challenger, Bernie Moreno. I mean, here's an example of the river, the motion of the river of the realignment that's happening across all of these democracies that everyone is swimming in. No one swam against that river more than Sherrod Brown, who I first profiled in 2006 when he was running for Senate. He wrote a book railing against NAFTA when it was the least popular thing in the world to do as a first or second term congressman. All of the stuff you hear from Trump and J.D. Vance about trade and about building America, this has been Sherrod Brown's brand, core belief, his principles, the things he's fought for and voted for his entire life in that state. And so far, he has been successful in managing to swim against that tide. And tonight, a Mercedes-Benz dealer, not really, like beat him. And that's where, like,
just a Mercedes-Benz dealer.
Everybody that's in top
amount of
positions
money
in government,
Yes. So Bernie Moreno's first target is going to be the SEC chair, Gary.
They don't have to be
also say there was about $40 million spend from the outside crypto super PAC against Sherrod Brown, precisely because of his role in regulating finance. Another thing I know that he.
And can we just also note that I wonder if Ohio Democrats will
anybody that say Kamala Harris is a low IQ, no education,
candidate Bernie
he
Moreno
gotta be
just openly
stupid.
insulted women in the state of Ohio, and yet I think we have something happening.
We do have something happening. We're closing here on the top of the hour.
How can you become the vice president of the United States?
A poll closing tonight, a single poll closing tonight. NBC News, as the polls close in Hawaii, NBC News can project that in the presidential race in Hawaii, there is a projected winner, Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris will win
projected
Hawaii.
to be the winner in the presidential
That's all
race in the
Republican.
state of Hawaii.
I mean Democrat.
Right? Yes, there it is. In terms of the road to 270, those 4 electoral votes from Hawaii make the road to 270 look like this. Trump right now standing at 230 electoral votes. Harris standing at 189. Again, the only swing state that has been called thus far by NBC News is North Carolina, which has been called for Trump. But here's a look at the other battleground states. In Georgia, it's too close to call. A difference of under 120,000 votes between them, with 93% of the vote in Georgia. In Pennsylvania, too close to call. 84% of the vote is
Man, he
just over
gonna win Pennsylvania and Georgia.
The two candidates in Pennsylvania. In Michigan, it's too close to call.
He gonna win Michigan.
Of the vote in.
I'm telling you, that's all he wants to do is get in there and clear his name out of the
That's all he gonna do. He ain't gonna do nothing there.
Just under 90,000.
Can you imagine what's gonna happen to immigration in this country if he started deporting people? Ain't nobody gonna be working to pull the apples, the pears, the peaches, the strawberries.
But they're not even understanding that's not even pinpointed on immigrants that do it. It's like pinpointed on families.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a million people deported.
And he gonna be
And that's
celebrating
good because they should have voted.
deportation.
They should have voted.
In Hawaii, where polls just closed at midnight Eastern time.
These
and
Arabs
News projects the Senate race in Hawaii at this point as too early to call. This is Democratic.
But all the mail-ins, are they counted yet?
Confusion there for a moment. I thought we were going right to this slide. This is where the Senate stands at this hour.
Look at the Senate. Look at the Senate.
Uncalled Senate
49 to
seats, which is a
41.
lot. Republicans have a net gain of 2 already. That's in Ohio, Sherrod Brown's seat. They flipped to Bernie Moreno, and that is in West Virginia, where Jim Justice picked up the seat that was previously held by independent Joe Manchin. Steve, what are we seeing at this hour?
Okay, let's take a look at Pennsylvania.
They got Joe
where
Manchin.
people there a few minutes ago setting up what
Why don't we go on the White House?
50,000.
Why don't we go on
The
Mar-a-Lago?
results going to be released in Philadelphia. Of course, that is the
Democrats don't do
most Democratic-friendly, overwhelmingly Democratic vote. So when that gets reported, we want to see what it does. This margin for Harris right now in Philadelphia sits at 305,000. Ultimately, Democrats are hoping tonight to get that in the neighborhood of 500,000. There's still a long way to go.
Yeah, that's right. Supreme Court. Trump's gonna retire. He gonna retire, and Alito gonna retire too.
Yeah.
Because they gonna get out of there scot-free for all of the shit that they done.
Is going to be huge because how much do these numbers change? Democrats want to be above and need to be above this Biden level and be getting that plurality close to 500,000 because of what else is happening right now and what's coming even in the last few minutes in Pennsylvania. And let me just show you what
they gonna get away scot-free.
We said put a pin in
and Trump gonna drop all them charges against him. He gonna go after the news media. He going after Hillary Clinton. He going after Obama. He going after Kelly, the generals. He going after everybody that came against him.
But it's
He
important.
going after
Trump's
them.
gains with Hispanic voters. You're absolutely seeing it here in Luzerne County. He's going to win this by more than 20 votes.
And these people that put him in,
his campaign
give me a year,
we also saw
and they're gonna be
those gains in
crying
Lackawanna County
about the
right next
mistake
door
that they
earlier
made.
tonight.
But it's gonna be
Also,
too
we're getting
late.
some clarity in Pennsylvania, South Central Pennsylvania,
It's gonna be too late.
Lancaster County. This is one of the counties where you can see in 2020 Trump got 57-41. It's 57-58 if you round it 41 now. This is a place where Trump slipped in 2020, where Democrats wanted him to slip further. That's not happening. This is a big region population-wise. It doesn't get the same attention as Philadelphia. Lebanon County here too. All the vote is in. Again, Democrats wanted more Trump, more of a Trump drop-off here. They don't get it in Lebanon County tonight. And we showed you Cumberland County, I believe, earlier, but also in this region, also a place Democrats wanted gains, also a place where really they're not getting it tonight. Look inside the collar counties here, just outside Philadelphia. These are huge population-dense counties, and I'll flag a couple things. We got almost all the votes in Delaware County right now. Of these core collar counties, this is the most Democratic. It is the most
Listen, I like your nails. You did them
collar of these three, of Delaware, of Chester, of Montgomery. Now, in 2020, Joe Biden won here by essentially 27 points. Getting close
They ain't
to all
too
the
low.
vote in here right now,
Some
and
of
it
them
sits at
have
about
so low.
24.5. Not Harris, not at the
so low out.
Biden level.
They can't wipe their ass.
Again, it's very clear in Pennsylvania right now.
They have to pat it. You know how you pat your ass? You have to pat your ass too. And I promise you, it don't get it clean.
You just see Trump incrementally improving each uptick, and Harris is now
When you pat your ass, it don't
almost
get
2 points under
clean. You
where
got
Joe
to
Biden
clean
got
it.
in this core Democratic county 4 years ago. Next door in Chester County. Now this is more significant drop off for Harris from Biden, but Chester County, unlike just about every other county in Pennsylvania, They are waiting until the end of the night, they say, to release their vote by mail. So let's see when the vote by mail comes in Chester County, if Harris can get back and surpass that 58, but there is also same-day vote coming in that is helping Trump here. Next door in Montgomery County, this is just an enormous suburban county. And again, we've got the vote by mail. We're waiting on the same day. Already Harris is now running a point behind where Joe Biden is in this county.
That they would let this motherfucker
go up to Bucks.
Yep.
Bucks here is
Yep,
a little
you
bit
got
different.
black
More
folk.
blue collar.
You got
certainly than
black
Chester
folk
and Montgomery.
that
It's
think
more of a
just
swing
like that.
county. And again now, about half the vote
This
is
woman
in here.
said that she
Biden
did
wins
not
by 4.5
believe
points in
that a
2020.
woman
Trump
could
has now
handle
taken
the
lead in Bucks County.
presidency
It's
of the
tiny,
United
but he's
States,
taken the
so
lead.
she
Again,
voted
this
for
theme
Trump. And
in
she was
counties
black.
like Bucks County and these more blue-collar counties.
And if I
throughout
could have
the
got to
northern
her,
tier
I'd
of the
have choked her
battleground,
ass till
you're
she
seeing
pissed
this
on
was such a
herself.
close race in 2016.
It's just
Democrats
like,
made a significant jump
where's
here
your
in
mama?
2020, and Trump is sort of
Do
rolling.
you get what I'm saying? Because what you saying,
So far, you're seeing
is you
that in
saying
Bucks
that your
County as
mama,
well.
like what?
We also said in Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, in those inner suburbs, huge Democratic area. We're coming close to all the voting, 94%. We are super close right now. And again, let me just show you. In 2020, Biden essentially got 60%. Here, Harris is very close to that, but she's not quite at that level. And Democrats want her
She need to
over
win
60% here. Given everything I've shown you about these Trump gains, especially in these counties with significant Hispanic populations, it becomes essential for Democrats that Harris in these areas overperform where Joe Biden did in 2020. Now, there may be some
end this live right here.
votes left, we're told, in Allegheny County, but we're talking about